go, baby. Get out of here. Not today. You ain't taking my... Whoa. Oh, what did I tell you? I said don't let me get heated with the longbow, baby. Bow, bow. I'm insane, bro. I'm insane. I'm the best.
Level low.
All the time. All the time. No problem. No problem. I'm insane, bro! I'm insane! I'm the best! I'm the best! I pull those clutches out all the time. All the time. No problem.
Good.
No problem.
Level low.
Who do you guys think you're watching? Come back, come back! Hello, good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well. I believe we're up and live on both platforms. Let me check. Yes, everything is looking good. I hope everybody's doing well. We're jumping back into some Dune Awakening tonight. We got a couple of things that we need to take care of. I got a couple of things that I need to show you. A couple things that we've been busy with. We've just nearly got all of the function set up inside of the guild city. There's been quite some changes since the last time we were live, but we got some things we need to knock out. Multiple things, like got to make sure my taxes are paid over on DoGap, as well as over on Harmony, as well as we've got some like little bit of like last minute farming to do. We're rounding out to the last day before the update here, which is coming up. I mean, I believe the next live stream is going to be when the update happens. It's technically 2 days from now, but we're getting ready to head into the 8th during this live stream, and we'll be heading into the 9th and the reset tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure that's when the update's meant to go live, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got some, it's just about moving day. It's just about that time, isn't it? It's just about that time. We've been trying to hammer it out here in the middle of knocking out some extra content on the side and whatnot. So let's go ahead and jump on into it now that we got the game going. It'll show up. Where's that? Oh, it's not gonna show up, actually. I changed it. Hold on. See, this is what I'm saying, bro. It's like, we were recording B-film for RuneScape. I swapped up the scene. We got it. There's that beautiful old man's face. Look at him. It's fantastic. Let's go. I have no idea where I logged off at. I think it was. I think we moved everything back to the main aluminum base. I'm still not like 100%. I'm still not 100% sold that we're gonna keep the aluminum production facility. I asked it inside of the guild chat hours ago. At this point, Fib was saying that we might as well leave it up in order to just continuously pump out their aluminum. It's not a terrible spot. Not a terrible spot, but it's also kind of like how much aluminum are we pumping out? And there is some aluminum in Odam, I believe. All right, well, let's hope this lag subsides. How's the base coming along? Mikey's good to see you, my friend. Adam, hello, hello, hello. How's the base coming along? As you can see, inside of this base, things seem to be a little bit more empty, don't they? Well, that's because we've been busy. Yes, we have. The base is looking fantastic. Let's go ahead and start off by popping on over to the base, shall we? I don't know what, if any, materials we need at that base from here, so we're gonna go ahead and just use the scout to fly over there. But we've got some big updates coming out with the base. We've got some big ones, I tell ya. Big lag, too. Big lag, which I believe disappears the second we get out of Odham. Or the second we get out of the Western Shield Wall. Hopefully, after they get rid of these stupid cannons, which hopefully disappear forever and never come back. Hopefully they, the lag kind of settles as well as on that. Would be great. All right, first thing you're gonna notice flying into this base here is we now actually have the pentashields up. They are up and protecting the base. Yes, they are. Yes, indeed they are. Which means some form of power has been moved over to the base. Now, this might be a bit controversial, and we maybe went a little bit overboard. I'll go ahead and show you guys what I'm talking about when we get there. But as you can see, the base is coming along fantastically. We are at the point almost where it's just about time for us to just slap up some decorations, you know? Because we're literally just about entirely completed here. So let's go ahead and take the side path to the bridge, through the Bridge of Destiny. The lag's brutal, Mikey. It's really, really bad. It's rough. Eurism's tower are looking fantastic over there. Absolutely love it. And then we've got this base going up as well. I dig it. This almost looks like a Atreides tax haven base, if you will, which is incredible. Now we're making our way into the depths here of the base. You're going to start to see some things that are a bit different. Most of this should look familiar. This is basically, you know, where we got to by the time we ended the last live stream. But once we start to get down here, things do shift up a little bit. As you can see, this used to be all open, but we brought it down, and now we have these little slats going through here. Really nice, really nice. And would you look at that, just right off of the bat, we've got chests for days set up, and then if we work our way up these stairs, boom, we've got some more chests set up. If we needed to expand on the chests, I'm not entirely positive how we would go about doing that, but then there's still plenty of room to slot these things all over the place. But if we go and we take a quick peek, let's take a quick peek at the sub-fief here. You can see that we've got 13,000 power pumping through this thing, and I did not see any let's work our way through here to the amphitheater. We installed the lighting. I had the lighting people come in on the amphitheater, so when we're up here giving our 72 act play, it's a mandatory play that everybody in the guild's gonna have to come sit down and watch. It's 72 acts, or 6.5 hours long, and it's a solo play featuring Eldest of the Men Jenkins, and it's said to be it's critically acclaimed. It's said to be some sort of masterpiece, so we've got the amphitheater set up for those purposes. But let's go ahead and work our way over here and start to see where some of the insanity comes into play and why we're so pumped up on the power. Because if we take a look here, you can see this is the wall of crafting with just about every single crafting machine that you could possibly need. We are missing a couple here. We've got two, count it, two currently, ore refineries paired with two medium chemical refineries. Absolutely insane. If we work our way up here, you're gonna see that in fact we do have the other two refineries. We have the vehicle refinery here, as well as the other vehicle refinery, and a stairwell up to the secondary level of the chest. Everything's coming together, isn't it? Everything's coming together, isn't it? You might be asking yourself, well, Eldest of the Man Jenkins, what are you going to do about water in the base? And, well, let me go ahead and show you. This is maybe the first place where we maybe kind of went a little bit overboard here. But you know what? It is what it is, and I think it's just going to be, it is what it is. This is how we're going to be running it here, because if we take a look at the wall of water, I'm calling it, we've got 20 death stills set up, 20 advanced death stills set up, prepped and ready to be filled. This is, like I said, only the first step of insanity. Things get a little bit more wild from there, because if you caught a little quick glimpse of that, we're sitting at 2.5 million water currently, and we need to get that number up. But there's some things I think I'm gonna need to grind out in order to fully complete that. So let's go ahead and work our way into the underbelly of the base, where I can show you the second place that things got a little bit overboard. You know, we went a little overboard here once we get down into the underbelly. 10 million. Yeah, see, we're working on it. We're working on bumping up the water capacity. That was like the very last thing I was working on, but there is certain things that are gonna need to be obtained first. Let's go ahead and work our way to the underbelly. I don't have a fancy way down to the underbelly from over here. All right, we're gonna have to turn ruffian and walk all the way through the wilderness into the back. Not only pumps, Chuji, you know what I'm noticing? Silicone blocks. Oh my gosh. I thought it was cobalt paste, Chuji. It's not. It's silicone blocks. It's required for everything. Literally freaking everything. Oh, yeah, driver. Yes, it's not you. It's not there. It's been moved. Am I gonna do any passive water collection? Mikey's, well, I'm glad that you asked. Let's go ahead and get into the underbelly here, where we can see maybe the second spot where we're going a bit overboard here. We have 12 spice refineries. This is overboard for so many reasons, okay? First off, these fucking refineries take a lot to craft. Second off, the residue to run these things is also a pain in the ass. But we've kind of figured a workaround here where it's a mixture of get the residue or purchase the spice infused cells, because I was at the market earlier and the spice infused cells fully crafted I think is another item that the dupers are duping. So I was actually able to land a fat stack of those for a relatively low price. But let's go ahead and take a look here. We've got all of these pumps set up, and we've got all of these pumps set up. I don't remember exactly what it mathed out to, but it's a lot. It's a lot. Which is the third spot that I think is a bit overboard, because the fracking industrial pumps and the silicone blocks requirement is just absolute freaking insanity, man. It really is. It's actually wild. Let's get the hell out of the underbelly. Irradiated slag isn't even a problem either, though, because that's just something that we've gained through just running the shit. You do bring up a good point, and like I was saying, though, I'm telling you, these dupers are duping the spice-infused cells as well. Kel, good morning, good morning. Far out, good evening. Tanit, hello, hello. Yeah, I knew Chuji was gonna freak out about the, I knew Chuji was gonna have something to say about the spice-infused generators with how him and Fib swapped over to anything that, not out of everything that even uses residue. I was like, oh, he's gonna fucking flip. Yes, it's overboard. It's massively overboard, but you know what? We need it because I don't want these generators all over the damn place. Everything. There's not a single generator on this entire base, and we've got 13,000 power. And if you take a look, we've got 11 days. So I think I spent like, I don't remember what it was. It wasn't more than 20 million Solari for 11 days. They weren't like no 70,000 a piece on the spice and fuel infused cells. I think we paid like 11,000 a piece, and we got like 1,500 of them or something like that. The base is not fully up yet. What's left to finish it, Kel, is I need to work out the permissions, and then I need to move the rest of the things from over there. And then for all intents and purposes, this thing's up and running. Basically the permissions and the materials from base aluminum to guild capital. Yeah, Kel, you came in late, man. You missed the grand tour, Kel. So sorry. You'll have to rewind it, because it is quite the grand tour. Quite the fantastic end piece here. And after we move all the stuff, like I said, we're basically down to like slapping decorations down. And if we even go and take a look, like you see, this is an expansion that wasn't here prior to the last live stream. We've had to do some building here. It hasn't been without us having to do building, so let's go ahead and take a look. If we take a look here, we're sitting at 4,735, which means we still have 265 building pieces. So I bet Funcom won't kill the duping because it would kill the market for Mini. The damage is too big to patch it at this point. They have left this issue fester for too long. It's not only that. You're right. I agree with you entirely, Karma, but it's also paired with the fact that Unreal Engine 5, and plus they just haven't, even in Conan Exiles, ever been able to take care of duping. Now, Mikey's, you were asking about passive water. Passive water is something that I slotted into the power usage. So you see here we're sitting at 13,000 power. When I was calculating out how overboard I was going to have to go with these things. I calculated out some room to put down 20 of these. Again, we're at a point though where it's like silicone blocks, duraluminum ingots. We've actually burned through the shit that we have, setting up what we have currently, which is why I'm saying, for all intents and purposes, to get this base up and running, all I need to do is set up the permissions and then move the rest of the components and whatnot from the first base over into this base. Birdie, I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. We did kind of go a bit crazy with that. I agree. Let's go ahead. We need to jump over. Those rockets are driving me nuts. I cannot wait for them to update out of this game. But let's pop over to the Do Gap real quick. I kind of went overboard in OCD with that. As soon as Jen was in the live stream telling me that they finally released the task list, I was like, oh. And when we got off the live stream that day, I'm telling you, I was up for like 4 hours just picking through that task list, just trying to make a decent path from where we start to where I want to finish, knocking out as many of the small tasks on our way there. It's a little bit harder to do inside of the RuneScape League because there is no region lock system. Typically with the region lock system, it lower, like I wouldn't be able to walk over to into Falador and grab those cabbages. So like there's just extra bits and bobs that I needed. And plus I'm low on the bell curve when it comes to RuneScape 3, so I definitely appreciate you on that. I appreciate you. It's been some years since we've dived into RuneScape 3, and I tell you what, you miss out on playing that game for like 6 months, dude, and then it's a complete and total restart when you have to come back in. A lot of stuff you gotta learn. You have a Jasmine base on Sandrat? Hey, yeah, Chuji for sure. For absolute sure. We do need duraluminum. I might need to go farm some sand. I'm gonna swing by Do Gap here for a minute. I'm gonna go do a load. I'm gonna check on the power and check my taxes at the main base. Because I don't even know what's going on Do Gap in the main base anymore, to be honest. I don't know what we left it at. It's been a few days. Like, we actually might not do a load. How much have I gotten done? Oh, okay. I'm not even gonna worry about doing a load of mining currently right now. We're just gonna go dump this off at the main base and check the stats on that. Make sure it's all powered and whatnot, because we're about... Hold on. 1 day, 4 hours, and 34 minutes. Right, so it's moving day practically. It's a moving day practically. Here we go. They can stop it, but it can't be fixed as far as the economy is concerned. You're right, Far Out, but they've tried to stop it. You know what I mean? And I don't think they're going to be able to get a handle on it, especially with the way that it functions now currently. These guys are using like built-in methods that abuse Unreal 5, and they've already kind of like got this client-side verification baked into this game, which is I think the main portion of what's causing the problem. Higgledy-piggledy. I honestly actually love that. Is that a phrase that means something? Like, is that something that people use, or did you just make that up, Mikey's? Higgledy. Okay, it's a thing. Higgledy-piggledy, old spot. What the What sort of British shit did you just run me into here, Mikey's? What the hell? In confusion or disorder? Oh my gosh. I love the AI overview here, you guys. Okay, let me pull this up because this is actually stupid. First off, I don't know why I searched this. And second off, it's just really dumb, isn't it? Because I'm like, is Higgledy-Piggledy British? Is it? Well, here, let's find out. Okay, hold on. Bear with me. We're working on it. We're working on it. Is Higgledy-Piggledy British? It says it's not exclusively British or American, but it's an older English word, likely of British origin. Okay. All right. Yeah, good. Awesome. Contradict yourself in the same sentence. Like, congratulations. What the hell? It's British AF is basically what I'm getting out of that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm broadening your horizons. Yeah. Higgledy-piggledy, old spot. Yeah, we'll have to bank on that one. Yeah. Congratulations. That one has now stuck. Am I gonna give us the tour once it's completed? That'd make a great video. Yeah, I mean, like... Oh, legendary. We'll probably try to make it into some sort of video, though. I haven't watched... Typically, when I do these base tour videos... What I try to do is I try to see what the other base builders who are putting out popular videos on YouTube in that specific game. I try to look at how they're presenting their videos. Not to copy, essentially, but in order to kind of keep it on the same lines of what people are used to seeing when they're watching somebody else present their base. And I have literally not watched a single base presentation video inside of Dune, so we'll have to do some research on that, and you know, we'll see what's going on. I honestly might go in the live stream from earlier and cut that out and just raw put that in there. That's why I was walking through the entire base earlier, and I was avoiding looking in specific directions while I was talking about specific things. I might go chop that and turn that into that, but we'll see. Yeah, you might have had a Piggly Wiggly as a grocery store far out, but you've never had a Higgledy-Piggledy, you old spot. You know what I mean? That's the place to be. The old Higgledy-Piggledy, old spot. Taxes are overdue in 9 hours. Oh my goodness gracious. We've got to scrape together 40,000 Solari, and this is the broke of the eldest of Man Jenkins. He's not on a server that's hyperinflated, and it's really, really hard to make money. So what do? We panic. We panic right to the garment fabricator here. Once you're inside the garment fabricator, you're going to go ahead and head over to the Irradiation Still Suit version 4 and craft them all up. And you're going to hope and hope and hope and hope that gets you up to the 40,000. While you do that, you're going to go and dig through your coffers here one by one. One by one. Because you never know where you stash the money. Sometimes you've got like a rainy day fund hidden. A rainy day fund, not fun, hidden inside of one of your many chests. Congratulations. Uh-oh. We're running low on chests here. One of them's got the money. One of them's got the money. Is it this one? No. This one? Nope. Nope. I swear if it's in one of these ones, I feel like I neglect searching these ones because they're the little iron ones up front. But you know what? These are chests, too. They deserve to be searched. Nothing. There was nothing in them. We're so poor. We are so poor on this server. It's devastating. I don't even know if the auction house is busy enough on this server for me to say, you know, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Sell anything. I guess these were selling on this server, but Oh my goodness gracious, we found 10,000. We found 10,000. We're loaded. We're loaded. We're working our way there. That's about all we needed. That's 1/4 of what we needed to pay the tax, man. Here we go. Here we go. I'm glad I came and looked because your taxes go overdue and then they go overdue. And when they go overdue, that's when the tax man comes in and breaks into your base and actually just takes your stuff. Yeah, the market on this server is dead, Adam. We gotta go old school with this method here, and we gotta whip out the rad suits. Quick and easy. It's that dirty money, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You gotta get that dirty money going sometimes. You know, it is what it is sometimes. We live in a dirty world here on Arrakis. Is that the name of the planet? The dirty, dirty world. Gore, good morning, good evening, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Eurism, good evening. Yeah, legendary. I swear, man. The auction house being dead is maybe one of the most frustrating things. It genuinely is. It is a pain to deal with. You could probably get away with selling a couple of things on this auction house, like spice melange or plastanium ingots, or perhaps like silicone. You might be able to get away with selling silicone blocks. Now I'm realizing how many of those stupid things you need. Oh, you're talking about the chests. Yeah, that's that real dirty money. No, I'm just going to burn through some of my resources here and really, really hope that it pays off. They still buy these, right? They better still buy these. If this doesn't work, I'm screwed.
Welcome back. What'll it be?
6,000 apiece is plenty. You're gonna have to do better next time, tax man, because it looks like I scraped up enough money to stave you off. You've been staved, as they say. No! Oh, okay. My feet aren't facing the ground, so I don't have to worry about that tweaking out my ornithopter. I think this is now the superior way to fly. It inverts the controls, which I'm not a huge fan of, but can't I invert the controls in the settings? So technically, we can fix this problem. You have a focused cut array MK6 at the Jasmium base with a Regis storage? Jeez, that's crazy. 15,000 in one run is wild. How do I take that to the auction house? What do you mean? What'd I miss here? Hoping for some new or returning people so you can sell some stuff on your old server and hopefully make some money on Harmony. The money making on Harmony is a plentiful far out. I mean, there's like, you can spit in the air on Harmony and basically make money, you know? I mean, I think what agave seeds might not be selling this week. It depends on the lands red, but agave seeds, sand trout leathers, all that kind of stuff is like easy money per hour on Harmony. On another server, it realistically just kind of, it's like hopefully they roll into that server. You know what's, I'm wondering, is the free to play weekend already running? It's not. It happens on the 11th. I'm wondering how much of an influx to other servers is going to happen. Like, are they going to prevent free to play players from joining the most populated server, or are we about to be sitting in queue times because this server fills up? Like, what do you guys think? The deep desert invisible wall bug, you lost everything on respawn, including your assault ornithopter, same as getting eaten by the sandworm. David, you're gonna have to explain to me what happened there, actually. Agave seeds are all the way down to 10,000 a pop. I'm wondering what sand trout leathers are at, because those were tanking for a little bit as well, but then all of a sudden they rocketed up to like 50,000 a piece, which is like the most expensive that I've even seen them. Take your jasmium. You make it in duraluminum. The problem is aluminum takes forever. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% correct. Aluminum is a bitch. They need to cut that time in half. Weren't they talking about cutting that time, or am I tripping? Oh my god, this server's auction house is fucked, dude. It's so bad. Let's do what we came here to do, which is pay this dirty tax man. I see. Carterizer in itself is a pretty decent grab, but pairing it with the cope is excellent as well. That's probably why they shot up.
What now?
What now, he says. Dick move, man. Dick move. Can I sell an item from my vehicle's inventory? What the fuck? Oh. You guys, I was so confused there. I'm on Dugap. You guys. I'm on Dugap. Everybody relax. I'm on Dugap. That freaked me out. I'm like, what is going on? The lands red changed at the very last second. This isn't what we're meant to be voting on. So confused. Chuji, I'm so poor. Look at this market. What am I supposed to do inside of this market? There's not even plastanium on the market at all. Spice melange is 18,000 a piece, which would just... I can't buy that. I bet titanium, stravidium, like what the hell? Can I sell items from my vehicle? Here, let's try. I want to sell these for 15,000 a piece. I don't fucking know. But I've only got 6,000, so I can sell. Oh my god, I have to bank the Solaris. So we can sell 20 of them at 15,000 a piece. We might be able to start steamrolling a little bit of money here, but this auction house is dead.
How much Solaris?
Do I have anything in the bank here?
Would you like?
No. Of course I don't. Huge. No. I would be better off vending the MK5 rad suits, but if we can make 300,000 off of selling literally 20 plastanium, easy. Piece of cake. I'm not convinced that'll even sell, though, so next 2 weeks from now when I'm doing taxes again, Chuji, you'll see me panic crafting rad suits, except for 2 weeks from now I won't have aluminum to craft the rad suits, so we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Hey, Bear, another person coming in from the RuneScape 3 Leagues prep video. I appreciate you, my friend. I definitely appreciate you. Welcome. I'm super excited for RuneScape 3 Leagues. I genuinely am. I am pumped up for Leagues. And then Old School even announced like a mini Leagues, which put me into a bit of a panic mode because I was expecting to go hard on Old School RuneScape Deadman mode this year as well. But that's still supposedly supposed to be coming out anyways, so might be like a 3-for type year with RuneScape in the seasonal game modes, and I'm all about it. I am all about it. Spice residue is 50. It was 20. It was 20 a piece, or like 15 a piece yesterday when I was on this server. Chuji, yeah. It's wild what a non-hyperinflated market looks like, isn't it? It's crazy. This is also like a heavily PvE market as well, so residue is probably something that got farmed up in mass by these PvE guilds over here. Zone G, you were bouncing back from Zone F. It was not possible to leave even after the game complete restart. Even after a complete game restart. So you were bouncing back and forth, trying to leave Zone G into another zone. And then you logged out of the game? Did you, like, fly to an island or something before you logged out of the game? Were you stuck in the loop of bouncing and rubber banding against that wall? Because every time I've rubber banded against one of those... Oh, crap, I don't have a suspensor belt. Every time I've rubber banded against those walls, I've, Oh! I'm the best. I've just turned around and left the area and then circled... Instead of trying to leave, like, the south side of the G zone, I'll leave, like, the west side, and if that doesn't work, then I'll roll back down to the south side. Just keep, like, bouncing around until I actually get out. But you're making it sound like you respawned... You restarted the game while you were still over the sand, or did you find land? Okay, we paid our taxes. I need to deposit my ornithopter before I forget. Chuji saying your ornithopter will respawn after the server reset tonight. As to the stuff in the inventory being there, that's another question. Okay, well, we'll farm up some fuel cells later, but we've only got 19 hours of power left on this thing. But it's moving days anyway, so it's about to be very busy. Moving day paired with the big patch coming out tomorrow, where it's like it's coming out with the reset. Am I right? Like the next live stream, we're going to be basically moving our stuff out and then waiting for a downtime to implement this, right? Am I mistaken in saying that? Sometimes my timeline gets completely smashed, especially because like Bear and that other guy were saying I've been also running like RuneScape 3 content, and I've been prepping some Borderlands content as well. Little spicy things to add to the stream for when we're playing Borderlands, when maybe perhaps when we get some fancy loot. I'm getting excited for Borderlands. The Deep Desert is ending 2 hours early this week, Mikey. 2 hours early. Okay. We're voting vehicle, correct? Because the guild had a decent chunk of voting power. Not a lot, but a decent. We are voting vehicle, correct? Correct? Correct. I'm pretty positive it was a vehicle we wanted. And actually, if it wasn't vehicle we wanted, I think whoever wanted 25% needs to get overridden, because we need as many of the whatchamahoozits as possible. Yeah. The whatchamahoozits and the whereyoumacallits, the things that you put on the machines. Yeah, no, vehicle for sure. Vehicle's it for sure. Whether or not it actually swings that way, I don't know. But our 165 points to vehicle for sure. I totally agree. Couldn't agree more. All right, what were we doing here? What were we doing here? I need to go check the Deep Desert on this account now. Let's run the laps. Yeah, Mikey's. It's ending 2 hours early. So instead of at 4 a.m., it's at 2 a.m. my time. 4 a.m. Eastern. So instead of at 6 a.m. Eastern, it's at 4 a.m. Eastern. Should check taxes on Harmony as well? Well, yeah. Okay, I'll for sure do that, half-baked. I think I've hit that up a few times as we kind of are rolling through that area, but... Can I hit the edge of the map from this side? Excuse me, edge of the map! Oh, we're fucked here. I'm about to run out of gas. Go, 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 go. Don't you land on me. Okay, jeez. That is an ornithopter trap right there. That is an ornithopter trap. Oh, that's good. That's good, David. You should end up getting the ornithopter back both when the game resets and when they send you one for free. Hopefully your stuff in the ornithopter's inventory when it respawns is still going to be there, because that's the biggest loss. It's 2 hours early for the North American servers. Tomorrow after the downtime, the patch should be live, right? So we're not... do we always run in? No, so we're running into an actual downtime tomorrow rather than just like the 30 or 40 minute reset time. It's a full-blown downtime. Yeah, Chuji actually brings up a good point, David. You'd have to go to request help. Bug report, they probably just throw that in the bin. They just throw that stuff in the trash. They're not looking at that. They've got their QA team all over it. Yeah, I'm gonna check a few prices, half-baked. We're gonna do the typical Harmony checks here, see how broken it is today. The Lands Rat is completed, but there's still time to complete the tasks. So people could still be like panic trying to knock a couple of these things out, which might spike the prices. Oh, come on. We got more air than that. We had like a lag. We had a lag happen. Whoop.
You again? What now?
Nice. Robin, good evening, my friend. Good evening. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we run these live streams at a bit of a weird schedule, depending on where you live, I suppose. Alrighty here, let's go ahead and take a look. First off, let's take a look at the fuel. Yeah, 12,900 a piece, Chuji, on this fuel is actually cheap as hell. Because if we take a look at the raw resources, we're gonna need 65 spice residue in order to craft 10. 65 in order to craft 10. Let me pull out a calculator here. 65, we'll just round it up to 10,000 a pop. That's 650,000 Solari in order to just craft 10. If we divide that by 10, that's 65,000 Solari a piece if you're using residue in order to craft the fuel cells. But the fuel cells themselves are selling for 12,900 a pop, and they are in the market fairly thick, so I think this is getting botted. Chuji, honestly, the voice acting in a few of these things, so you know when you're running around like the Haga Basin and there's those little voice recordings that you can pick up and listen to? Those are the most annoying things to freaking pick up and listen to, I swear. They are, first off, written so poorly, and then the voice acting is almost like comical. I'm not a voice actor, and it's like if the voice acting level is if they like hired me to do it. You know what I mean? So yeah, I couldn't agree more. And that's a good point that you bring up. Maybe it's better in other languages. Harkonnen in German is probably not too bad. Far out. You're wild, man.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or...
If we take a look at... Boy, I really thought it was going to be inside of components. Agave seeds are all the way down to 10,000 a piece, half-baked. I don't know what you had them in there at, but there's multiple offers at 10,000. The guy's voice at the bank drives me nuts, but you know what really pisses me off with this guy at the bank? You know what really pisses me off with this guy at the bank? That stupid mustache of his. Look at this mustache. Oh my gosh. Look at that thing. It goes like all the way down across and past his lips. That or he's got like the biggest upper lip that I've ever seen in my life. How much upper lip does this guy have? No, it goes all the way past his bottom lips. Come on, dude. Come on. Come on. Get it together. And then he's got no hair up top to boot. I mean, my wife says I'm balding, and I say I'm just thinning, but if I was bald like this guy, I sure as shit would not have a big, fat mustache going across my lips. It's weird. It's lovely. Savage loves it. Savage loves the stash. Yours are still there. Brutal. What else were we looking at? Sand trout. Sand trouts are all the way down to 30,000 a piece. Damn. Damn. Ship manifests, 25,000 a pop. Open fire gems, 8,000 apiece. Irradiated slag, which is something else that you need to craft the fuel cells. You need 3 of these for 10 of them, which is like another 60,000 Solari that you need to add to the 650,000 Solari of residue that you need. Wait. That can't be right. Wait, no, that is right, because residue is expensive as hell. 6... No. Hold on. Hold on. What's it take? It takes 65 of these in order to craft... Yeah. No, my math was right. 65 residue in order to craft 10 is 650,000 thereabout in residue, just residue. Is there anything else in the market that I need to check here before we take off? I guess I should check my orders. Wabam! Nobody wants to buy my mirror. Nobody wants to buy the mirror. It is better to buy the batteries already crafted, Kel. That's what I'm saying. And it hasn't always been that way. The dupers have started duping these cells. These cells used to sell for like 75,000 a piece, Kel, which actually meant that you did turn a little bit of a profit. You did turn a little bit of a profit crafting these previously, but not anymore. Oh, David, yeah, you know, since you're on a private server, you may be screwed. But I don't know how the private servers work when it comes to Funcom responding. Aren't they at the store now? No, Fuza, that was a lie. They said that they adjusted the prices at the store, but joke's on us because there is no store that actually sells it. Yeah, classic Funcom to say they adjusted the price of things on the market that aren't actually on the market at all. The spice-infused fuel cells weren't even the only thing that they did that with either. Yeah, David, if you did the bug report, you might instead want to go to request help, but I think I've heard before that they actually can't do anything on the private servers. But I could be wrong. They may actually be able to, like, insert... Here's what's on the agenda tonight. We're going to swing by this base over in over in Harmony, and make sure it's got enough power to run for the 28 hours or whatever that it needs to run for. I'm probably going to take a load of stuff back with the Ornithopter because it's just about that time. Then I think we're going to roll out to the... back to the back to the Haga Basin, and we are going to go fill up on some bodies. We're gonna go do like a buggy run of some bodies, and then maybe transfer some aluminum over. We're gonna get some aluminum and duraluminum starting to craft, because like Chuji says, that aluminum takes like a shitload of time to craft. Any base rating? It's moving day. Have you done any scouting? Have you done any scouting? I'm always down to raid. Hey, no, not a problem, Half Baked. Not a problem. Yeah, the floor hatches are the worst. This is the first time we've tried to implement one, and I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all. Not a fan at all. Alright, 2 days, 9 hours, huge. Perfect. There's still water out here, and I'm not breaking this base down yet, and I believe most people should have access to that buggy, so if anybody wants to do some grinding still, I'm not breaking down that base quite yet. Question, if you want to buy permits on a different siege, does your... But yes. The money inside of your bank is held at Arakeen and Harko Village, which is all of the sieges combined into Arakeen or Harko Village. Arakeen and Harko Village work the same way that the Deep Desert does. So here's what we'll do. Are you in the Deep Desert, Chuchi? Have you seen a storm roll through? It would be fantastic to figure out the storm's timing so we know exactly on the hour when it's happening. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to roll out. I'm going to dump these items off. We're going to go fill a buggy up with some mass Corette bodies, and I'm going to get those bodies cooking over at the guild base, and then while we have that water cooking, we'll probably swing one inventory of the whatchamahoos it's over. Either aluminum, or I know we have at the guild base and the aluminum base, and I think there's some aluminum raw. Okay, if you see a storm roll through, holler at me, or at least like timestamp it in your brain so we know when on the hour it's going through, because they typically roll through every hour on the hour, almost on the hour, anyways. Well, I mean, if you want to go grab your las gun and you end up missing the storm timing, it's not that big of a deal. Because we should be out there. I mean, I don't see it taking us too long to fill this buggy up. So we should be out there in no time. Since it is the end of the week, though, I think it's the best time to go out there and do the final sweep. So I'm glad you brought that up. It's like the best time to do the final sweep out there for sure. Oh, my las gun's out here too. What the fuck? Why is my shit in here? Honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea. Setting this up was a task and a half, if you can frickin' imagine, so... it wasn't bad, though, because I was just chilling with the wife watching some TV, so it wasn't that bad. Bodies. I know I said bodies with the buggy, but I don't have a fucking buggy out here. Hello there. Kel, the man, the myth, the legend. He's got bodies for days. I appreciate you, Kel. You're a legend. Yeah, if you want to, that would be huge. I'm also probably going to knock out an assault ornithopter run as well. There are 20 advanced death stills inside of this thing, which pumps out, I believe... I forget what it calculated out to. It was like 1 million per hour, I believe. Or right around 1 million an hour. So realistically, we only need to fill these things up twice in order to cap our water storage where it's at currently, and 2.5 million water is a decent amount, though I expect that once we actually get this up and functioning here, that we should be able to pretty consistently burn through that. Now, there's something else that we need to do tonight as well. We need to roll around Odham and figure out where it's possible that aluminum spawns at, because there is some aluminum out here. I just think it's up on all of the hills. Like we were saying, we'll need a carrier to do it, and at that point it's like I'm not positive. So we just need to figure out where it's at and what's going on with that. Kel's a frickin' legend, though. We're gonna go grab our assault ornithopter and smash down another inventory here, just so we can get these bodies starting to stockpile. Oh. Yeah, I will. I will, Kel. I will. Here. Near the nest in the very northwest. Like, am I stupid or something? Like, am I dumb? I don't see the nest. Unless it's up here. It's over the wall. Yeah. I got you. I got you. So I think Fib is right in the sense of leaving the aluminum production facility up and running. But I don't fucking know. We'll see. We'll see. What I come down here for? Oh, right. Oh, I hate that I have to go through every single one of these and do this. Yo, not only will you be able to deposit the bodies, but if you want to actually deposit the bodies into the death still as well, you and anybody in the guild should be able to do that as well, Kel. So anybody in the guild should have access. Okay. Y'all be able to label crates? No, Mikey's, it is official, yes. That's coming out. That's tomorrow. There's a huge... Mikey's, the patch notes that are coming out with the DLC are actually pretty substantial. The content is lacking, but the actual patch notes and the changes are pretty damn substantial. It's never official until it works in the game. Yeah, Far Out's right, but they did showcase it working in the game, though. Though that's not a guarantee. Though that's not a guarantee. Excuse me. Yeah. No, no, no. Oh, I got the corpse. Nice. Noise. Jay Wolf, good evening, my friend. Good evening. Yeah, I know there's a ton of basalt. That doesn't really help us, does it? There's definitely a point in time where you stop needing basalt. Aluminum is the dirty business that we need, like, to pump out mass amounts of. But even then, it's like aluminum gets to a point as well where it's like, typically you've got enough. Though, as you can see, putting together this base, even now, we are very much so lacking on the duraluminum. It ate up all of the duraluminum that we had. So I guess never say never. This guy's body just...
Identify yourself.
It is too much basalt, I totally agree. I'm in the aluminum area right now getting bodies. Yeah, see, so... Honestly, bringing a buggy and a carrier, it's not the hardest thing in the world to knock out. Not possible, for sure. Come over here, you guys. Come closer to my ornithopter, please. Come this way. Come over here now. Come over here now. Excuse me. Come over here. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Melee man wants it. Yeah. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. He's sneaky, he's sneaky, he's sneaky. Huh. Nice try, pal. Oh, no. We missed him. Oh, yeah, you go into that defensive state. That'll be your doom. Oh, now you want to join the party, huh? Yeah. It's really the building where you need the stuff. Repairs on the few items that still use those lesser components is minimal. You're right. It is the building. You're right, Far Out. You're right. There comes a point in time, though, where it's like you got your build completed and, you know, say we had every single one of those storage, water storages set up at the base. What would I need duraluminum for at that point in time? Like, nothing, realistically. Silicone blocks, that's another story. I've convinced myself that silicone blocks are, as a matter of fact, more used up and more valuable than cobalt paste. Cobalt paste is just a pain in the ass to get. Silicone blocks use a ridiculous amount. Oh, what have I done to my ornithopter, man? Oh, what is that pole doing to my precious ornithopter? Hold on, melee man. Can't you see my ornithopter is being violated right now? Huh. Got him. Got him. Can I get a moment to take care of and look at this ornithopter, okay? My God. It's like an ornithopter statue, kind of. It's got a pole in its ass.
I've got your back.
There's gonna be more bodies here than I need, so let's just grab these ones and go.
Someone's...
Oh God, you know what? Far out, you're 100% right. And we've got a bit of that storage area going on at this guild base, but if we did realistically get everybody at the guild using this base, or even honestly a handful of people using this base, you're right, that storage would very quickly fill up. So that's a really good point that you bring up. Water storage is another one of those things as well, so it's like, damn. Whoa! Bro, I'm just not used to seeing people here, I swear. And I was watching that clip back yesterday when I got jump scared. It was because he came. I was like mad focusing here, breaking stuff and putting walls down. And right as I demolished this is when he came running around the corner. So it's like I demolished that and then spawned in this guy. It was freaking crazy. Alright, hell yes. Alright, let's do one trip of some materials from the main base over to this spot here. We should be good to go. Yeah, I still need to grab that. I still need to grab that clip and turn it into a short. Because that was genuinely the scariest thing that's happened to me in this game, for sure. For sure. I wouldn't do well in a horror game. Let's just say that. Would not do too well in a horror game. A sandstorm's about to start in your deep desert. You don't know if it's the same for yours. Mikey's, honestly... I've seen and have been and had people in the chat who have had synchronized sandstorms with the server I'm on. I don't know if it's a one-to-one, but I do think they are in somewhat like correlated or near each other. Or maybe there's just so many servers that it's like something that isn't much of a coincidence. Something that happens more often than you would think. No. I could take a bug. Ooh. Alright, 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 alright. Here's what we're gonna do. That way we get a little bit more over there in one go. We're gonna slap a buggy down. Okay, this is the buggy with the cutter ray on it. Here's what we do. Here's what we do. This is, no, sorry. This is the buggy with the low tier cutter ray on it. And this is the buggy with the high tier cutter ray on it. Since we're leaving this base functional for now, we're gonna fill up this buggy. We get a little bit less doing that, but... But we'll be leaving the good buggy here at this base. I'm mainly looking for aluminum so we can grab some jasmium and cook that into duraluminum. Because, like, maybe leaving this base up and functional to have aluminum pumping out constantly and then moving that aluminum over to the other base to process it into duraluminum is not the worst idea, considering that aluminum takes so damn long. So instead of having, like, 6... fucking ore refineries running at this base, we've got like 2 running here, and then the ones over there can be cooking duraluminum or whatever plastanium we don't have cooking in the deep desert. Because even the ore refineries out here in the Haga Basin at some point in time become a bit useless because you're doing most of your cooking being plastanium out in the deep desert. You know what I mean?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Like 15 aluminum nodes up near that thing? Really? Seeing if that's the case, we might end up dumping this base, but this base being here isn't... my biggest concern. Boom, boom, boom.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Wow, would you look at that? The sandstorm hits and the server can't handle it. I wonder why that is. Oh, God. I wonder why that is. With 2 bases, you got more than twice the amount. Really, Mikeys? Would you put one up on like A2 and one up on like A8? Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to knock this down so we can go scout out the deep desert. Because with it being end of week, people are either going to be out there actively trying to move the shit from their base, which we can cause some disruption in, or they are... this is like the best time to actually find either the most or the least inside of whatever base is out in the deep desert. That's if you find like some goofy ass base or something like that. People do things a little bit smarter over here than they do on the Do Gap, though, so we shall see. One on A2 and then one on E2. I see, I see, I see. Uh... Come on, man. Get over the wing. Man, you know what I learned yesterday with this stupid carrier? It is just a fuel-guzzling machine. There is just no reprieve to the amount of fuel that this thing sucks down. Especially when you're transporting things, because you can't glide at all. I'm not in the deep desert. Far out. Far out. Could be any of these bases. Could have been one that we flew by 30 seconds ago, even. God, dude. Oops, I did not mean to squish my ornithopter. Whoopsies, whoopsies. I'm gonna open up a couple of these chests up here. This top row of chests is gonna be opened up to the guild, so if anybody needs to use these for anything, they are gonna be opened up. Nice. All right, we got water cooking. We've got one load of duraluminum dumped. Let's go ahead and jump into our ornithopter here and jump into the deep desert and see. Are those Kynes cut arrays? Yeah, we have a Kynes cut array in the inventory. a singular, one singular Kind's Cutter Ray. Got missiles, that's one thing I need. Yeah, fuck it. No vehicle to restore. Okay, well that's some interesting information. Is it up there? It must be. Would you look at that? There it is. Yeah, we had a couple of schematics sell throughout the week. I forget what exactly we sold. You know what, actually, I remember what we sold. We sold a dart for every man. Yes, indeed, we did. We sold the dart for every man for like 300 million or some shit like that. Which was crazy because by the time we sold it, they had already tanked down to like 200 million. So I could have technically bought one back and had just 100 million profit. But I'm not sold on that weapon. I don't see myself using that weapon, to be honest. So I was like, I'll take the 280 million, and then shit, we picked up the black market lasgun and a couple of other things. That's weird, Mikey. I'm surprised it multiplied like that. You're leaving your crawler at the guild base? You have perms on it so you can move stuff easier? Oh, okay, huge. Yeah, definitely make sure you parked it somewhere where it's not going to take damage. I'm not positive. But huge. Yeah, it is circumstantially good, Chuji, it is. I'm not discounting that it's good. I just don't see myself using it. And for the 300 million that we sold it for, I would do it again for sure. For sure, for certain. I'll be right back. Man, half-baked, I think Him's actually onto something. Him's actually onto something then, and I think that is the best supporting evidence for his theory of the mass influx of players starting to drop the market on some of these things. Because, for example, the power harness There's probably a lot more and a lot more players week by week who are completing the lands rad in order to get these schematics, and the majority of them are selling them. Or more and more are selling them, or there's more people, so there's more schematics, so more get sold. So that just makes sense. You think it's the water usage, Mikey? Really? That's interesting. What do you guys think we're getting in the deep desert next week? You know what I really hope that we get? You know what would be big that we get? You know what? If this comes out on the deep desert, we need to actually assemble a task force and push really hard for the assault ornithopter rockets schematic. Bro, if that shit comes on the lands rad, dude, that's gonna be the one to fight for. You can't get your lasgun. Cassandra is down. Oh, no. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I don't know what about you bringing that up reminded me that I needed to grab water. Even just a Regis triple shot, though. Chuji's decent. Cope pistol. OG rating weapon right there. That's the OG weapon right there. We've also got Kel on. I don't know if Kel has a lasgun. Actually, and I think I have. I think I've got an Arhoon lasgun. Back at the Haga Basin, I can go try and grab. Let me go do that because there's actually I need bandages as well, so I'm out of fucking heals. Is there a unique rocket set for assaults? That's what I thought. It's either for the assault or the scout ornithopter. I don't know. I forget what it's called. Well, Mikey, you bring up a good point, and if you kind of have two bases that are producing water in close to an equal manner, then it's like one base. It's like you kind of produced twice the amount of water than you would normally. Or do you typically take 10 death stills out and now you split 5 into one base and 5 into the other? Or do you typically take 5 out and now you put 5 in each base? Because if you doubled the water, then it does actually make sense. Are you sure? No, Chuji, I've heard differently. Fuck was it called? Man, I don't know. I don't remember what it was called. I'm pretty positive that there's a unique ornithopter rocket pod. I'm like 80% certain. We've only seen 4, maybe 5 of their 20 deep desert layouts though, so I'm not positive where exactly people are pulling that information from. Oh, is that where people are pulling it from? Very interesting. Forgot what I was doing here. Alright, big. Yo, Chuji, I do have a las gun here. If Sandrat never opens back up. Fuck. Man, I dumped melange food somewhere, bro. What the fuck did I do with that food? I didn't even hit any of these chests, so I don't know why the hell it would be there. It's probably all the way back at the other base. I can't see it in any of the databases either, Gore. But like Chuji said, there's some stuff that's actually not even categorized that's on the market. So that might be like future content, which kind of is a mood kill, to be honest, when it comes to what we could possibly be expecting to see inside of a new Landsrad, or not a new Landsrad, a new deep desert loot pool. I'm not even convinced that they have any more deep desert loot pools, to be honest. They're like, we have 20 unique deep deserts, but they really only had 4. Oh, man, I didn't need to craft anything, dude. Fuck, I'm dumb. No, I'm right there with you, half-baked. I typically only use the small ones as well. I don't know, ever since we crafted, I think these are like the tier 4, the tier 6, whatever we're using. Ever since we crafted these, though, the insta-heal that you get from them is just so solid. I haven't been able to swap back. But you're right, even the small heals work just fine. They work just fine. Yo, I've got a las gun, my friend. Smack that ass. You're having to farm flower sand in the deep desert because the Haga Basin worm is a fast worm. Yes, I've heard that deep desert flower sand is actually the safest sand. Right, that's what I've heard, Psycho. Did you manage to get onto Sandrat then, Chuji? Rufus can confirm it. Yeah, I've heard that the deep desert flower sand is the way to go. Yeah. Yeah. They should have got in earlier, Fuza. They should have got in earlier. That'll teach them. That'll teach them for coming in late. Man, Dark, I swear, I thought 2,000 silicone was a lot, but I just burned through that shit like crazy. Every freaking thing that we were putting up at the base required silicone. It was crazy. Yeah, you're right, Dark. That's what we were talking about with duraluminum as well. I was like, oh my gosh, I need so much frickin' duraluminum. But as soon as you finish building, it's like, what do you realistically need duraluminum for? Because pumping out tier 5s probably isn't like the game plan, isn't the goal. Which is why it's like most of your resource refining happens in the deep desert. And that's kind of like partly why the Haga Basin kind of fell out of sorts. Is because there comes a certain point in time where it's like most of your time is being spent in the deep desert. I hadn't gone out to the Haga Basin in like 3 weeks. Alright, where are we at here on the map? We're in the 9 sector. Perfect place to start. I'm not sure if anybody else is down to raid, but we are now currently out here looking for bases, and we are trying to figure out the storm's cycle here, figure out when exactly it's coming out so we know when just about the raids should begin. But at this point in time, it's completely random. I don't know if a storm's going to come in the next minute. I don't know if a storm's going to come in the next hour. Also, we've got 0 bases scouted out, so if a storm comes before we scout one out, we're kind of in trouble. It'll be a follow the storm type situation. Now, this is an island that... This is an island that you can see has a no-build zone, but it's not all-encompassing no build zone. You could sneak a base in here. It's right on the F sector, though. I say every week is the dumbest place to have a base. But you could sneak a base here somewhere. Is the guild open to other players? Yeah. Yes, we are. We're currently running 2 guilds as well. Yes, it is. Julio, yes, it is. Currently the way it sits is we're kind of in a bit of a stasis mode. Previously, we had it set up pretty nicely to where new players funneling in to the server, we would be able to get them set up fairly quickly with an ornithopter and flying. Though, like I said, we haven't been out to the Haga Basin in like 2 weeks. So everything's kind of fallen out of sort there. But yeah, if you want to roll on Harmony, definitely. You got the MK6 Leader John. It's 3,000 water for 2 volume. How many sips does 3,000 water get you? Because I find myself not running out of this all of the time, but also running out of it still. But I guess you could just carry 3 of those and be using half the amount of weight and almost have just as much volume. The dong is still up. This has got to be a troll base. Well, it's got a shield. Yeah, I could just easily see myself forgetting to fill it up. A lot. Yeah, the dong base goes hard. Haha, no pun intended. The dong base goes hard. Hey, Mikey's, you take it easy out there, my friend. You don't work too hard. You take it nice and easy. Have yourself a good day. It's also 60 plastanium to make. Excuse me? What do you mean? On the Leader John? Seriously? 60 plastanium to make the Leader John? That's crazy. Man, this guy keeps putting his base up. Oh. Okay, I don't know why the top's not powered. He changed his front door again. His base is so weird. It's super, super padded. I don't know why he doesn't have his top one up. There ain't ever shit inside of this base. seeing this shit getting merged into the fucking Foundation. If I got that muted in time or not. Look at this. This shit's annoying, dude. This shit's getting old. This shit's getting old, man. It's getting old, old, old. I tell you what, it's getting really fucking old. Just, you know, he's got that shit meshed in. It's not letting me see. You know he's got it meshed in, bro. And your base already has nothing of value in it, so why the hell even decide to mesh it in, you know? Has it been confirmed that on the 10th they are giving us access to, on the 10th, and by 10th I mean 9th, and by 9th I mean literally tomorrow, that they're giving us the chest system where it's telling you who takes what out of what chest? Because I just do not believe that Funcom is competent enough to pull off a system like that so quickly. The patch is on moving day. Thruster Scout at 800 plus right now is invincible. Yes, in fact it is. They would have to break all 4 of your wings before you got in this thing and started gliding away. Even the carrier ornithopter, can outrun any scout ornithopter. Easy. Easy. The carrier ornithopter we were chasing down the other day, he was able to kind of get a gap on the assault ornithopter. And even a carrier ornithopter that's carrying a buggy, I don't know if it's slower when it's carrying a sandcrawler, but when it's carrying a buggy, you can boost with that thing up to like 160, which is actually wild considering that the scout ornithopters with rockets can only glide at 140 and they climb at like 90. Yeah, they've definitely made the dog fighting a pain in the ass. And unfortunately, it's just like they've stripped away any reason for people to come out here and build in the deep desert. Yes, it is only while during the thruster, but you can thrust for a decently long period of time. So being able to go 160 for like a total of like 10 or 15 seconds while you're carrying something, depending on who's flying the scout ornithopter chasing you down with rockets, you could easily catch a gap on them. Especially if they had to do like any climbing. Because they can, a scout ornithopter with rockets can only glide at 145. This is the Atreides variant on this scout, correct? I think they're putting the pouch on the move, or on the, they're aligning the pouch, the patch, Fusa, with the wipe, but only in North America, or is Europe technically going to be playing on the patch 8 hours before North America is, or whatever it is? Whatever that lines up to be. Or are those servers going to reset into next week and then the patch is going to happen? I feel like they're lining the patch up with the reset this week, Fusa, because they're, fingers crossed, gonna not release a duplicate. If they release another duplicate deep desert layout, bro, I think people are gonna freak out. I think people are gonna freak out. That's all, John, that's because, I swear it's because all of the duplicate layouts that they keep slapping down. There's less and less of a reason to come out here into the deep desert and fight for these schematics when they come out every other week. Yeah, that buggy's definitely on my list there, Kel. What the fuck? What is that? Just because I'm pretty sure that guy meshed his thing into the ground, so that's why. What even is this? Oh, I do have my scanner on me. Actually huge? Actually game-changing levels of huge? Am I supposed to know who this guy is? Okay, okay. Shit. What the fuck? This is like a do-gap level of base here, you guys. Also, what's with like the second and third story? Just for his ornithopter? Oh, it is just for his ornithopter. What did we just stumble into right here? Bro, the cutaways on his buggy, too. What the actual hell is going on? That's a do-gap level of goof right there, man. Yeah, that one, that's the most worth it one that we've seen. I'm telling, that's do-gap levels of goofiness right there. I tell you what. That's just goofy. This is the G5. Well, John, and that's a good point that you make as well. They've made the tier 6 resources so easy that the PvE players are able to kind of get in stock all of the stuff that they wanted to get in stock. And then now they're probably realizing that there's not much PvE to play for in the game, so they're bailing on it, which totally makes sense. Dune Awakening has some major... Whoa. Oh. Okay, well, hold on. Yo, I don't know where you guys are at. I don't know if you guys are close. We might have a power down situation here. We might not have to wait for a storm to raid this. That or this thing's already been raided. Actually, this is a hole that somebody else put in it. Yeah, it's shielded. It is shielded. You fucking old fuck. There you go. Never mind, this thing does have power on. Very interesting. This is another weird base, dude. Did you guys hear that? Bro, I'm hearing things.
Sector weather alert.
Oh, we got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes. Yo, the timing on that is so perfect, dude. The timing on that is actually perfect. Check this out. We might have to re-invite, but we're literally on the left island over here. Bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. Yeah, we are, Kel. We're doing the one that's juicy goofy over here as well. That's what we'll start with. We should be able to knock down a couple of these, to be honest. Oh, there it is. So we got 1, 2 at least that we should be able to knock down. That third one that's just the buggy or whatever isn't worth it. Chuji, we're on G5. If you need to leave the party, I'll send you another invite or something like that. Give me a second. We're on G5, the left island on G5. This is the island that you put us onto, isn't it, Chuji? Chuji, you're the one who said.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Have an extra las gun? Yes, we do have an extra las gun far out. We do. Okay, I don't know why that disbanded the party. Was that somebody that I know? Oh, it is. You scared me, Kel. You scared me. This should just be one wall and in, and no matter which way we go about it, should be a piece of cake. Yeah, this is one wall and in.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This wall right here. Is there a secret to find the subfief or it's random? So a lot of people on this server, John, are literally meshing their subfief into the terrain. Yeah, they're meshing it into the terrain, and it just freaking makes it impossible. Is there a trick to finding it? The only trick that I know to finding the subfief is pulling out, like, your build tool to see if there's possibly, like, a hidden foundation, hidden floor, or something like that, you know what I mean? We do have an extra las gun far out. What time is it? It's 11:11, so right around like 11:10 on the so right around the 10-minute mark on the hour is when we should be getting hit with these storms. I don't know how many more bases there are to raid. I know there's one over on H8, but it's just that weird ass base that's super honeycombed in and that we've never gotten anything good out of. And then this is what we've found looking so far today. Yeah, we're gonna definitely do some more scouting out to see if we can find any more between now and the next sandstorm. Bro, I hate that. I hate that bug. It scares me. When the weapon's firing out of their stomach, it scares me. Yes, we did. Do we all have a las gun? Do you have a las gun, Kel? Oh, okay.
Sector weather alert.
Perfect.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
This couldn't have been more perfect timing here on the sandstorm right after finding this goofy ass base. You know what I just wish? I wish that we can. All right, I've got it as well, Chuji. So You know what I wish? I wish we could take his cutter ray off of his buggy. Yeah, that sucks, John. These servers that are dying out are just really starting to die out at a faster and faster pace. Bro, I hadn't even looked at the storm. How hard is it hitting this sector? Oh, it looks like it's hitting it enough. It looks like it's hitting it enough. I don't know if it's just on Dugap or what that I've gotten screwed on. We've been fairly lucky on Harmony, where if the storm hits the sector, it still is actually knocking the base down. Because I swear I've had storms on Dugap hit the base and not knock the power. We should be good. Yeah, I know. I've had that happen on Dugap before and just had it not knock the damn power. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I'm getting a little nervous. I'm getting a little nervous.
Sector weather alert. Alar Sands approaching.
See? This is what I'm saying, bro. This is what I'm saying. This is that Dugap level of getting screwed here. This guy's base is going to get spared, even though he's technically getting hit by the storm right now. His base is actually going to get spared. This is bogus. This is bogus. Okay. I bet the bases down south did get hit. Wait, did that just pop? Nope, still shielded. Damn it. Yeah, see? Big rip. Big, fat, stinky scam. The bases down south should be hittable, though. Right here. Oh my god. This is a fucking scam. See what I'm saying, dude? This is I knew I wasn't crazy, bro. I knew I wasn't crazy to be skeptical the past few times. Actually scammed, dude. Was there any other bases over there? I'm not positive. Let's follow the storm. Yep. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you. We're in the G section, so there is still an F section here. So yeah, I'm gonna cut in down south just a hair and follow the storm. Hi-ya! The storm edged us, Fuza. Yeah, it did. It's the most frustrating thing in the world, and I've had the storm do this on bases in the Dugap server 5 times in a row. 5 times in a row I've had bases survive getting hit by the storm. With like 2 of those 5 times getting edged. It just absolutely sucks. No, they did not. Chuji, did they really? Did you get downed? Are you in the air? Yeah, we might get edged out 6 times in a row, half-baked. It's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Honestly, I have no idea, DC. Man, that island got smashed, but that looks like it might be far enough south to be in the safe zone. But that's like the only island between here and the end of the map that could even possibly have something on it. Actually, G1 straight west of us has an island on it as well. How long does power drop for? 6 minutes from the second that it drops. So right now, if we ran into a base on this island, I think we would have 3, maybe 4 minutes left to raid it. Yeah, every second that we're behind this storm is the second that we're losing on being able to raid these bases. Yeah, when they do tier 7, though, I bet you anything it's going to come out. We're not getting tier 7 until the first expansion comes out, which isn't slotted to launch for like a year. And I bet you anything when the first expansion does come out, it's going to be 85% PvE. I can't believe somebody was in that base, Chuji. Man, did he just luck out. You know, I wouldn't say dead, but it's gonna definitely get sent into a bit of a stasis. A bit of a hibernation period, if you will. I think there's, yep. Is there a base over there? That's where I'm headed. I'm headed. I'm 2,000 meters out. I'm 2,000 meters out. I can't, if you found one over here, no way, dude. The very last island. Shielded? Of course it's shielded. Of course it's shielded, bro. Unreal. Yeah, we got scammed. Well, what's even worse, Blade and John, is the game's got a lot of stiff competition coming out. That popped for a reason. That popped for a reason. Somebody's been here. Somebody might be at the base you're at, Kel. What the hell? Yeah, there's somebody in here. No, that's you. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I'm a dumbass. I scanned Kel. Look how this base's shield is actually showing up. That is so weird. I've never seen a shield show up like that. Does it look like that on your guys' screen? That's so weird. Never seen that before. Pop the shield. Oh, it's a reflective base. It's like firing at a mirror. This guy has a chest up here. Any game recommendations? I don't know. It depends on what you're into, John. All right, well, we've got an hour to continue to scout the deep desert. This one's definitely, I'm interested in this base. I don't anticipate anything being in there that's special, but I am interested in the base. It depends on what you're into, John. Are you looking for, that gold dust thing was an infinite power source, essentially, that would have allowed us to fire the las guns basically infinitely for like 30 entire seconds. But, I mean, are you looking for a survival? Are you looking for another survival game? Are you looking for like a PvP style game? Like, I don't know what you're looking for. I don't know what you're looking for. I could tell you what I've got coming up down my pipeline. Like, I'm basically full sold on Dune Awakening in the sense of I'm going to ride this thing down. I'm going to ride this flush all the way down because I'm just curious to see where it goes. And if I'm being honest, I have enjoyed the time that we've put into this game, and I'm definitely hopeful for the future. So I'm going to be riding Dune down, but we've still got some other things popping off as well. For example, here on the 12th or the 11th of September, we're going to be diving into Borderlands 4 and playing that for a day or two. Then we'll dive back into Dune Awakening for a live stream or two. And then on September 15th, we've got RuneScape 3 dropping their very first seasonal leagues mode. I'm super hyped up for... Oh, we got another base. We got another base. I'm super hyped up for leagues mode inside of RuneScape 3. That's what we're playing on September 15th. After that, October 15th-ish, Old School RuneScape's dropping a seasonal leagues mode. That's kind of like a mini league, which I'm not positive that I'll be jumping into, but perhaps we may. If we don't jump into that, still in October, towards the end of October, we've got Arc Raiders coming out. I'm going to be diving into Arc Raiders. Oh my gosh, the honeycomb on this thing is real. So on October 30th or 31st, whatever it is, we'll be diving into Arc Raiders. And then November is actually a month where I don't think that we have any sort of new game coming out that I need to worry about, surprisingly. But after November, in December, Old School RuneScape should be coming out with a Deadman mode. And I'm super excited for the Deadman mode. So like that's what I've got slated, and a lot of what I'm talking about isn't even like the RuneScape stuff isn't even a game that Dune has to compete with. But stuff like Borderlands, Battlefield 6, Arc Raiders, there is a big list of stuff coming out. That base is interesting. It's close to this spice field, you guys. Interesting. They put way too much effort into these Chuji. Isn't it weird? It is so weird. I'm not against it. It gives us something to do and something to raid, and it's kind of like a problem that we need to like figure out how to solve, with the sense of like, I don't know if we just need to get like 8 people out here, all with source of power, in order to like properly take these bases, but I don't know what it is on this server either, but these guys, when they sand crawl spice, they sand crawl all the way across. Straight across from edge to edge. It's actually crazy. I've never seen somebody sand crawl so crazily. Yeah, Grey Wolf. A lot of people are excited for Arc Raiders. Did I play RuneScape Dragon Wilds? I loved RuneScape Dragon Wilds, John. I wish that Dragon Wilds would have come out. I wish that they would have left it in the oven for another year or two and really fleshed it out. But that being said, them releasing it to the public and catching all of that like immediate feedback, because like, if we're being real, Dragon Wilds is definitely lacking content. And it's kind of like got a weird progression line that needs to be set up proper. But I've wanted a RuneScape-themed survival game since I started playing survival games. So you bet your ass we played some Dragon Wilds. I loved that game. Hell yeah, I'm still excited for Dragon Wilds. Did you guys see that? Is this the Pentashield that we were looking at a minute ago? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see. I think we're going to hold off on playing Dragon Wilds for... Yeah, it is a good game short on content. And that's what I'm saying. We'll hold off on playing Dragon Wilds for a while. We'll give that one some time to cook and then come back into it completely fresh. Hell yeah, dude. The RuneScape style of skilling system and leveling and experience, I think fits so perfectly into the survival universe that they could do some really big things with Dragon Wilds, and it could have been like a 10 out of 10 revolutionizing type survival if they had just let it cook for a couple more years. But with what they had now, I'm not positive they knew what direction they wanted to go in, technically, with them having the Abyssal Demon come in so early into the game and whatnot. So yeah, I'm down. Yeah, I'm down. man, Half-Baked. RuneScape is peak MMO experience. Just absolutely peak MMORPG. Me personally, I'm more of a fan of the old school RuneScape style of game. But I really thoroughly enjoyed my time in RuneScape 3 as well. I'm definitely not your typical RuneScape fan who's really stigmatized with RuneScape 3 or old school. I do enjoy both games. When is the update? The 12th? No, update's tomorrow, Jose. The update is tomorrow. Yeah, Assassin's Creed. I'm not into story games, John. I don't like handheld linear story games, which is why even with us jumping into Borderlands 4, I am a scene skipper, so we will be skipping scenes inside of Borderlands 4. I don't care much for the story, and I don't like linear story-driven campaign games. Borderlands 4 for me just is a solid looter shooter. That's the itch that it scratches for me, you know. So it's happening, Jose. This is the question of the day. Are you playing on North American servers, or are you playing on another server? So if you're playing on North American servers, the answer to that is the patch is going to happen when the Deep Desert Coriolis reaches its apex, which is going to be at 4 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, which is 28 hours from now, 28 and a half hours from now. If you're on another server, I don't know if the patch comes out when that Deep Desert resets. And so if you're on NA, so it's 28 and a half hours. Ultima Online, I think I've heard people compare that a lot to it. No, I'm not a God of War guy. I've never played God of War. I haven't played any of them, John. The last campaign linear story-driven game that I got into was Death Stranding. And even in Death Stranding, I never completed the campaign. I didn't complete... it's not like I quit the campaign because I stopped liking the campaign or whatever. No, I was fully hooked on that thing. I just had some stuff going on IRL, so I just never completed it, and I never came back to it. That was the last story-driven game that I was actually... No, Last of Us, my buddy tried so hard, Psycho. No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Especially considering where they've taken it. You know what I mean? Especially considering where they've taken the damn series. Or not series, where they've taken the damn game and whatever. Yeah, no, my friend is, like, fully sold on The Last of Us. Like, fully sold on The Last of Us. I just can't, you guys. I'm just not, I just do not like... I need competition in my games, and when I'm playing a single-player game, there's no competition. There's nothing for me to drive for. We'll see, and everybody says that Half-Baked, but I'm telling you, there would be no attachment because I'm a scene skipper. Like, I'm just not it. I know for a fact that I would not enjoy playing The Last of Us. This got cleared, I'm pretty positive. Yeah, I didn't see any AI spawned here. This is good and bad for us, because I have to piss really bad, so I'm going to get to the end of this lab and go take a piss. But also, we could potentially be... Oh, look, it's here. The spawn's here. So this got... Is there just no AI here? I was going to say, Chuji, I think you were the one who was needing an assault ornithopter. I have one of those. I have one of those boosts. So whichever one of you guys needs the boost, go for it. You know what I mean? But that's a good grab. That's a fucking best in slot grab. So we'll definitely one of you researcher or even sell that thing, to be honest. Give me a minute. Y'all can take off. I'll be right back. Are you talking about Arc Raiders Half-Baked? There's a guy here? Oh shit! Go, 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 go! It's not over yet, it's not over yet. Oh, I can't even fire with that? For real? What the fuck is that, bro? What the fuck was that, bro? Okay, he just caught a fly and we caught a fly as well, so he's got a cooldown. What the hell even was that? He should be coming up anytime. Oh, nope, not coming up at all. Interesting choice, interesting choice. Ooh, interesting, interesting. Coming in with the shotgun as I'm loading the thing. Very interesting. That's the first I've seen perforator use in PvP as well. Fuck, I wish I filled up my spice food. Where'd he go? Is this guy firing a regular rocket launcher at me? He's yet to lock on, and that's weird. Fuck! I keep missing my shots, bro. Okay, we're about out of power here, so we need to slow down, roll out, heal up. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Oh, that's not good, that's not good, that's not good. Pop this. Oh, that's fucking dumb, bro. I hate that you can't even fight back when they fucking hit you with that. It silences you, bro. Why? Where'd he go? Like, that's dumb, dude. It doesn't even give you the chance to fight back. That's crazy. I cannot hit a single fucking shot. This is one I can hit. We can hit this one. Possibly, possibly. I've already figured out your tricks, bud. Your games aren't gonna work on me, pal. Okay, okay, big. Suspensor belt's about broken. I didn't see where he went. Oh, he's on you. Did you gravity mine kill him? My god. Did you gravity mine kill yourself? No, dude. No, bro. I'm sorry, Cal. I'm sorry, bro. That's the funniest thing. That is the funniest thing. I don't know if you got it. I don't know if you did that to yourself or what. But, man, I'm actually losing it right now. That is good. That is some good stuff. Oh, wow, this guy's gonna pull a swapperoo on us, huh? A little double action, Nope, not what I'm trying to do. Missed me! Missed me! Serpentine! Oh, he got me! Ha ha ha! Oh! My bad, Kel, my bad. I didn't know you were already there. I'm coming. Oh, he got you, Kel. He got you. He basically immediately got you again, Kel. How? Fucking can't even hit him when he's standing still. Oh, we do have this. What time is it? Alright, we still got time to fuck around here. Uh-oh, you're in trouble now. The big guns have come in. Easy as Sunday morning. I let you get back up. I didn't let him get back. I let you get back up, pal. You're up because I allowed it. Did you see that? He's firing and not losing his shield. Did you guys see that? You guys see him firing and not losing his shield? Did you see him firing and not losing his shield? Am I fucking crazy that he's firing his rocket and not using his shield? Also, am I fucking crazy that we can't hit our shots for shit, first off, but we hit a few shots and he's still fully fucking shielded? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Or again, are we dealing with a fight where it feels like we're fucking dealing with a cheater? Again. This is like the fourth fucking time. It's hard to not fucking get a little bit fucking toxic. He swapped between 3 weapons, but Chuji, he's firing his rocket at you and didn't drop his shield. Look. See how my shield dropped? I mean, you can quick swap fire, can't you? Look. Oh, how'd he quick swap? Cause you're right, Chuji. He fucking unloaded on you. He went boom, and then fired his sniper, and then fired his pistol. Basically back to back to back to back. Back to back to back to back. Bro, I'm telling you, and then people discount it and they're like, oh, just get good, bro. People discount it and they're just fucking, they're lying to themselves when they fucking tell themselves that there's not as many cheaters in these games as there actually fucking is. Tell me the tech, Chuji. I want to know the tech. What's the strategy? Because look, if I fire my rocket and then swap to my sniper, there's nothing that I can do. If I fire my rocket and then swap to my sniper, there's nothing I can do to make it fire faster. So tell me how. That's the fire rate. This guy went from rocket to insta sniper and then to instant, not instant, but charging his Regis Disruptor back to back to back. How was his shield not even down after that? Drip, fucking thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm well aware that we cannot land a shot. Okay, it's obvious. We hit a few fucking shots, though. Multiple ancient ways is not going to make a fucking difference. And he did not go... He didn't go to his ancient way. He shot an ancient way, and then he shot a Regis sniper at you, and then he shot the disruptor pistol back to back to back to back. And like Drip said, the motherfucker's shield should have gotten knocked. We did hit him a few times with the Regis Disruptor on top of the rockets that you were launching at the guy. Bro, come on, man. Come the fuck on, dude. Come on. There's times where it's like I'm a bit over skeptical, and then there's times where it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, but what I'm saying, Chuji, is you cannot fire those weapons that quickly in succession. Unless there's some sort of weapon swapping tech that I'm not aware of that's canceling the weapon swap animation, that's possible. That's why I'm saying, what's the tech? What's the tech to cancel the weapon swap? Yeah, rocket, cope, shotgun. He was doing the same thing. Boom, 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 boom. So if there's some weapon swap canceling tech, sure, maybe. But just naturally swapping weapons does not happen that quickly. I didn't realize there was a delay in swapping weapons. He's swapping way faster than normal. Like 4x faster than normal. Weapon swap animation canceling levels of fast, which is why I'm saying it's entirely possible that there's some sort of like weapon swap tech, you know, triangle, whatever, button in order to swap more quickly. But fuck too that there isn't a delay in between firing your weapons, and I'm about to go craft a second Ancient Way rocket launcher to even prove that, because fuck too, there isn't an actually big delay in between firing your weapons. It's a big fucking delay. It's a bigger delay than I thought. That, because you're right, Blade, during the fight, he was doing the weapon swap technique, but I hadn't even considered that that was a fucking red flag, because I didn't think that there was a big, massive delay in between swapping and firing weapons. Which is why I'm like, possibly, it's entirely possible that, there is some sort of method that you can use to cancel the animation. It's definitely faster to swap than reload, and I was under the same impression, Chuji. I was under the same impression that you would be able to go boom, 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 but it's not. It's fucking boom and then swap animation boom. I'm gonna craft a second Ancient Way, and we're gonna find out for certain. Because, dude, it's gotten a bit frustrating. It's gotten a bit frustrating, genuinely, on this server. I don't know what the fuck it is, bro. And I bet it's on every server, to be honest. Like, I'm trying so hard not to get into that mind frame that every encounter is gonna have a cheater in it, because, like, realistically, it's still not the case. But on a server like Harmony, it's getting even more frustrating here, because first off, it's where the majority of the player base is congregating, so obviously it's where the most cheaters and exploiters are going to be at. But second off, it's also where the big guilds are fighting, and the chances of one of these guilds having somebody in their ranks who's cheating is fucking higher and higher the more big guilds there are. So it's like, even these guild fights that you get into, it's like, how many of them on there are fucking running infinite shields? Like, what the fuck? Like Drip was saying, bro, we hit him a few times, enough times, I would say, for his shield to have gotten knocked, and yet I not once saw his shield got knocked. His shield would go down when he was firing, but I don't know if it was a visual glitch or what, Chuji, but when he attacked you that very last time, the subtle cheats, oh my god, loading screen, that's what the problem is, too. And these people, a lot of people discount, every time you start accusing somebody of cheating, people are like, expecting the guy to have been like, what the fuck? Why? Why? Every time you accuse somebody of cheating, people expect the guy to be like rage hacking or something like that, dude. But like you're saying, loading screen, 90% of cheaters nowadays are not the rage hack style of cheaters, bro. They are these subtle cheaters. The one time his shield went off, you hit him with 3 rockets and he took no damage, bro. I'm telling you, something was definitely sus about that fight for sure. For sure. And you know what's funny? Somebody told me that there's an infinite stamina hack. Oh, well, and you're right, Half-Baked. If we take a look at this, Lucky Bananas was the guy who came in and killed me. I don't know if that's the guy we were fighting the whole time. I guess Chuji and Kel would know, right? I don't know if that was the guy we were fighting the whole time, but you're right. There is no, like, actual feedback as to what sort of damage is being output and what sort of damage is being input. It's crazy. Fucking so annoying, dude. So annoying. Motherfucker's running like loading screen is saying some subtle cheats where he's got his shield being boosted and shit like that. He's got like an insta swap fucking cheat going on. That's what I was saying, Blade. Lucky Bananas was the other guy. And he still took that fight still took forever, bro. Like, he should have been able to take me out so much faster than that. You know, another thing that I noticed with these people is it seems that they have no cooldown on their Shigawire Claw. Now, I know the Shigawire Claw's cooldown isn't very long, right? But sometimes it feels like these people are whipping that thing around just a little bit too often. So it's like them damn subtle cheats, bro. It's just fucked, bro. It's fucked. It's fucked, and I feel it more and more on this server. I tell you what, I feel it more and more. Oh, wait, yeah, fuck. God. Unbelievable. The other guy was cheating, Bananas. That's who that guy was. Motherfucker was cheating. I had a feeling, or wasn't even accusing you of cheating, my friend. I've fully convinced myself the other guy's cheating, though, and I guess I could be wrong about that, because I do admittedly get cynical. I do admittedly get cynical. However, the amount of red flags in that were a bit too many to ignore. You're good, Banana. You're good. You're good. We'll see him. If you guys remember our little bout with Arcadius, I don't know if Arcadius plays the game anymore, but I would absolutely love, to see if he would come, if he doesn't play anymore. I'd love to see if he'd be honest about whether or not he was cheating with the infinite stamina. Because I don't know if you were around during the D6 debacle him when we first met Arcadius, but when we were first fighting him, he had basically unlimited dodge. Now, like I've brought up before, when it comes to like stamina and dodge, there are several ways that you can actually manage your stamina to make it to where you almost can infinitely dodge. It's like a mixture of having your stamina regen up, your water up, and then the stamina leggings as much as you can, right? Paired with the jump suspensor dash ability acting as like a pseudo filler dodge for when you're technically out. So there are ways that you can go, but I'd love to know if he's still playing, or if he would come on and just be like, hey, yeah, you know what, you was right, I was using infinite dodge. Because I tell you, I get a bit cynical, but I still feel like I'm probably right more often than not. But that's the cynic in me, I feel. That last fight we were in, though, there was just way too much to ignore. Well. Let's see if I can squeeze this on out of here. Ooh, perfect. Oh, the other guy's probably in this stream. Fucking, you know. He definitely rolled in the second that we bounced to that lab. You don't lose everything when you PvP. I see you still have gear. I have yet to PvP, so not knowing. Oh, yeah, half-baked. You lose nothing. There's no lost PvP. No lost PvP in this game. You know what we lose? We lose, what did we lose? Did we have a vehicle fuel cell on us? Because if we had a vehicle fuel cell on us, that's what we lost. Aside from that, unless, of course, your server's under the right of salvage decree, you don't lose anything. Which is a curse and a blessing, if we're being honest. The no risk, no reward kind of sucks really bad. Not a huge fan, but if it was full loot all the time, it would be even worse. Even worse. Did anyone else notice the change for center of mass? It now adds plus 20% melee damage. I did not notice that. I think I remember them saying something about that, though. What the flying? Oh. Shit. What'd I do with all my durst? We had a bunch of dust, I'm pretty positive. It says plus 20% melee, but it's only 5. Okay, here we go again. So, like, gosh, dude, aside from cheaters, which in every PvP game you will have to deal with cheaters. This is just a fact of life. I could bitch and moan all day, but it's just something you're gonna have to deal with. On top of that, compounding with that, though, like him is saying, 90% of these abilities in these passives don't work as they say or read that they work, and we get no extra information. We get zero extra information as to like what's going on with the fights, right? There's no damage input stats, there's no damage output stats. I can't go on the stats and be like, okay, we hit this guy fucking 8 times with the pistol, but his shield never once dropped, or this guy hit us in quick succession with 4 weapons that just isn't even possible to swap between that. There's no information for us to look at and go off of, or anything like that. It's actually wild. I think I only need 10. Well, I think I only need 10, but I'm pretty sure... Yep, there we go. Like, I'm pretty sure we've got a bigger stack than that. So the only ways to get something from someone is if you raid a base or hit their ships when they spice mine type deal. Yep, absolutely half-baked. And now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. The only type of PvP that Funcom incentivizes is what I would consider griefing. a PvP player attacking a PvE player who's farming resources, I would consider griefing. Now, I don't blame the PvP player for doing it when that's the system that Funcom developed, and that's the only incentive that they have. They have no incentive to PvP anybody else. The only time they can actually get some rewards for it is if they take down a PvE farmer, which 10 times out of 10 is going to piss that PvE farmer off. And that's the system that Funcom designed. It's working as they designed, working as intended, which is insane. It's an insane system to have. The only real reward is stealing schematics, right? Like Chuji is saying. Kind of like that guy was seemingly trying to do there, unsuccessfully. Oh, and like Chuji says, even if you take out the guy who's farming resources, good luck transferring it back. Like, that's going to be a whole process as well. Heavy weapon damage isn't applying to rockets. There's another one. Yeah, we thumper solos and make them rage, but that's all we have, unfortunately. Yeah. See, I'm not thumpering. That's definitely griefing, in my opinion. Thumpering is but just about as griefing as it gets. All right, let's see. Let's see. The whole reason we even came out here to craft this thing here is because I want to see. Let's take a quick peek, see, shall we? Let's go ahead and see here. Boom. That's actually a fairly quick swap. Now let's see if there's any sort of tech that we can pair behind this, which would possibly cancel the animation. Bro, it's still a really long swap from this to the sniper. It's really just a long time. Unless there's some sort of technique that you can implement in order to actually cancel the weapon animation. I don't see how the fuck he shot an Ancient Way into a Regis triple shot, double shot on Chuji, then swapped into the Regis pistol and started charging that all within the matter of half of a second. On top of that, when I saw him Ancient Way Chuji out of the air, I didn't see his shield drop, nor did I see his shield drop when he shot the Regis triple shot sniper at Chuji. As a matter of fact, the only time I saw his shield drop was when he started charging the pistol. That could have been a visual bug. Just have the 3 weapons and use the scroll wheel to swap. So if I fire this and then scroll wheel, it still does this whole animation where I need to pull the sniper off of my back. I don't know why only having 3 weapons would make a difference. He was swapping bro, he shot 3 weapons in the span of half a second. And his shield didn't drop for 2 out of the 3 weapons that he fired. Use the suspensor dodge. Oh, okay, he was in the air. He was in the air. He didn't fucking dodge, I don't think, but he was in the air. Okay, we did not suspense or dodge or even swap weapons properly there. Okay. Hold on, I'm pressing a lot of buttons at one time here. Bear with me. All right, fire, dodge. Okay, fucking swap. Swap, you old fart. Bro, wouldn't even let me dodge. I keep letting go of space. No, dude, even then you can't fire it 3 off in a row. And plus then the inputs that you have to do in order to pull that off is just not realistic either. You can keybind swap it, which might make it a bit easier. I'm like holding space while I'm trying to hit Alt right next to the space. You know what? I mean, like, I'll just have to take Banana's word for it that he was just a random-ass third party. This guy didn't seem to be scared to put his name on the kill log at all, with the way he was taking out Chuji and Kel. But honestly, I don't understand why our fight was dragging on for so long. It almost is like he turned on his rage hacks when he was fighting Chuji and Kel, and then was not using rage hacks as we were fighting. Does that make sense? Because when he put the boots on Chuji and Kel, he definitely seemed like he like kicked it into a higher pace than what he was doing normally. But even then, the whole damn thing was sus. His shield, he got hit enough times for me to think that his shield should have dropped, especially me catching him with the Regis a couple times, while Chuji's catching him with the rocket, and then he's firing you. Nah, bro. Nah, man. So, out of all of the encounters that we've been in, you're going to be hard-pressed to convince me that wasn't a cheater. Am I about out of gas here? I should be able to craft some gas over at the deep desert. Time is it? Fuck, I'm assuming we missed this storm. Would be my guess. You guys got out of there. I'm guessing also that one of you guys walked away with that, that boost as well, right? That's big. Oh, you both got a boost. Hell yeah, dude. Hell to the yeah. That is a best in slot right there. That is a best in slot right there. A huge unlock. Hell yeah. Storms right now. I don't know if you guys are out here. I'd imagine if he, I'd imagine that if he was 17,000 meters, shit. See what I'm saying, though? They come on the hour. They come on the hour. It's all the way in the I-2, so it's a far north storm. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. You were talking about it earlier, but you missed it. What is duping? Duping is when they take one item and then they duplicate it. I feel like that you're not asking what fundamentally duping is, though. Right? Yeah, these guys are using an exploit to copy stacks of items. Yep. They're essentially duplicating items. It's only full loot, Kato, yeah, it's not full loot all the time. It's only full loot if the winning faction of the Landsrad picks right of salvage. And that rarely comes to the Landsrad, and... Shit, I should have grabbed gas. That rarely comes to the Landsrad. Is it all the way in the north, Chuji? Is that what you're saying? Like, I don't see it. I'm guessing. I don't think I can see it, though. I don't think it shows up on the map unless I'm really close to it. Or, like, within X amount of meters from it. Kato, it's rare that right of salvage even shows up to be voted for, and then it's even more rare that it gets voted for. It looks like we're leaning closer and closer towards vehicle vendor, which is going to be massive. That's a big one. Yeah, is it only hitting the I row, though? Like, is it so far north that it's only hitting the I row? Okie dokie. I'm gonna go make some fuel then, and then do some extra scouting. We'll do some extra looking around. Yeah, see, this happens, man. It's just the roll of the dice on these storms, dude. It sucks so bad when you're trying to get into some base raiding, and then these storms, hour by hour by hour, just pass the base that you're trying to hit. Or they just edge the base like last time. That just sucks. You like full loot, but you don't like having to watch what I take out there all the time? You know, I'd prefer a little bit more risk versus reward, Kato. But with the way this whole PvP system currently functions, I tend to agree with you. I do tend to agree with you. You had several tier 1 players coming into Arcane, going straight to the bank and doing it again 15 seconds later. They were duping Solari or Melange, one of the two. If you go and look by the traveling guy, I forget what he's called, the quick travel guy, the pilot in Arcane or Harko Village, you'll probably see dead bodies. And yeah, they're duping either Solari or they're duping Melange or they're duping something. Here's what we're gonna do, actually, because we've got 60 minutes until the next storm is gonna roll through the deep desert. I'm gonna roll out and go move the aluminum over, get some more aluminum cooking, and then go see what's up with that jasmium base that Blushi had set up. Yeah, there's about 400 different things that they could have put together half-baked that would have at least prevented PvP from being only incentivized to grief players by attacking resource farmers. Again, I'm not blaming the PvP player for doing that, because if that's the only time they can actually walk away with something, what else do you expect them to do? So it's entirely Funcom's fault, but there's a million things that they could have done differently to re-incentivize and rework that whole system. That's why it's like fundamental problems like that have me worried. That's what has me worried. Yeah, you're just one of the best still suits in the game, but still. Yeah, melee combat, honestly, Blade, in my opinion, is some of the most PvP to get into in this game. I sure do miss the melee meta over on Dugap, though I'm fairly certain somebody on Harmony pointed this out. They said that the big servers just get to the end game meta faster than the smaller servers because there's more people figuring it out. And they might be onto something, because even over in Dugap, it's kind of swapped over into a hybrid, if not more range style of a meta. That's kind of what sucks about melee, though, is if you're in a range meta and you're running a melee build, the more heavy armor that you put on to counter the range meta, the worse off you are with your melee build. So at least you can put out range damage with them. That's true. Damn, was that storm kind of kicking in a southward direction? You were able to actually land one, huh? Damn, when I heard halfway up in the I-2 section, I just figured it was one of those storms that was barely even peeking out. And that's kind of what sucks, Chuji, is most of these bases aren't going to have anything good in them. You know, it's really more so for the experience, which is why hopefully G5 gets hit with this next storm that's rolling through. That would be fantastic. Because that one both looks interesting, and it's an island where multiple raids are at, and one of them has chests left inside of it, though I'm certain that they're empty. But like I said, it's never really the point. When is the update rolling out? Tomorrow, Ham. Updates coming tomorrow. It may drop inside of like the Oceania region first when that storm hits its apex. I'm not entirely positive if it's going to be like a global update release or if in fact it's going to be region by region, which would mean Oceania gets reset first, so they'd be inside of the next update first. Europe gets hit after that, so they would be inside of the next update after that. Currently, as it sits, let me open up the Discord here in a second, because I am curious. I am curious as to when the first region is going to reset, because it should be soon after that when we learn when or what the next week's loot rotation is. Next week's loot rotation, I think, is going to make or break this game. People are getting so fed up with these repeating loot pools. If they genuinely run another repeat loot pool, I think people are gonna snap. I think people are gonna snap. Like, even me personally, who hasn't really cared about like the loot pools up until recently, so I've only just now started experiencing the repeats. Even me, it's like, okay, it's starting to get a little bit much. Alrighty, Oceania's Coriolis ends in 13 hours. So in 13 hours from now, we should know when or what next week's Deep Desert is going to look like. So we've only got 13 more hours until we figure out what next week is going to look like. And if it's another repeat, I think people are going to collectively lose their mind. With it having the update paired with it, I don't think it's going to be a repeat. Which is also why I'm saying it is entirely possible. Is this base even still down here? It is. It is entirely possible that in 13 hours, when the Oceania servers reset, that those players are in fact going to be playing on the new patch. So technically, the Oceania servers are going to have access to the new content first. Does that make sense? Possibly. Yep, it's about halfway through moving day. It's like typically about halfway through me moving back and forth from the deep desert back to the Haga Basin when we get the next... What the fuck is that in the sky? I can't tell if that's one of, like, just the background ships or if it's, like, an ornithopter gliding way up there. It's got to be just one of the background ships with how far out it is. But maybe that's an ornithopter, man. I can't tell. Is that... This thing rendered in from so far away, it can't be an ornithopter. The storm won't hit the same area again? I believe it will. I believe it can. Oh, yeah. Glad you pointed that out. Oh my god, is that what those are in the sky? Oh god, there's one. Is there any rhyme or reason to where they're at? Why? I'm 700 meters in the sky. Oh, look, there's one right there, too, right in our pathway. Oh, I don't like that. Any open sand, so sketch. Kel's getting PTSD watching this right now. Kel is not okay. Any open sand at any time. For any reason. Damn. I'm surprised this base is still up and functioning. I haven't seen Blueshy in a while. Hopefully he's doing alright. I know we had some, like, family stuff going on. Honestly, having a base on the island isn't a bad idea, considering that you can just catch that, like, quick respawn. But I don't mind. When we first started the playthrough, somebody dropped this base off to us. They were like, ah, we're not playing anymore, so they gave us this base. And I don't mind it. It's worked out good enough. What the fuck? What sort of monster is out here mining jasmium? What sort of monster is out here mining jasmium? He's a monster. He's a ruthless monster. He's a maniac. There's a maniac on the loose out here in the sands of Sheol. Sheol maniac, they call him. Nice, dude. Fuck yes. Okay. All right. I don't know if the maniac's with us. Oh, of course we loaded it into the wrong... Wait, is this the wrong buggy? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Damn it. I don't know if the maniac is us out here mining this. But thankfully, we've got some in the chest that we can work with. Did I even swap buggies? I did. Okay, big. Would you just get in the... Thank you. Alright, let's fly. You gotta risk it for the biscuit sometimes. Falling ship right there could have smoked me on my way in. I think that's a freshin'. I think that's a freshie. My god, they're everywhere too, and they just fall pretty constantly, don't they? That's actually a good point. Actually a good plan. Good plan. A lot of open sand that we're hitting up right now. You got clipped earlier. It was kind of the most action you've had in a while, aside from killing newbies. Clipped earlier by one of these ships, or what? Why was that base glowing blue, half-baked? I've never seen that before. You lost one wing on your assault getting clipped by one of these things? That's crazy, man. And look, 1, 2, 3, 4. Any of those could have taken me out. I know they added. I don't like the sound effects. I really don't. It's so annoying. I don't understand these guys, man. They come out with this static sound effect for the missiles that they decided they're gonna have play on loop for about 2 weeks. Like, that's not gonna drive the player base nuts. And then they add in this static sound effect to Sheol that's just like overly loud, unnecessarily loud. If you swap sieges, will you be at level 0 again? No. If you swap servers, you'll be at level 0 again, but sieges, no. They're adding a useless repair sound also? What do you mean? People don't really use the iodine pills half-baked. I don't think so. Like, even I'm only using a tier 4 still suit, and I don't have much of a need. Yeah, I don't have much of a need for the iodine pills. What's the difference between a siege and a server? So a server holds, I believe, 25 sieges. All 25 of those sieges attached to that one single server's deep desert. There are hundreds of different servers. Each of those servers have 25 sieges. None of those sieges intermingle with each other. But all of those sieges connect to their server respectively. Hopefully that made sense. We're on Harmony. We're on Harmony and you're on Wormsite. So there's a Wormsite server that has the siege leg on it, and it also has 24 other sieges. And then completely separate to that is the Harmony server, which also has a leg siege and 24 other sieges. Jules, good morning, good morning. Oh yes, you know we are. You see that we've donned the special donkey petting attire. So we are fully prepared. Fully prepared. You do have to start fresh if you go to a new server. You can swap to any of the 24 other sieges and still be on the same character. But yes, if you go to a new server, you have to start completely fresh. which is a bit unfortunate. So yeah, if you did swap to this server, Kato, you would have to start back at level 1. You'd have to redo all of the quests, all of the grinding, all of the class quests, all of the research points. The beautiful noise of the water being sucked out of 20 separate bodies. You gotta love it. Yeah, Oz is right, and actually, we do run an open guild, Kato. So if you wanted to re-roll over onto Harmony, we've got room. Whether it be in the first guild or the second guild, we should be able to squeeze you in somewhere. The problem with that is we have not taken very solid care of the Haga Basin, and we've definitely fallen out of sorts with our stockpile of materials, if you will, in order to get the newbies set up. Now, there are a few separate guild bases being run by people, so like even with our lack of like a guild base that's functioning where new players can come and set up their ornithopter and get their first shield going as well as their first sword, so they can kind of go power through that early game grind. Even though that's not technically functioning anymore, we should still be able to pull something together for people, you know what I mean? But Oz is right, and even on Harmony, for example, Kato, it's pretty easy. You can spit in the air and make 1,000,000 Solari. So like Chuji is saying, buying an Ornithopter isn't that hard. Arcane in Harko Village is the same for all sieges on a server? Yes. Yes, Arcane in Harko Village works the same way as the Deep Desert does. So, for example, all 25 sieges attached to that server's Deep Desert. All 25 sieges attached to that server's Harko Village. And then the same thing goes for... the same thing goes for... Damn, we cooked up all the water. Hell yes. Got another 1,000 duraluminum coming in. 2,000 actually. Hell to the yes. And right now, Kato, right now we're resetting up the Haga Basin. As you can see, I am deep in the process of re-establishing the guild base. So any of the new players and any of the current players have a place where they can go and craft their stuff, or you know, get some resources to craft their stuff even, you know what I mean? Like for example, earlier in the stream, Driver was asking where the hell the advanced weapon thing went. We've been in the process of getting everything set up. Free speech, good morning, good morning. Good to see you, my friend. Regard, hello, hello. Hi, how are ya? I hope you're doing good. We've got about 20 minutes until the storm. Yes. Yes. We are. We are, Kato, we are. You're good. Good to hear, Regard. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're getting things back functioning over here, which is fantastic. Getting things back in functioning order over here in the Haga Basin. Basically, when it comes to the base, we're in the final steps of getting this thing functioning and opened up to the entirety of the guild. Realistically, one of the last main things being setting up the permissions system to be actually functioning properly, and also or something else. Just getting the last of these materials, I guess. Oh, decorations. Right, the entirety of the base is built up, but the inside, I've gotta go use up our decorations inside. Are we protected against insiders, Tempest? We are mitigated. Is ever protected? No. With how open we are as a guild, we can never really realistically protect ourselves from being insided. Now, we have mitigation tactics that are in place, which hopefully, you know, mitigate the inciting when it inevitably does happen. Right? You know what I mean? Kel, about to drop off another buggy of bodies? Absolutely massive. Yeah, if you want to dump that off and then roll out into the deep desert here, we're about 20 minutes from the next storm popping off. I'm going to go and do a bit of some scouting. See if we can't find any of the other bases on the right side of the map, perhaps. It's not so much that, Chuji, because yeah, you can do that, but then you kind of lead to a problem where it's like, so that works for, in my opinion, the high value resources that you definitely just don't want to have taken out in mass. But even then, when you start storing up like the high value components, it leads to a situation where it's like nobody in the guild can even use the components because they're locked away, which is why the original permissions system that we had set up, where the resources were available and the guild was able to craft with the resources, but the chests that contained the resources were locked away and privatized. That worked the best when it came to allowing the guild to be able to use the resources to craft. That's only like a small form of mitigation, though, in the sense of somebody could potentially just craft up 1 million suspensor belts and just burn through all of the resources that are there. Or there is, I think, the technique of like crafting cancel, where you can slowly pull the resources out. So, and that still does lead to problems like that. That being said, that's literally only one of the mitigation tactics. The chest being locked away, plus the, like you said, the vehicle with a storage being uncompleted is another one. And then we also, I highly recommend that everybody on the guild have their own little solo base, whether it be a big massive base because you like building, kind of like Urism puts together, though he's kind of opening that up to the guild as well, or it be just a little tax haven base that you put up and you kind of have your own set of crafting machines and stuff inside of that thing, where you can put the majority of what you're grinding out resource wise into. I highly recommend anybody who wants to in the guild open up their own base, just for the fact that that again in itself is another mitigation tactic. And then paired with that, we actually have like 4 to like 8 people in the guild, Tempest, who kind of like play in the guild as like a as like their own like solo or small group sidestep projects, and those type things again are just, if somebody can't inside the entirety of the guild in one foul swoop, they would have to hit it from like 10 different angles. They would have to hit it from like 10 different angles in order to fully cripple the guild, fully take us out at the knees. And on the 9th, like Blade is saying, everything's going to be named and tagged. So is that confirmed to be coming out? So, like Blade's bringing up on the 9th, because we ran into a situation, Tempest, where I thought we had somebody inciting the first guild, taking some of the components out. So I hit the panic button and just moved all of the higher tier components up and then basically shut down the Haga Basin. Which is why we've led into the situation where, like with Kato, we're not prepped as prepped as we were to get the new players up and running with like a jump start. Though, like Chuji's saying, it's not hard at all. You could go pick fiber for 15 minutes and then fly out to the Arakeen or Harko village and end up making enough money to just buy an ornithopter. So, but because we locked all of our shit up, because I did in a panic mode, that kind of like put us behind in the Haga Basin because we've kind of neglected it the past couple weeks after that. Now that a chest system hopefully gets put into place where we can have like a little bit more of tabs as to who's pulling what out when, at least if something like that's happening, it's like, oh yeah, okay, I saw Kel roll in and he took out 500 particle capacitors, but you know, I trust Kel, so he probably needed those particle capacitors for some shit. Or if we have random person 3 come in and he took out 3,000 duraluminum, it's like, okay, well, what the fuck? Oh, you need a Trades rep to buy it. That's a good point that you bring up. I hadn't even thought about that. How much plant fiber for enough for an ornithopter? It depends on what plant fiber is for sale on this server right now. This server is hyper-inflated, Hugo, so I bet it's not much. Yeah, the Communinet sucks right now and doesn't give you any information. Is it just gonna say person X took something from chest Y? It's, bro, I'm nervous about the system. I don't think it's gonna be as great. All we know for sure is on the 9th that these frickin' cannons are gonna stop firing. Yep. We are just over 24 hours away, Grey Wolf. Just over 24 hours away. 25 hours, in fact. Because the Deep Desert's resetting 2 hours early. Honestly, Blade, now that you brought it up, we could easily just go buy rather than using the resources. I hadn't even thought about that, Blade. Even with 11 million right now, I could literally buy like, what, 100 ornithopters? It's under 30, yeah. Do that. How did I mute myself? Did I just like flick the button or something like that? When did I mute myself? Did we get past the point where I was agreeing with Blade that we could easily set somebody up? It must have been when I was talking about how there should be somebody in the guild. I used that hand thing and popped it. Yeah, there should be somebody in the guild as well with one of these side bases that can actually... No, like my actual mic was muted. But there should be somebody with one of these side bases that can hook somebody up with a set as well, or even go buy them an ornithopter So if you're planning or wanting to re-roll, I would say definitely re-roll on Harmony. And if you're looking to get into the guild, the easiest way for you to do that would be to jump on the Discord. That's going to be the easiest way for you to get into the second guild. This first one, like I was saying while I was muted, we're at 31 of 32, but there are a couple of inactives on this thing that I could take out for certain. So even then, can buy an Ornithopter, yeah. Oh, that kind of sucks, Regard. I think we have a lot of European players in the guild, though. I think they still have ping issues. I'm not positive, though, but it kind of helps out. Harmony's apparently North America East, so it does kind of help out with the European players a bit. You're right, Tempest. Anybody in the guild should, A, have some tier 5 stuff on the back burner that they could hand out, or B, be able to craft it easily. The player market, Wiznail. Wizenall. The auction house. Specifically on Harmony, it's a hyperinflated server, so players pay ridiculous amounts. I believe last I was selling fiber on this server, it was a while ago, mind you, it was like 150,000 for a full stack or something like that. Which, on a hyperinflated server, 150,000 isn't going to get you a lot in the auction house, but like we're saying, 30,000 for a scout. But like Chuji brought up, you have to have the actual Atreides rep or whatever. So there's more steps than just get money by scout. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. We got a storm rolling in here in a second. I'll be right back, though.
Infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation.
Hey, Minnie, coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Adam, good evening, my friend. It's good to see you. Oh, and that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying, too. To Tempest, is we've got several people in the guild, Adam, who kind of run their own side business as well. So even though the main guild technically isn't set up to properly set a new player up on the server, there should be plenty of spots in places that they can go to get set up. Even like we had mentioned and brought up with purchasing the Ornithopter, I can buy fucking 1,000 tier 4 Ornithopters Cowboy! That's funny. We've got cheaters flooding into the server, man. I don't know. I don't know, my friend. I don't know. Sus things happening over here. Tell you what. I'm not so positive. I'm not so positive anymore that fucking every encounter that we've been in hasn't had a little soft cheater somewhere, you know, little wall hacks here, a little bit of extra aim assist there, a little bit of some extra power juice there, here, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying so hard not to get in that mindset, because it absolutely kills games for me. I think I'm being a bit over dramatic. I think I'm being a bit over dramatic, because out of all of the situations that I've accused or felt were like suspect, only 2 of them I can say are for certain, which is the one that we had to deal with today with Chuji, and then that one guy who actually came in and death aura'd. Power harness just came down in price. It was 100 mil and it's now 20. Yeah, so him, I think that's the biggest argument, Hayden. That's the biggest piece of evidence for what him was saying is happening. Well, which is the fact that there are more and more people flooding over to Harmony. So there's more and more people knocking out these lands rads and selling the schematics for money. So obviously the price drops. And then this is happening with other resources as well, like sand trout leather, agave seeds. There's a good chunk of like these medium level money making resources. Yeah, it was him. Yes, it was him. Him yesterday, you were saying that, was it not yesterday? The day before yesterday, we were talking about how the new players were dropping the price on agave seeds and sand trout leathers. Because agave seeds right now are down to 10,000. Now that's definitely interesting to hear, Cowboy. Definitely interesting to hear. I've heard multiple stories of G8 this week, actually, so it feels like there is some intertensions building up and going on here between some of these guilds that are running. Very interesting. Or a chatbot suggesting build designs. I'm like trying to decipher what you are meaning with that statement there, Hayden. Is that where you got the Bridge of Destiny design from? Your seeds were selling within a couple hours. This batch has been on all day. Damn. The price has probably gone down even more. How do you guys decide who gets the battle, the blueprints when you guys get it? Honestly, it's whoever's there and whoever needs it. We've not typically run out and done labs with more than 4 people. I think at most we've gone out with a group of 8, I think, one time. and then 6 the one time when we were in full loot PvP. And it's just a matter of, like, who needs the schematic and who was there. Like, Chuji and Kel we both just did F6. We all just did F6, me, Chuji, and Kel. And they both got the, Ornithopter boost. And I already have an Ornithopter boost, so obviously I wasn't gonna grab one, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, we're a real free-flowing guild here, regard, you know, and it's nice in some ways, and it kind of hinders us in other ways. Like, for example, when it comes to organizing PvP encounters, it's next to impossible sometimes to actually get a fucking gnat flying around my face. To actually get any more than 4 or 6 people actually hooked up and on at the same time, ready to go dive into some PvP. The economy in this game is pretty, you'd say, fucked when you have people selling 500 million Solari for $50 on websites. Is that what it's going for? I've yet to check the prices of Solari on any of these websites, but I can't imagine that it's selling for a lot. I cannot imagine it selling for a lot, both with the player base dwindling, paired with the, you know, these Chinese bot farms just duping Melange to hell and back, probably duping Solari as well. Ross, good to see you, my friend. Anything over 4 is just a mess anyways. It's impossible to know who is who unless you are in a party. I agree and disagree with you. If you're in the same guild, at least when you aim at the person, it turns green. Like, that's big. Yeah, you know, we don't take ourselves too seriously around here, you know what I mean? Which is why when it comes to these people, well, when it comes to, you'll see it happen oftentimes. People get really big egos with their guild and their, like, guild rep and shit like that. And you'll see it oftentimes when we do end up fighting, like, big guilds and whatnot. They'll all of a sudden, like, 6 of them will flood in the stream. Or when we did get insided, you know, like, when we did get insided, we had, like, 4 of those weird people come in this stream and say, the Baron sends his regard. Even though they took, like, 2,000 duraluminum from J-Wolf. They took, like, fuck all. And we're real free-flowing, so honestly, I don't care about feeding these guys' ego at all, you know what I mean? I am not worried about these guys and their weird-ass egos getting inflated over whatever they deem to be a victory. Melange on what server, Blade? Not on this server. Not on this server. Pac-Man sends his regards. Uh-oh. Loading screen pulled the trigger on their insider job. The Pac-Man. On Odin. Gotcha. You know, 18,000 for Melange sounds actually fairly like a reasonable price, to be honest. That does sound like a reasonable price, especially considering that you can sell the rad suits for 6,000 or even 12,000 a pop. Adam, shh, Adam, they got nothing. Adam. They got like 2,000 duraluminum. It was fuck all. They got nothing. That's our stance on that. I know they actually pulled a decent chunk. Oop, headset. Headset went out. I know they pulled a decent chunk, but as far as I'm concerned, they got nothing. Yeah, the fact that we're live, regard definitely adds to the problem. Yes, it do. Well, look who forgot to power their base. And what do we have here? Why? Why exactly? Who just leaves their buggy, an MK5? Who leaves a tier 5 buggy butt out here, you know? And you know what? This salvaged might not seem like a lot, but you know what I've been struggling to find out here when I need it to craft these stupid-ass respawn beacons? Salvage. So actually huge. Actually gigantic upgrade. Big. We went deep on that guy. Massively deep. We got ourselves the entire ass of a buggy. Or a buggy ass, as they say. Oh, that's the one you raided? Yes. Well, we got Chuji's buggy buns, as they say. Was this another one that you managed to raid? Because that looks like it was dropped. Yeah, Melange on our server is just absolutely in the dirt because of the Chinese bot farm is duping it to hell and back. And you look here, we've got 11 million, which is basically nothing on Sandstorm in the F sector. A, B, C, D, E, F. All right. Let's ride. Let's ride. Kel, I don't know if you're out here. Chuji, I don't know. I'm assuming you're out here if you're seeing a sandstorm warning that I'm missing. What the hell? I mean, G5 was the base. Chuji saying he's in the EF sector, getting a warning, so it might be one that's super far low. It might be a low down base. This might be just another dud, man. We might have just gotten screwed. I hate that this happens. I'm kind of glad that it's happened on Harmony finally, because I was starting to think that Dugap was just cursed. Because I swear, there was like at least 3 separate occasions where there was one base that I wanted to raid, and it would just not get hit by the storm all day long. All day I would spend going back to that base every hour to see if the storm would hit, and all day it missed it. Top of E, bottom of F, yeah. What sucks about that is there's no reason to build in the deep desert at all, and there's even less of a reason to build inside of the F sector. Oh, look. It's coming up north, actually. This thing's coming up north. It does look like it is going to edge out this G sector again, which puts us out of the running for that. But we may be in the running on any of the bases heading up northeast towards the I-9 sector. Like, honestly, this base looks like it might get tapped, and G5 might even get tapped, because we've had a couple of times on Harmony where the storm realistically shouldn't have knocked the shield, but it did. Last time was the first time that we actually got screwed over. It does kind of look like that's still traveling too far east, isn't it? It's hard to tell how much of like a actual northeasterly kick that has to it. It is going northeast, but just not by much. I don't think it's going to be enough to actually hit that. It's literally going to edge this one again. They should 100% Psycho. That would be huge. That would be big for base rating right there. If anything past the shield wall was PvP, they 100% should. That would be massive for base rating. Okay, I think it's gonna edge this, but I'm gonna ride the backside of this storm. I'm not sure where you guys are at. I'm gonna hover around this base here just in case the shield does drop. I haven't even gotten the warning though, so it's not even really gonna hit this sector, but I swear we've gotten lucky on Harmony, so we got edged out last time. We might not. I'll be right behind you. I'll be right behind you. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Kelly, you scared the actual fuck out of me, bro. I'm like, oh, here we go. We've got the sniper again. Stream sniper, no sniping. Oh, fuck me. You know what I don't have on me, you guys? Rockets. We've got no rockets. Alright, Kel, this thing's not gonna hit. This thing's not gonna hit. I'm gonna go get on the backside of this storm here. I'm not positive what bases are in the path of this thing. I don't think we saw any when we were scouting, but this is going to kind of hit up this middle section right here, and I'm not positive how hard we actually searched this section right here, which I think it's going to hit as well. What's funny is H8, I think, is... Actually, H8 might have that one on it. I don't know if that's going up north enough. We'll see. They need to make Storm hit the everything that is in the... I couldn't agree more, Blade. I could not agree more. Everything that is the deep desert should get hit by the storm every hour. I think that would be more immersive. It would just make it to where you know if somebody's flying in the deep desert, they're going to have to find some island. Otherwise, they're going to get hit hard by this storm, you know? Was a bit longer than an hour? Oh, was it? It happened 2 hours ago at the 1 hour and 10 minute mark. And we're now at 1 hour and 17. And Chuji saw this storm right around 6 minutes ago, I want to say. I think these things pop up every hour, practically on the hour. Now, this does vary, because sometimes I've had it skip. Right around the reset time, it gets weird. Damn, 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 damn. I can't see the storm on the map, so it's hard to tell which sector it's hitting. It got nowhere near H8. I don't even think it hit those islands over there. The storm should hit the entire deep desert, I agree. Even the shield wall. That would maybe make it a little bit too easy to raid bases, because right now as it sits, you know, if you get lucky with where the storm lands, you can actually go a really long time before your base is even technically vulnerable. Granted, it's not typical that if you have a base in the PvP zone that within like 8 hours, like presumably if you went to go sleep or something, it's not typical. There's no bases in its path. Yeah, we searched this side of the map pretty thoroughly when we first started up the stream, and I didn't see anything. Unfortunate, but true. This would be the last island that one could possibly be at. I'm not even positive that this storm hit this. It does kind of look like it would have. Hey, builder, you take it easy. You take it nice and easy out there. You don't work too hard. You don't game too hard now. You take it easy. You can fly over it if you can get to 850 over the storm. Every time I get even close to 8. Oh, we have the Dong base, you guys. We may be able to raid the old Peen. Oh, yeah, we can. I don't know if you guys are still behind me. But you know what they say. The Peen has been here for long enough. Faye, coming in, dropping that follow. Hi, how are ya? Where's the Peen? The Peen is on G9. It's a giant dong. It's really, it's you shouldn't miss it. It's a big giant dong. Which should be no problem. It looks like this dong may have left. This is just a troll base, you guys. Like this is a troll base. A lasgun is a game changer when it comes to raiding Infamous, and on top of that, not only raiding, but also popping vehicles. It does really good at popping vehicles. That's why doors you can't hit with the lasgun. Doors you cannot hit with the lasgun unless you hit this corner here. If you hit the door, it's gonna say your lasgun needs venting. It won't let you fire it. Dumb. If I had to guess, this thing is if I had to guess, this thing is got its sub feet sunk into the ground. I'm also gonna assume that that's Chuji, though I'm not getting any sort of indicator that it actually is. So we're just gonna have to assume. Did you just fall off the base? I'm dying right now. Oh, and its shield came back up right as he got here. I hope you had fun at the dong, my friend. Oh my god. What's stupid is I guarantee that the sub-thief is just sunk into the fucking ground. Perhaps it's back behind this. I don't know. I guess maybe this would have been the last generator that we needed to pop. You bet it's in the balls? Actually, that would be the best spot. Oh my god. I hope it is in the balls. I hope it's in the balls. It's the safest place for it. Well, dong, you survived this time. I did not even think to search the balls. It did not even cross my mind. The balls were the last thing on my mind. Well, hopefully come, what is it, like 40 minutes from now. Yep, 45 minutes from now, hopefully the next storm is a bit of a better storm. Realistically, there's only that one island that has an interesting base to raid on it. H8 has a base on it that has gotten the better of us like 3 times now. Yeah, Vils, I couldn't agree more. Nobody's ever thinking about the balls. I think actually what we're gonna do here, I'm gonna go park this thing, and since we do have like 45 minutes until the next raid on this server, I'm actually gonna bounce over to Dewgap, do a quick lap around Dewgap, perhaps, and see if there's anybody over there. I couldn't agree with you more, Vils. We've got, what do we got? We've got 24 and a half hours until the downtime for this patch. I could not agree more. I'm not so much looking forward to the content that comes out of the patch, and I'm more so intrigued to figure out, you know, how well their giant patch notes has actually taken place, you know? It is 2 hours early for North America, correct. So instead of 4 a.m. Eastern, or instead of 6 a.m. Eastern, it's happening at 4 a.m. Eastern. Indeed. The patch and just how big the patch is the one thing that has me hopeful. A 2-hour downtime? Honestly, I don't know. No. probably an hour and a half downtime. I haven't seen if they've actually said anything official about how long the downtime would be or anything like that. Right.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Wouldn't have that been the best timing, huh? Had we popped in right on a storm? Actually, it would have been terrible timing because I haven't scouted this deep desert at all. Well, I think I have missiles and whatever at the other base. I don't know, Vil, they've been pretty decent with their timelines. But with this being such a massive patch, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll also see if the content from the patch happens to go off without a hitch, or if it's going to be a big upload the new event in the new content and then take it down, kind of like they did with this event. They should have just left this event down for real. Ow. Blade, what? You're gonna have to slow that down and explain it to me, Blade. What do you mean? Ross, you know, they haven't mentioned it at all, but if there was a duplication fix coming in, I bet that would be something they don't mention until the patch notes goes live. Give me a minute. You can name your buggy, but it still says buggy when you're trying to transfer items from boxes to it. Oh, okay. That's like the least of the updates that I'm concerned with, though. That is just kind of like a bit of a red flag when it comes to how they possibly are running the rest of the changes. Like, I don't know. I don't play in the public test servers, and I don't really watch, though I should. I don't really watch how like the progress is going and what's actually changing, because a lot of people have had access to some of these changes for a while now. I'll take that. Motherfucker. Oh, beautiful. That's all we needed. I'm gonna check and see if there's another repair belt in there. I'd love a repair belt. Well, that's what we need. Or not repair belt. I need a fucking full suspensor belt. Nope. We've just got the one to work with, which we've got to keep in mind. So let's try not to just, like, waste it just flying around on islands while we're searching for bases there. Favorite vehicle skins? I don't really care much for cosmetics, but I prefer the Atreides variant when it comes to the Scout Ornithopter, and then when it comes to the Assault Ornithopter, it has nothing to do with looks, actually, for any of them, but I prefer the original strictly because it seems to have the smallest profile, therefore is probably the hardest to hit, is kind of the logic that I've given myself there. Infamous, I'm pretty sure that the big patch notes with the renaming of the buggies and everything that's being tested right now inside of the public test realm is in fact coming out tomorrow. So like ornithopters will fire more accurate as they've described. I'm not positive what that looks like. Yeah, when it comes to vehicle builds, yes. Though I like the Scout Atreides. So like if the Scout default skin was smaller profile, I don't think I would swap to that, because I like the way the Atreides looks. On the Assault Atreides, it's way too thick. Yes, rocket missile launchers that you hold in your hand are all going to have lock-on functionality tomorrow. So people will be locking on even with the Regis rocket launcher. Man, Infamous. I feel like they're testing people's patience, bro. Hey, man. Bong, I suggest that you enjoy your time, because that is the best time. Truly, Dune Awakening's progression system, you guys, I'm not joking when I say this, is a solid progression system. I really think from the bronze into the iron into the steel, all the way up through to even plastanium now, with how easy that is to get. It's a really, really solid progression system. Hopefully, as time goes on, they can really dial in some of these end game mechanics, some of these end game things to do. I might feel a bit differently, though, if we weren't getting repeat frickin' schematics inside of the deep desert every single week. We've only seen like 4 of the supposed 20 deep desert layouts that these guys have. That's crazy. Yeah, see, Ross is all about that progress system, which, again, Dune Awakening really nailed its progression. It's a very solid progression system. Ross is all about it, getting up to the Assault Ornithopter and dumping off to the new character over and over and over and over again. Hayden, you take it easy out there, my friend. You have yourself a good night. You take it easy, my friend. Oh, actually, you know what? That's a good point that you bring up, Ross. I had completely forgotten about the vehicle. I know the vehicle's a meme. It is very much so a meme. But I do want to try and make some sort of fun out of it by putting together some sort of racetrack. Some sort of a racetrack or something. Maybe even trying to get from the top of these mountains from top to top to top. I don't know. I want to try and do something fun with it. The vehicle looks so stupid. It looks so dumb. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It looked fun to drive, though. It did look kind of fun to drive, if I'm being entirely honest. And I'm curious. I'm curious if it'll be a good vehicle to try and do parkour with, like a parkour track with. Yes, Ross, the vehicle is a little bit more fun-looking than original, more fun-looking to drive. An absolutely still a ridiculous vehicle, but totally just patter-filling content. But we'll try and make something out of it with some sort of racetrack or something. Vils is offended. Vils wants to get on that Garrison mobile ASAP, bro. ASAP. That's good. What's funny is the first time I saw the vehicle, I thought Twisted Metal. I was like, oh, Twisted Metal's coming to Dune Awakening. That's weird. And I showed it to when I was talking about it on stream, everybody was saying it looked like the vehicle from South Park, which was definitely not the first thing that came into my mind. And I showed the vehicle to my wife, and the first thing she said is she was like, that looks like the vehicle from South Park. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was calling it the Garrison vehicle, yeah. Classic. It does look fun to drive, and it may be an interesting vehicle to try and make a parkour track out of. Try and do like some sort of racetrack, and then maybe some sort of parkour track as well to boot. Knock, knock. It's me. Oh, right. Sir, you're out of power, sir. I'm gonna have to punish you for that. And take whatever's in that chest, you see? They call me... the Raider Man. The bastards didn't even leave me anything in the chest. Not even one thing in the chest. Dick move. I like how the vehicle handles because it might be able to make for some like interesting forced turns inside of like a racetrack or something like that. Maybe some sort of maybe some sort of like angled ride or wall ride of sorts. Oh, we got him. Got him good. That'll teach him to leave a base out here instead of taking it down. That'll teach him. We've got about 25 minutes until the next storm hits Harmony. I'm wondering if these storms are going to end up lining up with each other. We're not going to run into any bases over here on Dew Gap. Mainly, it's less to do with the fact that the server doesn't have that many players, and more to do with the fact that there's no reason to build in the deep desert anymore. There's no reason to even spend too much time in the PvP zone unless you're coming out here to PvP. And even then, realistically, like, you're fighting over schematics, which is why I think if they come out with another week of a repeat schematic, I think collectively people are gonna snap. If it's pincushion next week, I think people are gonna lose their fucking mind. Heading into a DLC that's already lacking content, and yes, it has a very nice sized patch notes to it with some very good changes, but then they also don't come out with another rotation of different schematics. And I'm talking, realistically, it needs to be some schematics that we haven't seen before. For me personally, even if they came out with Executioner, I'd be excited for that. I feel like actually a lot of people would be excited for that, as what they should have done this week leading into next week. If they had a brain, they would have rolled the Executioner Deep Desert this week, because that's only come out like one single time. And then that would have been leading into what is supposed to be the first week where we start to see more than 4 of the 20 deep deserts that they have plotted out. I don't even know. They're saving the good stuff for after console release. Vil, I hate to agree with you, but I think you're dead on. And to say that they're saving the good stuff, though, I think is a stretch. I think that's a stretch. When is console supposed to launch? Do you know? Is there even a predicted year? Is it meant to be coming out next year on console? But we've had people in the stream bring it up before, and I think they're correct as well. This PC launch was very much so throwing the community, whoever decided to play, into what is the console testing phase. They're expecting console to save the game mid-2026. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if that's enough time for them to actually see. The thing is, though, there's like a solid amount of hours of progression system, like Bong was saying. When you first boot up the game and you're first progressing through the game, it's nice, man. It's solid, dude. So even as is right now, I think console would end up having a really good time with this game. Same thing would happen, though. They would get to the end game and then leave. So realistically, if Funcom was smart, right now they'd be doing everything they can to actually get a functioning end game going. So that way when they do launch it on console, the players who do play it and get to the end game don't immediately leave the end game. Now, hopefully, console won't have to deal with the same thing we're dealing with, in the sense of we've been looking at the same 4 deep desert maps for the past 2 months, which might help alleviate some of like the player base drop off. Because if we had been getting new schematics week by week by week, brand new schematics every week with no repeats, I think, you know, that would have definitely retained some more of these guilds. I don't think the game's gonna die by the end of the year, Vil. I think the game's definitely heading into a hibernation state. It's gonna enter a state of hibernation, and that has nothing to do with the game's quality or the quality of content that they're pushing out. It has, in my opinion, everything to do with the amount of competition that Dune Awakening has coming up, not only at through the end of this year, but even up into 2026. There's a lot of stiff competition for Dune Awakening in the future. So I feel like leading into the console release, it's very much going into like a state of, I don't want to say stagnation, I want to say hibernation, where they're hopefully cocooning themselves up. Like I said, this is a bit of a bittersweet situation. The fact that Dune Awakening has so much competition right now is going to take a lot of the heat and a lot of the eyes off of Dune Awakening that it very quickly garnered, right? Because Dune was a fairly big success when it first launched, and it's had a pretty substantial drop-off. So this competition launching is going to take eyes off of Dune Awakening, which is hopefully going to give the devs some breathing room to actually put functioning form into their endgame systems, and maybe their PvE systems, and like some of the smaller mechanics. For example, like respawning on the PvP ships. The PvP ship in G8 right now on this week's Deep Desert, if you get to the loot room, you can then just respawn in the loot room. Every 60 seconds, every minute and a half after you die, you can respawn directly in the loot room, which is crazy. That's crazy. That's just a fundamentally broken mechanic. Like, I'm not saying they need to balance PvP, but they need to balance some of those mechanics. And hopefully, if the devs have a little bit of breathing room, they'll be able to knock that out. I say hopefully because I'm not holding my breath. Well, what's funny, Blade, is as soon as people started asking for refunds, they were getting refunds because they said it was false advertising because it was PvP optional, but it technically wasn't PvP optional because you were forced into a PvP zone, yada, 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 yada. So they panicked, they expanded the safe zone of the deep desert, and then they, took the PvP optional tag off of the Steam listing so people couldn't get refunds anymore. Everything they did with that change was a panic move. These guys have made a lot of panic moves, which is just poor planning. I mean, like, and honestly, I've never played Conan Exiles, but from the people in the chat, when they talk about Conan Exiles, a lot of the problems we're seeing here in Dune Awakening happened in Conan Exiles and are happening in Conan Exiles and other games that Funcom has put out, which tells me that they're not learning from their mistakes. They're somehow putting out financially viable products, somehow, because Dune Awakening, for all intents and purposes, was a financial success. However, they're not learning from their mistakes and they're not very creative, so it's like, as a company at that point in time, I don't know what we're doing. Like, if I was lead of Funcom, I think I would genuinely just pull the plug. Just, we're gonna sell off Dune Awakening to EA, and I'll retire everybody in the company or give them a nice little severance package, but we're shutting down. I heard that, Blade. I've heard a lot of nightmare stories about Conan Exiles. Oh yeah, Vils, like you bring up too, the loot not being there. There's a lot of like fundamental things that they need to dial in, and they could dial in, and if they do dial those things in by the time console releases, it could actually be a No Man's Sky type situation where they somehow pull it around. Now, again, everything I just said previously still stands, and I'm not holding my breath, and I would say there is a 0.05% chance Funcom is even capable of pulling something like that off. Bro, I don't give a shit. I just named selling it to EA to get the... Look, I'm running a company here, Infamous, and I'm running a company that I'm getting ready to pull the plug on. So I'm going to sell it to the highest bidder so I can give these people a little bit better of a severance package as I shut the whole thing down. I'm going to say goodbye. Shut it down. Then we could get the creative director Joel to go be creative director for Halo. Who thinks that's a good idea, huh? Who thinks that's a good idea? Let's put Joel as creative director for Grand Theft Auto. Who thinks that's a good idea? Who's on board with that? As a matter of fact, let's get their whole their whole creative team over to the Grand Theft Auto sector. I think that would work. Solid. Massively big. Biggin. GTA 7 creative director Joel. Banger. Banger of a game release right there, I guarantee it. Who's Joel? How did you type Joel in the chat without getting a spinning fish? What did Botrix fix their random thing? I didn't make it a spinning fish. Botrix made it a spinning fish, but that's just what the fun of it's been now. Who's Joel? Who's not Joel? You know what I mean? Joel is the creative director at Funcom. The creative director at Funcom. And Vil, I would argue him and everybody below him should be a full wipe. But then we get into some of like the mechanical problems with Dune Awakening 2, and I'm like, let's just pull the plug on the company, which is why I said if I was running Funcom, it would be the end of Funcom. I don't know how the hell they end up. And I say all of this as like a little bit of a jaded dealing with all of the shit inside of this game for hundreds of hours now. Bong is still in the honeymoon phase, which this game has a really solid honeymoon phase. It does. It genuinely does. Again, I'll say, somehow, there's got to be like a team of 8 people over at Funcom who are pulling the weight. There has to be. They're pulling all of the weight over there, and everybody else is using ChatGPT, because somehow there is a solid progression system here. Whoever developed the progression system in this game, bravo. Bravo. If only they had a creative team that could do something other than copy and pasting the same AI for us to fight from the South Haga Basin into the Vermilius Gap, into the Eastern Shield Wall, into the Western Shield Wall, into the A section of the Deep Desert, and then finally culminating it off with copy and pasting that same AI that you were fighting in the South Haga Basin. Just reskinned a little bit, obviously, but they copy and paste that all the way into the PvP zone endgame PvE of the Deep Desert, where they then artificially inflate the difficulty. Yes, as a matter of fact, they weren't even creative enough to come up with some form of actually fun difficulty to play with, some mechanics to the encounters. No. No. They said bullet sponge the AI. Have them reload immediately. Put their cooldowns on 0.05. And then give them wall hacks. Endgame Dune Awakening. And then fucking pyros going off. Fireworks is flying off in the background. The whole entire creative team is cheering. At least in Arkville's, you've got different dinosaurs, am I right? Is there an alligator in Ark? Is there a turtle in Ark? Is there a dinosaur in Ark? You know? Is this following me? Oh, I was like... I turned the gestures of the camera off. The camera has motion tracking. I could have it follow me as I'm pacing back and forth over here. Blade, I don't even want to hear that because this has already been solved. Force Gaming, in his review of Dune Awakening, solved this in a heartbeat. I doubt he even had to put much thought into this, and then we even expanded on it, and it completely and totally fits into the Dune universe, and it provides a outlet for PvE for these creative people to actually create something with. Check it out. The melange forces you to go into hallucinations, correct? Force Gaming said it would have been cool if they did something with the hallucinations in some way, shape, or form, where you were then forced to or allowed to fight these hallucinations, right? Great idea. Kind of like a niche idea, because obviously you're not... What, are you going to force yourself to hallucinate just to fight some new AI? No. So that's why we expanded on that idea. Now, this is all just using creative juices in our brain, and this is why we got to get rid of the whole department here, because this literally took me no thought at all. It was the first thought that came to my brain. You create a lab. Here's the lore of the lab. Maybe there's like purple gas all around and there's nothing you can do about it because it's an old, ancient technology lab that has had a melange spill, so there's just spice permeating the air of the lab, so much so that it forces you into a hallucination state where at that point in time you could be fighting anything. Now, I wasn't as irritated with the creative people over at Funcom and Dune Awakening until, of course, I took a look at Conan Exiles. What sort of variation in enemies do you get in Conan Exiles? You got what? A spider? What else you got? A skeleton? What else you got? We got the boss spider. Don't forget about the boss spider. Can you guys guess what that is? It's just a spider scaled up 10x. It's just a big spider. That's when I said they've been doing this for a long time, and they've not learned from their mistakes, and they've not even evolved their tactics. It's absolutely batshit crazy that they've somehow managed to make now 2 games that have solid enough of a progression system and that people feel like it's not that much of a waste of their time to play hundreds of hours of their game. Because again, I'll preface all of my bitching that I'm doing right now with the fact that there is hundreds of hours that you can sink into Dune Awakening, and you can have a really good time doing it. You can have a really solid time doing it. So all of that bitching aside, the AI, you know what's funny is the redundancy of the AI in this game didn't start to piss me off until we got into the deep desert and it was artificially inflated difficulty. That's when I got mad. That's when the difficulty level of the game came from sending 10 different waves of AI at you that has bullet sponge levels of health and is wall hacking you regardless of where you're at in the lab. That is when I was like, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Mooster, when I looked up Conan Exiles monsters, I saw literally the most run-of-the-mill level of level monsters that where I've ever seen in my life. Give me the name of some. Conan Exiles monsters. Oh my god. Okay, so it's got wolves, it's got snakes, it's got elephants, it's got bats, it's got bears, it's got a rock nose. Okay, a black ice rock nose. That's the first thing I see that's creative. What the fuck is that? It's got a black widow. Ooh. A blood crystal. Okay, that's another creative one. Another blood crystal looking thing. Cool. A blood defiler. Okay, so they do have like a little bit of like a zombie thing going on. Cool. Oh, you guys ready? Brown bear. Oh, okay, and we don't just have the black ice rock nose. We also have a brimstone rock nose, coal rock nose, crystal rock nose. Are you guys getting the picture? Are you guys getting the picture? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? Hold on, because we're not done. We've got deer. We've got elk. We've got wolf. We've got crocodile. We've got cobra. We've got gazelle. We've got, hold on, here we go. Gold vein rock nose. We've got, hold on, greater rock nose. What are we doing? Oh, scorpion. Here we go, shaleback, shoebill. Those are actually 2 that are interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we just about scrolled through all of them, and I'm just about seeing nothing here that is fucking creative at all. They're like a handful of things, dude. The bullet sponge aspect could actually be... like I said, Matt, the redundancy of the AI in this game did not piss me off until we were out here in the deep desert. When they artificially inflated the difficulty, that's when I said the redundancy's gone too far. Not only am I fighting the same thing over and over and over again, but now the challenge to it is completely and totally artificial. That's what I'm saying. They might have a bunch of different things, Blade, but it is run-of-the-mill. So what sort of creativity would they come up with here? You know, they're going to put the rock nose in here or some shit. And then like 12 different variants of the rock nose. Vils, I've got a top-down outlook on the thing, which I know a lot of people disagree with. It's a bit extreme, but I'm under the impression that if we're gonna get rid of the creative director, that at least 90% of the team under the creative director has to go as well. A clean slate wipe. It would only be a handful that are allowed to stay. Like I said before, I'm convinced there's only like 8 people doing everything over at Funcom, and everybody else is phoning it in. The dev stream that they put on where they are like, oh, the archetype armor has stats to it. They weren't. Just kind of proves the 3 who at least phoning it in on the aspect of going and putting on a show, putting on a knowing what the fuck you're talking about. Blade. Nope. Blade. Nope. I literally just fixed that problem. Nope, we fixed that problem, Blade. It took basically 0 amount of creative effort in order to fix that problem. We fixed the problem. First off, if you're looking for somebody who's a lore hound and cares whether or not the game sticks entirely to be canon with the lore, you're barking up the wrong tree. I don't give a shit. Second off, we even managed to make some creative AI while staying within the realms of the lore. Fully in the Dune universe, we made a creative PvE experience that would blow people's minds. Imagine what they could do by forcing you to hallucinate inside of these labs. Like, that'd be some of the most messed up experiences ever, bro. Hell yeah. Hell yes. Is Funcom capable? If you hold your breath, you ain't gonna make it to when it do launch, is all I'm saying. Well, that's why I said 90%, Vil. And if I was CEO, you're damn right. I would know exactly who's putting in that work. So I would know exactly the 10% who are staying, and yeah, I would say that the 10% who are creative deserve a raise. The people who managed to put together the progression system inside of Dune Awakening also deserve a raise. It's a solid ass progression system. Whoever copy and pasted the AI have got to go. Joel being at the top, being the creative director, has got to go. Because the burden falls on his shoulder. But I very much so have a top-down mentality, whereas if I was running these companies, it would not just be Joel that was going. It would be 90% of whichever team I deemed getting ready to go. But I don't think we'd have these problems anyways. I think a major part of this problem is the fact that they didn't play their damn game to begin with. They can't even add one thing they are not allowed to have in Dune AI. So, you know what, Schmidt, you actually bring up a good point. I have... Here we go. I'm not positive where it's going to hit you guys. I'm going to head my way back down into the G sector and see if it hits again. Should at least hit this sector, and we can run into this base here, which is quite an interesting base. It is quite an interesting base. I'm going to fly down towards the G sector, though, and see if we get a hit with a storm warning as well. Well, Vils, that's what I'm saying, is if I was CEO, things wouldn't be as they are. I know, Jux. Jux caught me. Yes, you did. We gotta stay below 750 before we burn all this out. You are getting it in F?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, I wasn't quite in G, but I was close. Yeah, no, that's where we're going. That's where we're going. That's the spot, for sure. For sure, for sure. I gotta piss. Give me a minute.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Schmidt, though, you bring up that point. I've heard that before. That whoever they picked up the rights from is actually incredibly strict.
A large sandstorm
That's a fair argument to make. That's the most fair argument I've seen made. And that would then land on Joel and the CEO to bend some fingers to get something done. I paired with Force Gaming's idea of spice hallucination being able to be attacked in some way, shape, or form, literally came up with a method in which actually creative PvE could be put into the game while still staying inside of the Dune universe. There's no they let you hallucinate already in the game. So there's no reason that they can't like make a spot that is so melange heavy in the air that it just forces then the hallucinations that you would have to fight. But you're right, Schmidt. That's not the first time I've heard that. Which is the best argument against the or for the copy and paste design of the PvE. Now, like I said before, and I'll say again, the PvE and the copy and paste and the redundancy of it did not piss me off until we got into the deep desert and they just artificially inflated the difficulty. That's the problem. That's the real problem. That was the hair that broke the camel's back. Where it's like the eyes were opened and it's like, fucking, what are we even dealing with? Clearly, as you can see, it's not been 60 seconds and we've got this thing popping off like crazy, which means that that we're flying towards the storm here. Yeah, 100%. This is the one that looks the most interesting as well anyways, Chuji, for sure.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm assuming you're already here. I'm not positive where Kel's at. The guy with the ancient way came out of the other one last time, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, fuck, dude, I didn't grab rockets. I did not grab missiles. Who the hell is that? Chuchi, we have company.
Don't be unfriendly. I want to raid it.
Okay. It's bananas. It's bananas, guys. It's bananas. It's bananas. Okay. Hello.
What's up?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
You guys raiding?
We are. You joining?
Yes, I am. You guys got room in the group?
We do.
Let me leave my party really quick.
Are you the other base on this island?
No, that's not me. I'm joining.
Okay, cool. We got a couple to knock down then. Somebody was in the base last time we tried to hit it, so there might actually turn into a live raid.
Cool. You guys got source of power or anything?
Yes. You think Funcom are victims of their own success? Conan had no endgame either, but it is designed as a sandbox for guilds to make their own. You know what, Mooster? That's a really good point that you bring up as well. Who the fuck is this guy?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I hate that we can't see names in the deep desert. Oh, I'm assuming that's Kel. You're right, Mooster. Somebody's brought that up before. It's very much so a make-your-own fun style game. It is you, okay. I see, I see, I see. Are we gonna get edged again? Tell me we're not getting edged again. No, this is dead on. This is dead on. This is a dead on. The shield has to drop. See, I've got no experience with Conan, but we could really only hope that they manage to actually get Dune up to that level as well. You know what I'm saying? Like that would be great. That would be fantastic. I can't believe this guy just left his full buggy here. It's like about the weirdest thing I've seen. Yeah, fuck your buggy, pal. Fuck your buggy, pal. Oh, you just gonna leave some nasty here? Oh, jeez. Jeez! Oh, damn! Damn! Why the bro, this is some do-gap level of goofy-ass base, dude. Like, for real? He left his buggy? Now I kind of feel bad, dude. Now I kind of feel bad. We didn't even break... Oh, is this our sub-thief? Is this his sub-thief? Did somebody place this down and claim it? Is this our sub-thief? Is it... Oh, okay, okay. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad.
I just dropped it.
No, my bad. This is some do-gap ass level base. Who leaves their buggy and doesn't even clear their things? Oh, 100%, 100%. Chuji, are you sure you got shot coming out of this base? Because if you did, he never even, like, filled the hole. You gotta shoot the corner on the doors or that thing will do that stupid overheat. Why is this floor not breaking? If I was a sub-thief, where would I be? Oh. Hello there. What are you doing here? Empty. See, that's what you do. You empty your base before you leave it. These very much so should be treated as like an operation. The other guy leaving like 2,000 Stravidium up in there doesn't even make any sense. It's like, I don't build in the deep desert, so where the fuck would they even decide to put it? Something just broke. Oh. Sub-thief cracked. Sub-thief cracked. Huge. Well, that's a GG's on that base. Those were the only two here, right? There was that other little rectangle, but that's empty. Already got God as well. Nice. Well, surprisingly, that first base not only looked the most interesting, but was the most interesting. Like, that's wild. That's wild. I don't know why you would just be sitting there with like 2,000 Stravidium and you wouldn't move your stuff out of there. The base was heading this way and it was going this direction. We're just about out of time, so I don't even think that if we ran into one, that we would be able to knock it down. Mooster, you do bring up a good point. Somebody brought that up in the stream the other day. It's a make your own fun type of game. And Dune gives you a decent amount of options as it is to try and make your own fun. There's hundreds of hours of content, and the progression grind through the beginning of the game is solid. So, like, just take everything that I'm bitching about the game with, like, a bit of an understanding that it is still very much so a solid product. It could be a No Man's Sky level of situation where the devs actually turn around what was, I think, inarguably a rough launch and turn that into a massive success, right? That's still entirely possible. I'm not holding my breath, and I sure as shit don't think that the Dune devs pulled that off before console release, so... More lights would be big. It's a solid title to give a game. Make your own fun. Kind of sucks, and there should be a more rounded out end game. A more creative end game would be nice. But that being said, even as it stands, there's a chance. One thing that has me definitely still holding out hope is the fact that this upcoming content patch for the first DLC, the content is lacking, and I don't care about the content. The patch notes themselves is actually massive. A lot of solid changes, a lot of good ideas coming out, a lot of hope to come from the patch notes in the sense of that they are still trying to make some changes to actually turn this ship around. There was another base on the other island next door to G5. It's hidden. Oh, damn. Were you guys able to knock it down? Very nice. I think the storm was heading in this direction. I don't know if it was heading in a northward trajectory. I think I'm just about going to be out of time on that base that's over here. If it even got its shield knocked at all, I have no idea. A hidden base, though, that's interesting. And if you remember, all the way up on the, like, G1 tile, right here, there was that base as well. Yeah, Mooster, that's like a combination of, like, server population, render distance, and then need to even be out in the deep desert, because currently there really is no need to be out in the deep desert, and if you fly around for 3 hours, you're almost lowering your chances of running into somebody. You'd be better off just standing outside of a lab and waiting. Oh shit, this base got raided? Oh no, it didn't. That was just a thing. You'd be better off standing outside of a lab and, oh, there's a dead body here. Hello? Oh, shield's down. Cool, not gonna let me fire. Oh, fuck me. I should have saw that coming. Oh, and the shield's back. You dirty, dirty dog. You dirty, dirty dog. You dirty son of a bitch. You dastardly, dastardly man. Are you here? Are you here, perhaps? What's up with this dead body, man? What's up? What's up with the body in the bay? Why's he got a body in the bay? The body in the bay, as they say. What that be doing there? I don't know. It's the honeycomb base with the body in the bay. I want to know what the body's in the bay for. And look, it's honeycombed, but if I would have just been smart and broke the right tile, we would know what the body in the bay is. Now we never will. The mystery will never be solved. Well, I mean, 40 minutes from now it may be solved. Perhaps. Blade, that's what I think they're gonna do, actually. That is exactly what I think they're gonna do. Which, to me, is them abandoning PvP entirely. That's them abandoning PvP. Yes, definitely GG's, banana GG's. I'm surprised that guy had Stravidium in his base. I don't know what that was, man. That was insane. Banana coming in, dropping that prime over on Twitch. The man, the myth, the legend, can you believe it? I can't believe it. No, I cannot. But we appreciate it, my friend, that we do. I don't know what the hell that guy... Hold on. I'm trying to window tab out of here and grab the music, and I just keep putting us in a death spiral here. Again, I don't know what that guy was doing with that much Stravidium and a buggy still out there. Didn't even bother to take out his stuff. Most forward operating bases literally are just used as a get in and get out type situation, where they don't leave any resources in the base. So it's not typical to actually walk out of there with some Stravidium, which is wild. GG's for sure. Samuel. Oh, he died to respawn somewhere else. Oh, loading screen. Actually, maybe solving the mystery. There was probably just fuel cells on that body. Excellent point. It also explains how it was inside of the base. Interesting. Samuel, I don't know what is coming content-wise with the DLC aside from that little crashed ship that they're putting in somewhere in the Haga Basin, if I'm not mistaken. It's probably going to be some, like, 30-minute quest chain, especially with the way that I skip scenes. Like, I don't really care about the story. The DLC, to me, Samuel, is the patch notes that they're coming out with the changes that they're planning on implementing. That's the DLC, in my opinion. That's the thing that actually brings me some hope. You do bring up a good point, though. Like, whatever storyline that they're going with these crashed ships, and whatever overarching storyline that they're going with in whole, may actually all come together, and it may end up turning into like one cohesively creative and entertaining product, which is kind of like why I keep saying I'm hoping for a bit of a No Man's Sky type situation here, where it arguably launches at not the best, but ends up getting better and better and better and better, you know what I mean? I'm gonna go try and find this, yeah, I'm gonna go try and find this island that Chuji's talking about. See exactly how hidden that base is, because that's interesting. You know what's funny is the amount of Stravidium that he had was probably only like one Bucky's run worth of Stravidium, and maybe just like two. It's still wild that he... Whoa, 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 whoa. This is Chuji, I'm assuming. Well, now what the hell is even that? What the hell is even that? Oh, I was like, it didn't pop up blue right away. I was like, the shield is down. Is there another side to this cave, or is that just a hole he built in? Why would you... Oh, there's another side. There is another side. Oh, it's closed off. Okay, there's a cave. This cave is open. Did you do this cave? I'm assuming you're the one who knocked this cave. Well, now this is interesting. Where the hell's the base at? My God, is that just a hole? That's just genuinely a hole. I was expecting another side. I was expecting another side to be here. Okay, well, if there's no connecting hole that leads to that base, that must be in a fairly compact area. Was there a chest inside of this cave? Chuji, did you look and see if there was a cosmic chest inside of this cave? Why else would you be parked here? The cosmic chest is on C7 and C3 this week. So I don't even know why there would also be one here. And there's not. Why would you base up right here of all spots? I mean, you're close to the Stravidium Island, maybe? You can even fit a buggy inside of that thing, but it would make it be a little bit more visible. We're about 30 minutes off of the next storm. Gotcha. Yeah, once you got that pentashield up before it was raidable, then that was basically a free spot then, wasn't it? Donut, good morning, my friend. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. We're now 23 hours away from this deep desert being reset here, and the upcoming DLC, more importantly the patch notes, being implemented. So tomorrow's live stream will be an interesting one. Today is now officially moving day. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. Well. I think this is the base that Chuji raided, and I've now swung past it twice. It is. That it is. And that's about all that's left in the deep desert is those bases on G1 and G5 and I2. That I2 base has me interested, though. That's a nothing base, you know? That's just like a nothing base. Probably something somebody uses to respawn at in order to quickly move to that side of the map or whatever. How often is each storm, not the map reset, just the standard storms? They're typically every hour on the hour, not meaning that they happen at the 0 mark of the hour, but rather that they happen in an hourly pattern. There's a couple things that change this, and I feel like sometimes throughout the day, instead of 1 hour, it's 2 hours, but I'm not positive. It gets a little bit wonky sometimes, but more often than not, it's every hour on the hour. So right now, currently, it's been happening right at the 11 mark. Oh, so that's a decently sized cave then. I suppose you'd probably have to extend it out. He seems pretty tucked in there. I was like, somebody got the power up already. It's probably bananas. It's probably bananas. I forgot he put a sub-feed down there. I need to go grab the missiles. Yeah, definitely, Donut. I like to, when I'm planning on raiding, that's the main thing that I'm looking to figure out is exactly what's going on, so I kind of know when to be in the area of the base that I'm trying to raid. Dark, I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you. That's another system there that needs to be completely and totally revamped. And that's another thing. That's not creative, you guys. It's not. Like, come on. Come on, man. I could imagine that that would make the AI even more redundant than it already feels. But I don't, like, typically do all of the lands rads unless it's really good. But the ones I hate the most are the ones where you have to kill things, especially if it's the Atreides or Harkonnen troop. That's the worst. But even on Dugap, recently, this week, we did the deserters inside of the Haga Basin, and that was rough. You're right, Dark. That's as easy as adjusting the numbers. It really is. And I feel like it's because they don't want the tile to be completed so quickly. The perforator's really not selling, Kel. Damn. Damn, we actually ran into somebody who was using the perforator today. Or I think he was using the perforator today. That cheater, that Chuji and me and you were fighting. That guy, yeah. That guy was using the perforator. Or some form of scatter shotgun. And I've never seen people using that. If you can catch somebody in a stun lock with that thing, it's probably pretty devastating. Yeah, no, the perforator's a perfectly fine weapon, and it's one of those scatter shotguns that will inflict bleed, and it will cause that stagger effect. And like Chuji's bringing up, even the Regis triple shot isn't like super reliable when it comes to finishing somebody off. So that actually makes sense that it would be something that he's using to take people down. Yeah. The meta I've seen on this server, I just haven't run into people using the scatter shotguns on this server. I've run into people who are using a dart for every man, the Regis disruptor pistol, and then they always pair it with the sniper rifle. And I'm right there with you, him. The reward has to be really worthwhile for me to want to sit down and grind. And it's like the more weeks that you do it, the less that you're actually motivated to do it, especially because the Landsrad rewards is another system where we are getting the same rewards over and over and over again. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. They cannot be just getting us the same rewards over and over and over again. We've run through 4 versions of the Deep Desert in the past 3 months that the game has been out. They said they had 20 versions of the Deep Desert in their pocket. We've seen 4. Juxt can't get the Kynes fucking Ray on his European server to save his life. Man's been out here trying every single week now to get the Kynes Cutter Ray, and he can't get it. And over here on Harmony, the Kynes Cutter Ray has shown up 3 weeks in a row. On the Dugap server that I play on Blade, which when I was last fighting on it was a mainly melee meta, it's kind of shifted over into a range hybrid melee meta. But last time I was playing on there, I was using the Ambition with the Hallex pick. I really like the Ambition. It's a stamina drain on your opponent. It can be a bit devastating if you land a shot on them and then they fire. It'll end up doing damage to them, which is big. But once you jump into that full range meta, dude, it gets nasty out here. I swear you put yourself at a massive disadvantage getting into melee range. You get into melee range over here on Harmony, you're going to get shot with the attractor field, or you're going to get hit with a crippling strike and then shot with the attractor field, or gravity mined and then shot with the attractor field and then blitzed down. They need to take the damage that you get on your wings from just flying around and get rid of it. They just need to get rid of it. There's no reason your wings should take damage from just flying around. It's not necessary. Unnecessary mechanic. Alright, I am so glad we had missiles out here, so I did not have to go back. We've yet to run a double ancient way, but since we crafted some to showcase that there's no fucking way that guy could have been double firing his shit that fast, unless there's tech I'm not aware of, which is possible, then we might as well pull out this double ancient way here. Honestly, it's like, are we even using the pick? But we might as well keep that out. All right, we got about 20 minutes. We got about 20 minutes until the next storm's going to sweep through. We've got a couple of bases, 3 in fact, which we can still raid. After that, we're going to be looking at running into the downtime. Give me a minute here, folks. I need to go grab something to eat right quick. Okay, yeah, let's swap this out. It feels weird not having my blade in the number 1 slot. It just doesn't feel right. Boy, am I glad that that fuel cell is there. I tell you what, it's not oftentimes that I need a fuel cell that it's actually there. put water in the freezer before I started up the live stream, and I forgot I had it in there. Friggin' pulled it out like 30 minutes ago, and it was frozen solid. Thankfully, it's hot as hell in here. And it's de-thawed a bit. Damn, Steam, that absolutely sucks. I'm not positive if you're on the Harmony server or not, but yeah, that'd be a shitty weapon to just lose for no reason out of nowhere on this server, I tell you what. I think I paid like 138 million Solari for this thing. Okay, does anybody watch... Damn it, does anybody watch that... What's it called again? Is it called the Demon Slayer anime? Demon... Yeah, does anybody watch Demon Slayer? Yeah, that's weird that you would lose that there, Steam. The disappearing item glitches in this game seem to be never freaking ending. Okay, regards. Good. I agree. Now, I was, before Dune Awakening started up, I was on like a binge of watching animes. And Demon Slayer was one of them. I had thought that I had wrapped up the entire series. I thought that series had concluded. Now, mind you, I was watching like 2 or 3 different animes at the time and genuinely just binge watching them as I'm, you know, playing other games and working on content and editing videos or thumbnails or whatever I'm doing, right? Like we were just binging animes. Then all of a sudden, now I'm getting notifications for the movie coming out. So apparently the story did not get wrapped up, and probably another season. Okay, so that's interesting. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the last season. But yeah, that's definitely a 10 out of 10. Actually a 10 out of 10 anime, that's for sure. I saw the trailer for the movie and it just took me off guard, and I was like, well, wait a minute. Is the movie gonna be, is it the movie like a spin-off? Because for some reason in my head, I was like, I had already seen the end of this. They didn't kill the main bad guy. Oh, they stopped right as they got, okay, or right. I'll have to watch. I'm positive I've seen it, but like I said, I was binging these animes and I was always doing something else. So it was like in the background. It's multiple movies that they're making, regards. I don't know. I don't know. I don't particularly care, but we have, so anybody watching My Hero Academia then, when does that new season come out? Hey, White Rose, good to see you, my friend, coming in and dropping that raid. Oh, welcome. Oh, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I hope everybody's doing well. aren't we waiting on a new season of My Hero Academia as well? Correct? I hope you had yourself an excellent stream, White Rose. That I do. The last time they did a movie, it covered part of the story, but then the next anime season recovered the movie plus more. Right, Demon Slayer is a bit weird in the way it's laid out, isn't it? This is one that's confusing. It's not just laid out season 1, season 2, season 3. Is this the one that has intermixed movies? October 4th for the new season? Okay, big. And I'm assuming it's going to come out one episode at a time, unfortunately. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. But I got my kid into My Hero Academia, so I'm excited to watch that final season with him, so that'll be badass. That's coming up soon, too. Hell yes. Oh, see, Chuji, yeah, I think that's what I always got so paranoid that I was going to watch a movie and learn information out of order that I would always do a bunch of Google research, and that's about what I remember learning from that. I never actually have watched One Piece. I wasn't like big into animes until recently, and actually, so back when I was a kid, well, back when I was younger, Tsunami was a thing where it was like Saturdays on Adult Swim. Toonami would play in like the middle of the night, right? And so I don't know how, I'm trying to think of how to word this. I came home one night, as you do after a night of being a high schooler doing certain things. We come home and I see on the TV some big yellow face. I think it was Assassination Classroom was playing on the TV. And I just saw like the very end of it where it was a big yellow face, and I just... Doing high school things isn't the proper way to explain how exactly I was experiencing what I was getting ready to experience. Fuck, dude. Okay, I had eaten some mushrooms earlier in the night. Okay, I stopped drinking before I was 21 because while I was in high school, things got out of hand. So we came home one night after eating mushrooms, and on my TV screen, I see a big yellow smiling evil face. And it's like the end. It's him. I don't know how you got that, him. I don't know how you got that, him, before I said that. I don't know how you got that. Him's dialed in. He knew exactly where I was getting at. It was the end of one of the Assassination Classroom episodes, and the very next anime that came on was Dead Man's Wonderland. Okay, it's just completely invisible now. That's fantastic. I knew it looked awfully barren out there, but I didn't think we were all the way at the end. The very next episode or show that came on after that was Dead Man's Wonderland. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but that's a twisted-ass show. And that is an even crazier show to roll in after eating some mushrooms to watch, right? But I loved it, dude. I was so sucked in to that show that it turned into a Saturday night Toonami ritual almost, where obviously I wasn't tripping every week, but we would watch Dead Man's Wonderland every single week, and I just absolutely loved that anime. And that was technically the first anime that I really got into, but the way that series ended kind of sucked. Like, that series did not get a proper ending. They didn't properly finish it out. They got rushed to, like, ending it. I forget what sort of drama happened with that or whatever. So I kind of got, like, cucked, if you will, with the experience of this anime, being able to see it all the way through. So I just hadn't watched animes for years and years and years since. And then all of a sudden I got recommended on Hulu, I think, Assassination Classroom. And I was like, oh shit, this was the anime that was on before I started watching Dead Man's Wonderland. And I was like, I wonder what this is all about. And we rolled into Assassination Classroom, I want to say like a year and a half ago. Bro, it's been anime, like ever since I started watching Assassination Classroom and finished that. It like reignited it. So I'm new to the anime business. I never actually watched One Piece, is where I was getting at with that whole story. One Piece on Toonami was made by 4 kids and was a travesty. I never watched One Piece. It's like Squid Game / Running Man. I don't know what Running Man is, and I never watched Squid Game, but I know like what Squid Game is. It kind of was like a bit of a Squid Game. It was fucked up, dude. This kid got sent to a prison, and essentially in the prison it was like fucked up, bro. It was like, it was dark, Chuji. It was a adult anime for sure. And I don't remember what happened. Some sort of drama happened, which ended up getting it canceled. We should be just like 5 minutes or so from a storm rolling through. Hellsing Abridged is a great anime. I'll have to check it out. I think I'm starting to remember now. The last season of Demon Slayer I had to watch like 3 times over because I was super busy like editing some sort of project I was working on. And I just kept missing like some very key important details. And when I finally sat down and watched it, I was like, wait, we don't even get to the end. So now I'm kind of remembering that. There is no new season coming out. It's just going to be movies regards. Is that like guaranteed? I've seen Death Note. I don't think I've watched the whole thing of Death Note, but that was one of the ones I binged. Running Man is an old Arnold movie where he plays a prisoner that has to compete in games to earn his freedom. Yeah, it is definitely kind of like that. More like compete in games just to stay alive, and there was no like chance of earning freedom or realistically staying alive. But like I said, they rushed out the end of Dead Man's Wonderland. Like even today, if you go and watch it, you're just gonna get fucked. Dead Man's Wonderland got hit with a lawsuit at the beginning because the warden flashes crotch saying her cup size and grabs crotch mother's whatever won the lawsuit. Shut up, Blade, shut up. That can't be true. That cannot be what killed Dead Man's Wonderland. That cannot be what killed it. And if it is, we need a complete and total fucking reboot, please. And can we just go ahead and chop down the Karens that want to step in and complain about something so stupid in a movie where a kid gets sent to a prison and is dying and shit? I watch it, Wormy. I knew it was some sort of... I knew something happened to Blade. You said why they cut it short. No, I just read it. I just read it, Blade. I just read it. That's why I'm saying there's no way. There's no way that was it, right? What's the group called? The group is literally called Crotch Mothers. Grabs Crotch Mothers. What? I don't know what it is, Sparkle. I'm not like a big fan of live action. I'm not a big fan of live action. Anything, realistically. I think that's why I don't want to watch whatever fighter movie you guys are trying to get me to watch, or I think that's why I don't want to watch Dune. I like the animated movies. It's just like the bounds of reality can get pushed in animated shows, movies, more than they can actually in real life. I don't know what it is, bro. I like cartoons more than I like live actions. But Blade, that's absolutely disgusting. Mothers against anime. Oh, excuse me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is like some South Park Mothers Against Canada shit, isn't it? Oh my god. They're always right about everything, aren't they? Ooh, that actually triggers me a bit, Blade, to know that what could have been such a gritty ass anime and what in my opinion had such a solid play, it had me so hooked, got screwed over because of some activist group. That makes me mad. That makes me really mad. It should get rebooted. It should get rebooted. It should get rebooted. It should get rebooted. I even, you know, I love that show so much. There's some even, like, extra episodes that are in Korean that went even more in depth that I tried watching as well. And isn't the manga for Dead Man Wonderland, like, fully completed? Or the fucking comic book, whatever you want to call it. I don't know what they're called. What's crazy, Sparkle, is that happened when I was... Shit, that was happening before I was 18. So this Mothers Against Canada and Mothers Against Anime shit has got to go. That's actually disgusting. It's just actually gross. It's just actually gross. And we just let them get away with this? This has been going on for years and we're just letting it happen? This is just allowed? Chuji, do I look like I want to read? No, I do not. I was mainly curious as if the manga's got mango, I don't know what the fuck it's called. I was mostly curious as to if those have gotten finished so we can reboot this thing and then just get it running. Just get it running. I've told my wife if I ever won the lottery, that'd be the one thing that I dump a shitload of money into trying to get going. I don't know how all-encumbering the lawsuit was. But let's just reboot that thing. Also, they didn't have to kill Koro-sensei either. That kind of fucked me up a little bit. That kind of messed me up, I'm not gonna lie. It just sucks, Chuji. It just sucks because can't these things be put out on platforms and mediums where Mothers Against Fun can't reach. You know what I'm saying? Like, like on Patreon. Where is our storm here? We've been skipped on a storm. A storm skipped. That or it was way down south. Yeah, that's a good point. You make an excellent observation. I was a school-age kid, though, and I was hooked on Dead Man Wonderland. I wanted so desperately to know how that was going to complete. Just go into school, all of a sudden all of your classmates get murdered. Boom. Your ass is in some twisted-ass prison. What? How does that even end? You know what I'm saying? Relax, relax. Relax, relax. Settle down, settle down. Settle down, it's alright. I just came to say hello. You're good. Carry on. Sparkles is buying just a bunch of old vintage signs. I'm gonna try and reboot Dead Man's Wonderland, and then I'm gonna go and make it to where they didn't kill Koro Sensei. Sandstorm. Oh, we do have a sandstorm. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Ooh. Look how far north that thing is, dude. What is AOT? I don't know what AOT is. Honestly, Kel, we're I-2, and we're gonna be lucky if it hits I-2. I'm gonna go park down at this base, though, just in case that ornithopter comes flying over. Because he might be safe at the spice field, but if he comes flying over here, I take back everything I said. He's no longer safe. The one Chuji found was at G5 tucked in. This one that we're going to now is at I2. He's coming, he's coming. I don't know if that's you guys or not. Oh, it is, it is. It's Chuji. I'm like, we're about to blow some ass right now. We're blowing ass. I don't think this is gonna hit it. I don't think it's gonna hit it. Oh, Attack on Titan. You know what, Regard? I've tried to get into Attack on Titan twice now because I keep hearing it's a really good one. I just cannot get hooked. You know what I mean? And I don't know, it's a bit... So I'm like... This might sound weird considering that I really liked Dead Man's Wonderland, but I'm like not big into gore. Blood will make me pass out. It's called a vagal reaction. Essentially, if I see too much blood, or if I'm bleeding, or if I talk about blood for too long, my medulla oblongata just stops working, apparently, and I stop fucking breathing, and I pass out. So I don't know if it's like the gore in Attack on Titan that just kind of makes me go, oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Or what it is exactly. Well, looks like it got edged. Looks like all of the deep desert's gonna get edged this time. It might be heading like a little ways south, but it's definitely not gonna hit this thing. Yeah, what's funny about that, Chuji, is it didn't always happen. I didn't always Vasco pass out. Is that working? Nope. I didn't always Vasco pass out, but something at some point in time when I was a kid, it just flipped. And the first time it happened, my homeboy ran into some barbed wire and then fell to the ground, but had his hand caught up on the barbed wire. Oh my gosh, he ripped his pinky down to the bone, dude. And when we got back to the house, I fucking passed out on the floor. And then my friend stood on top of me to get into the cupboard with the Band-Aids. And I, like, got up and I was like, what are you doing, bro? I just passed out. He's like, oh, I thought you were joking. And then ever since then, dude, it was, like, crazy. Ghost in the Shell is the best anime. I'll have to check that one out. I haven't even tried watching that one yet. Oh, you know what? IVs make me uncomfortable as well. And the last time I went to the doctor, Sparkle, oh, they couldn't get it in. And what pisses me off is I have very good veins for these doctors to get their fucking needle. It shouldn't be hard for them to get their needle in. And it took her like 3 tries, and when she finally got it in, it hurt. It hurt. And I've never had an IV be painful after they get it in. But it hurt, bro, and I kept telling her, I was like, it hurt. You gotta do it again. You did it wrong. Something was wrong. This, that, and the other. She fucking argued with me. I almost got... They were like, we'll have to call the police if you keep yelling at the nurse. I'm like, listen, ma'am, please just take this out of my arm. Finally, when another nurse came in and got it out, they were like, oh, yeah, that wasn't in there properly. I'm like, yeah, thank you. You don't say. You don't say, huh? I'm like, I'm freaking working myself up a little bit thinking about that IV. I was pissed. I was pissed because I could feel it in my arm and I couldn't handle that. That sucks, Blade. That absolutely sucks. Yeah, I didn't realize how sensitive they were. I didn't realize that you couldn't yell at a nurse who wasn't doing their job properly. Well, it's not entirely impossible yet. Not entirely impossible yet. There's still a couple islands this is gonna swing by. And it's actually moving down south, so we might be able to raid the Dong. We might... Ooh, look how close it got to G5. Chuji, it might have hit G5. Chuji, it might have hit G5. It might have knocked that base at the G5. That's 4,000 meters south. I'm not sure if you're even close to over there. But time is of the essence. H5. H5? I'm in H5. Up on the north side of H5? This one right here that it just hit right here? Thought it was G5. G5. Yeah. I don't think it hit it. It looks like it edged it. It looks like it edged it, but it was close. Demo, I don't know if that's a real question, but no. The answer is no. We got company. It's Kel. I think it's Kel. Regard, it's so funny that you bring that up, because I literally just watched season 8 of Rick and Morty yesterday. So it's funny that you bring that up. What a weird... Huh. What the fuck? And I don't mind it. Sub-thief's right there. Sub-thief's down. I was gonna say the loot was right here. Very interesting. Very interesting base right here, I tell you what. That's a weird one. That there is a weird one. Well, hell yeah, I'm surprised that storm swung far enough south to hit G5. Chuji, with how that started so high up, I am shocked that that actually swung down there. But we'll take it. Yeah, that actually has a lot of space in there. He had a few layers to work with. Honestly, I don't really care, Sparkle, one way or the other. I don't notice it as much as I notice, like, for example, my wife was watching the new King of the Hill. And in the new King of the Hill, Dale Gribble's voice is, when they use whatever second voice actor that's doing it, it's just not hitting the mark. And that, to me, is more of an issue than, like, how Rick and them run. Like, I don't mind the difference there. The most recent season, though, I would say was just another one of those seasons that was 80% filled with non-important or seemingly non-important episodes that were less tied around, like, the overall story or where they're meant to be going with the story. You know what I mean? It wasn't until, like, the last episode where, and even then, it's like, it just kind of, like, there's no big bad, which isn't necessarily a problem, because I thought the episodes that they came out with in Season 8 were fine. It's definitely not the same as it was in the beginning, but obviously, shows are never the same as they were even just one season prior, so... Sparkle, you better go get yourself some rest so you can make it over to that doctor, I tell you what. I tell you what. Let me check the Discord real quick. Weekly schedule. Oceania servers reset in 9 hours. 9 hours from now, we will know, and it's typically like 10 hours from now. 10 hours from now, we will know what next week's Deep Desert loot is. Rufus, they've been recycling till now because they are liars. They're stinky, dirty, nasty liars. Oh, we have 20 Deep Desert maps that we handcraft already ready to go. I've seen 4. I've seen 4 that are running on repeat. Yes, though, they better come out with a new Deep Desert loot pool. If they release a repeat Deep Desert loot pool, I think that people are going to collectively lose their shit. Rufus? Oh my god, you're probably onto something. I think it's been 4, Blade. We've had the Executioner, and I've never seen the Executioner. I wasn't paying attention to the Deep Desert on Dew Gap when the Executioner launched, and it hasn't been out since. So we've had Executioner. It has dropped though. Pincushion, Forge. What's the other one? There's another one. Let's go weapons. There's another one. That's 4. That's only 4. We've only seen 4. The game is basically already dead if you're not on 1 or 2 servers, Sparkle. I agree entirely. Couldn't agree more. I've said that they could probably shut down like 80% of the servers entirely and then try and consolidate people over there. And even the players that got their shit deleted probably wouldn't make much of a dent in the current player base as it stands. So they might as well just fucking do it anyways. Yeah, some servers are definitely more dead than others, but they are all seemingly starting to die off, aside from, like you said, the few that seem to be growing because everybody's re-rolling over there. Well, that's not even true entirely, Mick, because it's also dead for those that want to PvE as well. Because the PvE experience ends right here in the A sector of the Deep Desert. This is where your PvE experience ends inside of Dune Awakening. If you go out and you fuck with their artificially inflated difficulty PvE, you're just going to get pissed off. And what's funny about the artificially inflated difficulty that comes from the Deep Desert PvE is the second that you get 2 or 3 people inside of that dungeon, all of the artificial difficulty becomes null and void because the AI becomes stupid and it doesn't know who to target at what time anymore. So it just basically nullifies all the difficulty that comes from it. So it's not even balanced for group play properly because it's not a challenge at all for group play, while it's just unrealistically unbalanced in any other form. I call it the old man shuffle. It's the old man shuffle. I'm not saying that you can't solo it. I'm saying the difficulty is artificially inflated. Oh, that's a good problem that you bring up, Sparkle, is avoidable mistakes. I couldn't agree more. Very much so avoidable mistakes. That being said, though, the bones of this game are solid, and I'm hopeful for the future, because this DLC, what it lacks in content, it makes up for, in my opinion, with the patch, the actual balance changes, and the update changes that are being made to the game. That makes me hopeful that they may be able to pull off something. The buggy's not full. My inventory's full. The game's just stupid and thinks it's going into my inventory or something. Yeah, Sparkle. That'd be using your brain, though, something these Funcom devs, for some reason, refuse to do. They just absolutely refuse to do it. It's wild. I couldn't agree with you more of those, Sparkle. Hey, you got a big-ass list of changes? Let's fucking push them out. The one argument that they could make, which I think would be a good argument to make, is the fact that they did push these changes out to the public test server, and they do that to make sure it's not going to totally break their game, because chances are some of that shit totally broke their game. This is the cycle that I expected Dune to go down, actually, Sparkles. I'm not so concerned with the amount of players in the game right now. This is a natural cycle for the game to take. And like I said, Dune has a solid lineup of games coming out that are competition. There's a big lineup of games coming out the rest of the year. And that's, like, bittersweet for Dune. It's going to kind of, like, exacerbate the problem that it's having with the stagnating player base, is what I would call it. And it's more so just the player base landing at, realistically, what it was always going to land at. So it's going to kind of take some pressure off of the devs to where they hopefully can actually start to cook without having a bunch of hypercritical eyes on them constantly. You know what I'm saying? Like, the more games that come out that are big ticket games that people who are currently playing Dune are going to swap over and start playing, the better, almost, because the people who do stick around and play Dune exclusively are probably the hardcore fans who are a lot less hypercritical and a lot more willing to give the devs a little bit of rope, though they don't deserve much. Sparkle? I agree. Mooster, tomorrow's update will count for nothing if the Deep Desert's a repeat. You're 100% right. I think that the community will collectively lose their shit. 20,000, even 15,000 players is where I expected Dune to land, Blade. You can go back in the live streams and you'll hear me talking and saying that I expected Dune to land right around the 15 to 20,000 mark. So I'm not surprised that it's gotten this low, and as a matter of fact, I've kind of reworked my numbers because it's going to go even lower. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year, Dune is sitting around the 5 to 8,000, 12,000 daily peak concurrent players. It was unaveragely fast. It was faster than average, Blade. Yeah, I agree. I've said it before and I'll say it again though. Dune launched in a better state than No Man's Sky launched in, and No Man's Sky turned it around and has become a very solid experience. So, with Dune having launched in a better state than No Man's Sky originally launched in, I mean, there's reason to have hope. Can the devs pull it off? I'm not holding my breath, dude. Dune might not charge per month, Mick. Instead, every 3 months they want to charge you so you can go and pet a donkey and unlock and craft a South Park styled vehicle. So we're also comparing apples and oranges here in talking about WoW and Dune Awakening. It's definitely comparing apples and oranges. I think WoW is a terrible MMO, though, Sparkle. Don't get it twisted. WoW is a complete and total shit MMO. You're missing out on RuneScape, the far superior MMO. I would argue that both versions of RuneScape, Old School and RuneScape 3, are peak. That's peak MMO experience. And then you have WoW, which is like you're getting your hand held and your butt wiped by your mother until you're 58 years old. That was maybe not the best, like, maybe not the best comparison. Yeah, I just never got into World of Warcraft. It was always you were either a RuneScape player or a World of Warcraft player when I was growing up at school and whatnot. Yeah, Blade, graphics in games is the last thing that I care about. I'm more so looking for gameplay inside of my games. I could give two shits about what the graphics are. I mean, like, we've got Unreal Engine 5 nowadays spitting out some, like, hyper-realistic graphics, and that has led to, in my opinion, nothing but very same old looking type games where they all look very similar to each other. And on top of that, since they're all using Unreal Engine, they all have got dupes in them like fucking crazy, apparently. I love how much I love how much this debate still goes on, bro. I would get into this same argument at the lunch table. Y'all are hitting me with like a nostalgia trip right here, I'm telling you. We'd get the same argument at the fucking lunch table with all the WoW heads and all the RuneScape players. Damn, bro. That is good. Solid. 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. I was never into WoW. I never understood the appeal of WoW either, Brandon. Not my style. I'd rather go fish for 200 hours, thank you. Knock down some rocks. Actually, you know what I did inside of an old school RuneScape growing up? I killed steel dragons. We would start it off as a full red dragon hide set because I killed steel dragons from level 61 range when I could equip a rune crossbow in the red dragon hide. We took that shit up to steel dragons all the way up to level 92 range. That was the main training spot. We were trying to land the Draconic Visage all those years. It was 23 million gold back in the day and would have set me up solid to go buy some PK sets with, because this was my PvP account, which I think this is the main reason that I never got into WoW. World of Warcraft's PvP system is just not it for me. We play MMOs to PK, basically. We played RuneScape to PK. And going out in the wilderness, creating pure accounts that are specifically built to be at a specific combat level, yet maximizing stats. All about that, dude. I was all about that. So we killed steel dragons for, I want to say, fucking 1,000 hours at least, bro. At least, dude. That's like so many. We never got the Visage either. You know what we did get? We got hundreds and hundreds of dragon plate legs, which sold for like 2 million a piece. And basically, we would go kill steel dragons until we got a pair of dragon plate legs or two, give us a nice 4 million gold. Then we would go take that 4 million gold and buy 20 PKing sets with it, and we would go out and PvP. Then we would lose all of our PKing sets because we're still in the process of building our account. So we would go back to the steel dragons and kill those bad boys until we got a couple of dragon plate legs. We did that shit all the way to level 92 range before I actually buckled in and did some real training. Cause if you don't know, level 92 is in fact only halfway to level 99. Believe it or not. That was the magic behind it. That was the magic behind it, Blade. Was the fact that you could lose your gear inside of the PvP in RuneScape. That's what made it so good. That's what made it so good. Because not only could you lose your gear, but you could take their gear. What a rush. What a rush, man. And if you didn't skull, you were able to keep 3 items, but if you skulled up, you were only able to keep 1 item. but you could only keep that one item if you remembered to turn on the protect item prayer. Then we've got the smite prayer, which gets thrown into the mix, and smite will drain your opponent's prayer for every bit of damage that you do to them. So realistically, the end game is to smite their +1, so you're therefore gonna PK their most valuable item. Bro, some of my biggest moments, some of my most memorable moments are in RuneScape PvP, when we end up landing a smite. Even when I played RuneScape 3, believe it or not, there was a pretty active PvP scene inside of RuneScape 3 when I was playing in the Legacy combat worlds, and I'll never forget when we smited a Noxious Bow for like 200 mil. I was fucking through the moon, bro. I was through the moon. We ragged that bow as well. We killed his ass with like a black salamander or some shit, dude. Straight ragged 200 mil. Rags to riches type fucking scenario right there. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. We got about 9 minutes remaining before this update kicks in here. Let's take a quick inventory of where we're at here. We didn't get as much progress in the Haga Basin done as I was trying to get. However, we did get a decent we did get a decent amount done. You know, we cooked up a couple thousand duraluminum, not too shabby. Let's go ahead and take a look quickly at what we need down below, because we need in the underbelly. That's about all that we have left to build, is the water storage in the underbelly, which is gonna require pumps, industrial pumps, as well as this duraluminum shit. Oh, and on top of that, we need to do the wind traps as well, though I'm not positive we're gonna need to do wind traps with how many death stills we have. But just to have that extra little passive thing going, we'll see. We'll see. That's just extra residue we'd have to spend, though, which is expensive, bro. So I'm almost thinking we just try and use the bodies up.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yep, we have only 60 industrial pumps. So that'll be the next grind that we have to knock out here, is industrial pumps. I mean, you don't go out into the RuneScape wilderness to make progression holy. You know, that's just like not... You go out to the RuneScape wilderness to find PvP, or very rarely are you going out there to go and like PvE or farm something. And if you are going out there to PvE or farm something, you just take 3 items. So if you die, you don't technically lose anything. You don't really lose progression inside of like the PvP. You lose your fucking money. I lost my ass off. I constantly lost my ass off in PvP. The monies, I guess if you look at it like that, I don't know, I just don't look at it like that. But if you do look at it like that, the money that we lost is somewhat like we lost progression. And had I just, say, kept all of those dragon plate legs and sold them and kept the money, we would have had hundreds of millions of gold by the end of it, but we would have had none of the PvP, which would have been not as fun. No, I don't think so. We've got the Ornithopter bays locked here, Hayden, currently. I've got the Ornithopter bays running. Yeah, I never looked at it like that, Holy. So, when I was playing RuneScape, the account I was playing on, I was literally building the account to PvP. So, any of that extra time grinding that I had to spend to get back the money I lost was also time that I would have had to already spend grinding anyways in order to level up the account. Now, if I was like 99 range and killing steel dragons for just for money, that would make a little bit more sense. But like I said, from level 61 to level 99 range, which, mind you, is tens of thousands of steel dragons, is just, you know, that was a grind that I would have had to put in anyways. Yeah, I more often than not, Hayden. That's why I was trying to pull out my Ornithopter just in case. The House Canola swatch is yours after the reset. Nice. You should be able to get the rewards now, though, can't you? You should be able to pick up the rewards now. No? Let's make sure I didn't miss out on anything here. Jeez, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. You guys, we've got 3 minutes before this whole board wipes. I'm not gonna be able to do any of this. What was the perforator? You know what I should have done was the replica pulse sword. What was the perforator? I wasn't even fucking looking. It's hard to get excited about these things when it's just repeat. Can we get hopefully with tomorrow, we get some new rewards. Oh, aluminum ingots? Yeah, shit. That would have been an easy one. That maybe would have been an easy one. There was a couple of easy ones that we should have knocked out this week, to be entirely fair. A dart for every man was on this as well? Was it for real? A dart for every man came out. Man, that makes me even more glad that I sold mine last week. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I know last week was a dart for every man, and we got lucky that we were able to grind that out. I just ended up selling it. No, they change once a week. But also they're different from server to server dungeon. So if you're not on Harmony, your lands rad's entirely different than this one. I don't think so. I think this resets right now. It always starts 14 hours early. So I think the decree is in, and it's going to... Unless I'm wrong. I could be wrong. We could still have 14 hours left. No, we need vehicle import. This is massive. We need focused cutter rays on our buggies. Everybody in the guild needs to, if it does swing vehicle import, everybody in the guild needs to pick up the focused buggy cutter ray as well as the sand crawler inventory. We haven't had vehicle import rights since we've been on the server, so we 100% need it to swing vehicle import rights. And if it does swing vehicle import rights, first off, everybody in the guild needs to pick up their own focused cutter ray, and then when people roll out to the deep desert to farm, it is going to be a bring your own buggy type scenario. Is what I'm thinking, rather than taking it off, putting it on, taking it off, putting it on. Oh, we got kicked, dungeon. We got kicked. Yes, indeed, we did. So when does the update come out, KB? We've got, let's take a look here, 22 hours. 22 hours from now, the Coriolis Apex is going to be hitting the North American server. So if you're in NA, KB, that's when the downtime for the patch is going to happen. I don't know if that's global. It's entirely possible that the Oceania servers 8 hours from now, 9 hours from now, are going to have their patch happen with their apex of their Coriolis storm, right? That's entirely possible. I'm not positive. We're getting something new. We're getting something new. Are you guys seeing this? Let me see. The chat might be in the way. We're getting something new. This guarantees it. And this actually explains what's getting ready to happen next week, just so everybody's aware. This says the deep desert here on the right-hand side of the screen. Right here. It says the deep desert will be inaccessible on Oceania, Asia, and European servers from the Coriolis Storm restart. That's when the Apex hits, until the next patch is complete. So it is going to be a global downtime that is going to start 22 hours from now at 4 a.m. Eastern. That's when the global downtime is going to start. And then they are going to be implementing the patch as well as releasing next week's Deep Desert, which is gonna have to be something new. This practically guarantees that it's going to be something new. Sparkle. That does sound like some dangerous. That does sound like a bit of a red flag, doesn't it? Oops, my bad. My bad. Wrong button. My bad. Whoopsie. That was my bad. You can smell, when is the actual content patch? It's tomorrow. So it's tomorrow, 22 hours from now. It is exciting. It's actually exciting, Mooster. Yeah, Teddy, we all lost our legs. And we're all about to not have pincushion anymore, so hopefully you've been holding on to some pincushion schematics, because if they don't come in for the next month, they may end up being quite expensive, because in my opinion, pincushion's best in slot. So when pincushion would repeat, you know, it didn't bother me too much, aside from the fact it just definitely got redundant. Yeah, holy, I wish that was the case, but I don't think they're going to extend. I don't think they're going to re-extend the danger zone. We can only hope that eventually they do. I really like Pincushion Sparkle because you don't lose this stamina on dodge as if you were wearing heavy armor, but it also gives you some dart mitigation, which, like, even specifically for PvP on Harmony, having some dart mitigation is big, paired with the fact that nobody's using Blade, really. The Regis missile launchers having lock on, I don't think it's a bad idea if they would remove the ability to lock onto players. I don't think these missile launchers should be able to log on to players. Mick can't wait for the next week and a half of daily hour and a half fixes. And then at the end of that week, the devs are going to come out and glaze themselves about how active they are with updating their game, because they're going to be like, oh, we do updates sometimes daily. Sometimes daily we do updates. Yeah, you're trying to fix your shit, and sometimes you have to do that on a daily basis. Is not something to be entirely excited about, but here we are. Now, I couldn't agree. I could not agree more, Teddy, and I wouldn't be surprised if say we go 4 weeks without seeing Pincushion, I wouldn't be surprised that if Pincushion just realistically goes through the roof, especially if the new players joining in on the server continues to happen. Oh yeah, Sparkles? Oh yeah? You like getting those hour and a half downtimes to get the patch notes that say back-end stability fixes, and then we all log back into the Haga Basin, and it's as unstable as it's always been? Those doing good for you? Oh, if they wait to push fixes, or if they wait to push some changes, kind of like what they're doing with this DLC patch note here. Kind of like what they're doing with that. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree. I'm just playing. 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 I'm just playing, Sparkle. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Sometimes when I get sarcastic, I feel like it comes off as aggressive. My bad. My bad. My bad. No, no, my bad. My bad. My bad. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I was being sarcastic. Just razzing you up a bit. Just razzing you up a bit. How long is it down for? It depends on what server. It depends on what server you're playing on. Little dog coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Oh, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, Sparkle. Actually, I will die on the hill that the fact that the game did not launch with a deposit all feature tells me that the devs did not realistically play this game for longer than 2 hours without spawning themselves in resources or making it to where they didn't have to deal with water. Because if they played their game realistically, somebody along the line would have noticed that having to spam click 1,000 times to get all your fucking leaderjons into your water is not proper gameplay. And then you're right, that is like a literal 2-day fix. Global downtime so they can mix Forge and Pincushion together, and that's what's coming out in next week's Deep Desert. Yeah, they didn't playtest the PvP very well either. If we're talking about the content creator playtest people that they had opened up to like the public in the early stages, yeah, those guys, anybody who does that is just doing it to play the game early. They're not fucking testing the game proper, because they're not being paid to test the game proper, so you can't blame them. But the same thing, I have the same feeling about Ashes of Creation, and I'm getting more and more concerned that Ashes of Creation, by the time it launches, is going to be a game that's already fully figured out, and therefore it's less fun to play. Because these games, even with Dune Awakening, something that's really fun about Dune Awakening is that we're in a shifting meta. We're in a shifting meta because the game was not figured out from launch. So Ashes of Creation, going through so many public tests, the game's meta and the game's progression and the best way and the best in slot ways to do things is already going to be figured out, which just sucks. Kato, it depends on what server you're on. If you're on the Harmony server, this thing's down for like ever, bro. It's down for days. But Dugap, as you can see, is already coming back up. Dugap, I feel like, is losing its player base. No, Holy, I did not. I did not. I mean, I didn't mind it. I didn't mind having to spam click until I started crafting duraluminum or plastanium, one of the two. That's when I was like, this has gotten out of hand. And I regretted not doing this stupid death still earlier. We were harvesting water from dew way too late into our playthrough for way too long. You can actually hide this. Koei. You can actually hide this in the settings. I can't show you here, but if you go into your inventory and then if you hit D inside of your inventory, there should be a couple of things that you could click. That's basically exactly what I'm sitting on as well, Dark. Except for I believe that I have pincushion legs on as well instead of the IX core. And I might even swap to like heavy legs as soon as Executor comes out. Yeah, I thought the same thing when we were in a guild fight. I thought that my teammate or one of my guild members was rolling around Jed without a helmet on. I was like, this madman's out here fighting and he doesn't even have a helmet on. But no, it's just a setting. Teddy, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to add in character transfers until ever. I don't think they'll ever do character transfers. If they allowed character transfers, all of these servers that are dying would just die off that much faster. All these servers that are dying would just die that much faster. The best armor set to use definitely depends on what your server's PvP meta is. But Dungeon, if you're doing PvE exclusively, I would say that heavy armor is the best way to go because you're typically getting shot at by darts the most. If you are doing PvE and PvP and your server's meta seems to be leaning towards melee, then using light armor is obviously the way you want to go. And then obviously if it's leaning towards range, you want to go heavy armor, but that's a bit of a situation to get into. If you go in and you click on not character stats. If you hit D when you're in the menu, if you hit D, you can toggle your helmet on and off. Harmony is rocket spam heavy. Yes and no. It depends on what situation you get in. It depends on what situation you get in. A lot of people in Harmony are rocking the Regis Disruptor pistol. Well, Sparkle, that's what I was saying earlier, is they would almost be fine at just closing off these servers that are really, really low pop and deleting those people's accounts and just kind of like biting the bullet on pissing those people off and making it to where new characters can only choose between 5 servers or something like that. How is Executor? I wouldn't know. It's only shown up one single time. Yeah, so we're dealing with Funcom here. And apparently with Conan Exiles, they allowed character transfers. And apparently they allowed character transfers for, in all, about like a day or something like that. And apparently it was being so abused via duping or whatever was happening with the character transfers. It was being so abused that they basically immediately shut it down. I mean, they did not allow character transfers anymore. Then, like a year later, let's say, they reopened the character transfers, only to have the same problems that originally happened with character transfers happen again. At which point they basically immediately pulled down character transfers and they never brought it back up. So, WoW in the World of Warcraft and Blizzard might have been able to pull that off. They might have had the infrastructure to pull that off. Funcom is seemingly running on one giant-ass strand of spaghetti code where, for some reason, they patch something in Dune Awakening and it affects some sort of fucking aspect of gameplay in Conan Exiles. Like, this strand of spaghetti is, like, transcending games at this point in time. It's absolutely insane. So there's another reason why I don't think they're going to come out with character transfers, not even taking into account the fact that it would literally exacerbate the problem that these servers are having with them losing players. Oh man, you forget how far a 20,000 meter flight is until you're back in the thick of it, I tell you what. Yeah, holy, but let's like think about this for a second. Like, there's 18,000 servers up for Dune Awakening, isn't there? 18,000 servers up for Dune Awakening, am I correct in saying that? These are official servers as well. We're not even talking private servers. Am I crazy in saying that? How many servers do they have opened up? Does anybody know? That's the point. That's the point that I'm getting at, Swoosh. That is the point that I'm getting at. That is, in fact, the exact point that I'm getting at. I am pretty positive that I've heard the number 18,000 different servers thrown around. Between all of the different regions, I believe that's the number that I've heard. I'm not 100%. But if that's the case, like Swoosh said, that means that there is, on average, one player per server. Obviously, there's not one player per server, which means some servers probably have no players, except for somebody who logs on once a week or some shit. Fucking end it. Psh, you gotta make that one person mad. You're gonna have to burn some bridges here. 18,000 has to be counting privates. 262 worlds. 18,650 servers. Blade... No, so 262 worlds. No, stop. We're conflating worlds and servers. I'm calling 18,650 sieges. Is that what we're talking about? Because that math doesn't even line up. What the fuck is a world? One world is 15 servers. And, okay. What the what? I know, no, Odin is a server. No. See, Blade, you've got that backwards, because one world is 15 servers. 15 servers each have 25 sieges. There's 25 sieges per server. Okay, we're conflated, because that doesn't math out, you guys. 227 multiplied by 25 is 5,675. So how are we somehow getting all the way up to 18,000? Okay, so 227 multiplied by, didn't they bump it up to 45 sieges per server? That is actually 10,000 sieges, so we're getting closer. We're not calling it a world. We're calling it a server. Each server holds 25 sieges. There are only 227 servers. That's nowhere near as bad. That's nowhere near as bad as a number as I was thinking. 10,000 sieges is just that's just a byproduct of the way the game is running its servers. A world is a server cluster. Each siege is a server. Stop it. Yes, so we're conflating titles here. What you guys are calling a world is what I have been calling a server. Yeah, Marcus might be right by definition, but not by how we've been explaining things. Let me exit to the main menu. And I'm right there with Sparkles. I am right there with Sparkles. Look. I click on the Servers tab to open the list of servers. Okay, I don't click on the Worlds tab to open the list of worlds. I click on the Servers tab to open the list of servers. But, what a twist. If we take a look at this is world and servers. This is a interchangeable word, which is why I'm saying we are conflating. We are getting confused we are confusing each other for no reason. That or you guys are not confused and I am the only one who's confused by what you guys are saying. I've never referred to these as worlds. I've always referred to these as servers. Each one of these servers holds, I believe, it's 45 sieges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, there's another 12, so there's 24. So this only has 24 sieges on it. I thought they added sieges to some of these servers. No, Blade. Blade, stop it. Blade, stop it. We click to open a server, and then we see the list of sieges. Look, this is the siege leg. This is where we're not conflating words here, and y'all are just making that shit up. This is the siege leg. It says it there. Siege Sandrat. Siege Tabber. Siege that. Siege that. Siege that. It's not server that. Server that. Oh, you know what? Fucking, I see what you're saying now. Actually, hold on. Second twist here. Worlds/servers, almost implying that this, in fact, is a world. And then this is then the /server. These fucking guys, do they have to label it so stupidly? Why is this then called siege leg and why can it not? It's both. Yeah, it's both. We're all talking about the same thing right now. We're running in one big ass circle. One big giant ass circle. One circle of insanity because these guys are using multiple fucking terms to describe the same thing. I agree, swoosh, and that's what every other game would typically call it. But they've thrown in these confusing ass terminologies here, calling every single thing a siege. But the siege is technically a server. But you think that this is the server and then it's the siege. But in fact, this is the world. But it's not called a world anywhere. It's not called a world anywhere. The fucking, we're bringing up like old school RuneScape and RuneScape levels of shit where it's like, what world are you on? But at least over there, it's like if I'm on world 304 and you're on world 260, I can hop over to world 260 and go find your ass. Over here, I can't hop over to I can't hop over to the Fury world and go find your ass. Chalk that up. Yeah, put it on the list. Add it to the list. Add it to the list. Add it to the list. Put it on the list. I've never heard anybody call these servers a world. And I swear, when you guys called it a world, it just threw me for a loop, man. We're all on the same page now, though. And these are, and you guys were 100% correct. This is a world, and this is a server. But this is also a siege. And this isn't even a server. This is just a world. I fucking can't believe this sometimes. No, yeah, no, you're right. It does say it's the server browser. They can't even figure out what they want these to be called. Because he's right. Look up here. Server browser. Up at the very top. It's just whatever third party. Okay, so here's another team. Like, first off, I'm not convinced that Funcom even has this team employed. But let's just, for argument's sake, say that they do. Funcom's quality assurance team, their in-house quality assurance, has got to go. They've got to go. They tried. They failed. Let's get another group in there. Their third-party quality assurance team owes them money back. Whatever Funcom paid their third-party quality assurance team to do inside of this game, they should get a refund on. Oh, swoosh, swoosh. I'm so happy. I'm so happy you brought that up. They implemented the search function into the auction house and it doesn't even work. It doesn't even work. Swoosh, he takes in and he searches for a specific gun in the market and Spice pops up. Yeah, you couldn't get that thing to work at all. I don't know, Swoosh, if you've been on since. But you want to know, there's actually a workaround around that. If you put quotes around what you're searching in the market, it'll find what you're searching for a lot more accurately. It's still not 100%, but it's a lot more accurate. Chuji figured that out and posted it on Discord, and I was just dumbfounded that that's how they would decide to have that work. The players are, in fact, the quality assurance. You're so right. Us. Isn't that crazy, Swoosh, that's how that would work? Why on earth would that be what gets greenlit and pushed through? What the fuck, dude? It has to be some sort of, I'm telling you, people in the chat have said as a joke that these guys use Chat GPT to code. But I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a joke. I think some of them are phoning it in so much so that they're literally using Chat GPT to code. But like Holy says, at this point, AI would do a better job. So if they were using ChatGPT as a code, they don't even know how to properly give it a prompt. Marcus, in Swoosh, you're right. We are the quality assurance testers. Somebody in the stream previously brought it up that the PC launch of this game is basically just the test version of this game leading into the console release, which it'll be interesting to see if they manage to pull that off. Paying, yeah, we're paying beta testers. Not in the sense that we're getting paid, in the sense that we paid for this experience. Now, it is worth bringing up for anybody who's watching. Like we had Bongs in here earlier, who's still in the honeymoon phase of the game, still quite enjoying their time. It is worth bringing up that all of these criticisms, all of these complaints, all of these problems come from the perspective of playing hundreds of hours of the game. You know what I mean? So they've still somehow managed to make a skeleton of a game that's solid. I have hope for the future, but I can just shit talk this game all night long because the problems just never stop. And Funcom never fails to deliver on something. Yes, Mick, yes. We're all on the same page now. We're all saying the same thing. Holy, when I even had fun as a solo player in the deep desert because I was finally able to get into some of the PvP, finally able to get into the raiding, which is some of the most fun that I've had in this game is the raiding. It wasn't until I started trying to do the PvE out in the deep desert, that's when I really, really, really got mad. Nox coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? Oh, welcome. Never fails to deliver on new bugs and exploits and insanity. I'll never forget the D6 debacle. What a stream that was. What a stream that was. We woke up and somebody in the chat was like, yo, you know your base in the deep desert is in a PvP zone because we went out looking for a base to raid. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? Sure as hell it was. And so were all of the other bases in that zone. And what a day that was. What a day that was. Yeah, Blade brings up a good point. Is the PvP very much so is dictated by the numbers. It definitely reaches a point where there's no overwhelming the numbers unless you're fighting numbers with numbers. With the play schedule that we've kind of worked into here, Holy, is we've been on that same schedule. Yeah, and after tomorrow, Nox, they're not even going to need Ancient Ways. They'll be able to knock it down with the Regis, and I think that they should just remove the ability for these rocket launchers to lock onto people. I think it's a bit much that these rocket launchers can lock onto people. Swoosh, I agree. And the game's actually balanced for large scale group and guild versus guild PvP. I couldn't agree more. The solo PvP is solid, small group PvP is solid, and then the big group PvP is solid, right? So the fact that big groups take over small groups only makes sense. And you're right, it's not the problem. Like you're saying, everything is safe. There's no risk in PvP at all. So you're saying, there is no making headway when it comes to fighting anyone, let alone a large clan. Mick, my God, it's like beating my head against the wall with you sometimes. You've been here for a while, Mick. You know exactly my stance on this. Rust for me is too extreme. Rust is too extreme of a PvP. I'm not a giant fan of full loot PvP. However, I am not a fan at all of no risk PvP. I think that some of your gear should be on the line. A partial loot PvP is where I stand. I've worked the RuneScape PvP system into the Dune PvP system at least a dozen times. In other survival PvP games, you can chip away at the large clans, disrupt their farming, yoink a few boxes, etc. Yeah. Dune's kind of like not that way though. Even if like say Dune was kind of set up in the PvP style that I would like, you wouldn't really be able to chip at large clans. Not with the way that they have set up loot. I think what Sparkles is saying about Dune not being a survival game is having your game have a the one survival mechanic being you need to drink water, and drinking and having enough water to drink becomes pretty quickly irrelevant. Doesn't quite make it a survival game. I feel like survival is the best description for Dune Awakening. I think it's the best category to place it under is an MMO survival. But you could probably just as easily place it under, and this comes from the chat. I like the description of the game, a MMO, a make your own fun style of multiplayer online. Yeah, but water does pretty quickly become irrelevant, whether you get a still suit or whether you finally get a decent leader John. But it does eventually come a point where it's like, yeah, you're not having to run a survival mechanic. I'm not a huge fan of survival mechanics. I don't like managing. I don't like constantly managing hunger or constantly managing thirst. You know what I mean? Knox, I don't disagree with you. Holy, the best part of this game is the progression. The best part of this game is the progression. Whatever team put together the progression system in this game is fucking smart, bro. Because I agree with you. And even now, working into tier 6, with the fact that the tier 6 materials are no risk to grab, I'd imagine that PvE players are even enjoying themselves working all the way into tier 6, where previously PvE players, once they started working into tier 6, were just hating themselves because it's practically impossible to get a PvE player to want to partake in PvP at all, let alone even step into the zone, let alone even partake in it. You died 3 to 4 times. Now people are hating Soundflower again. What do you mean, Blade? Yeah, tier 6 farming definitely sucked. I agree, especially as a solo holy. Now granted, I didn't on Do Gap here is where I did all of my solo tier 6 farming, and this was when all of the tier 6 was still in the PvP zone. And it mainly sucked because I had to fly miles and miles and miles and miles away to mine up an inventory of an assault ornithopter and then fly miles and miles back. It's just like wasn't the most entertaining loop. Which is why I'm saying now, with how easy it is to get the tier 6 ores, I'd imagine that even PvE exclusive players enjoy themselves all the way through, even through the tier 6. But what are they doing that for? What are they doing that for? To go partake in the PvE of the PvP zone? That artificially inflated PvE? The same PvE that you've been fighting throughout the entire game? Because I'm telling you, that's not it, bro. That's not what's going to keep a PvE player grinding. That's not what's going to keep them around, which is why the player base has so drastically fallen off. Swoosh, that's honestly what I feel like a lot of people are going to do. And I feel like that's kind of a bittersweet situation for the devs to be in. Like, no dev obviously wants to be in a situation where their game is being put on the back burner with the majority of their player base. But it's also going to help that a lot of the, like I said, the hypercritical people are going to be playing a lot of like the competition that's coming out throughout the next year, which is going to give the devs a little bit of breathing room to hopefully turn the game around into and get it into a very solid state. Best case scenario would be that Funcom managed to pull that off before the console release. Because the console release presumably is going to breathe some life back into the game. Presumably. Swoosh, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Swoosh. I couldn't agree more. Everybody's like freaking out that the numbers are dropping so low, but I've said it since day one that if the number drops below 15,000 per day, that's when people should worry. And I've kind of changed this stance. If the number drops below 8,000 per day, that's when people should really start to worry. I imagine that it's going to land at like 8 to 15,000 per day, and that'll be where it sits, and that'll be kind of where it bottoms out for the next year or so until they come out with a substantial update. Because these little tiny DLCs that bring in very minor amounts of content isn't going to do it. Now, again, the major content that's coming out in this update for me has nothing to do with like the ships that you can fight or anything like that, or any of the whatever. It's literally the patch notes, finally some new loot, some balance changes, some seemingly hope. It'll be right around, I agree with that number, Holy. If it drops below 8,000 concurrent on the daily, like daily max concurrent, that'll be a problem. But I could even see it bottoming out at like 8. Yeah, no, we're not talking about... See, Blade, you're not understanding the number that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the current player count. I'm not talking about the current player count. I'm talking about the 24-hour peak. It's at a 24-hour peak of 24,505 players, which is decent. That's actually not terrible. When that 24-hour peak drops below 10,000, then the game has got a problem. But like I said, I could even see it getting as low as 9,000 before they manage to push the game to console and push whatever big first expansion that they have planned to push. Like, I could easily see it actually getting all the way down to that 9,000 24-hour player count. I mean, for a survival MMO, I think that even sitting at 8,000 in the middle of the night's not terrible. Right after the daily reset's not bad. They're not that smart. They're not that smart, Swoosh, unfortunately. So, yeah, don't hold your breath on that one. They'll definitely be marketing and trying to sell all of their DLCs from here until until the launch of the first expansion. And I don't imagine that any of the DLCs aside from the first expansion. So we've now had 2 DLCs. We have one more coming and then the expansion. I don't feel like the next DLC is going to have any substantial content either. And as a matter of fact, with the way they kind of ran this, I wouldn't be surprised if they hold on to a bunch of changes, kind of like they did with this one, to make it seem like it was bigger. And look, we still do have 14 hours left on this. I was wrong. We've still got 4. I think this shuts off in 12 minutes, perhaps. I'm not positive. I'm not 100% positive. It might be a few hours from now. I don't know. I thought it typically shuts down early. Yes, Dark, they 100% need to expand on the PvE portion of this game. PvE was developed as an afterthought to push people into the PvP endgame. They always wanted to push people into the PvP endgame. I feel like that was always the goal. And that's not a problem, aside from the fact that the PvP endgame isn't very mechanically balanced. I'm not worried about it being actually balanced. It's not very mechanically balanced, which is a problem. And then on top of that, we've lost anything to fight for because they keep dropping repeat loot into the deep desert every single week. So, but these are changes that they're working on. This is why I'm saying it's like, with this patch note coming out, that's what I'm excited for with the DLC. That's what gives me a little bit of hope that they'll be able to continue, or that they're at least not fully giving up yet. Alrighty, well, it's just about moving day, and by that I mean it is in fact moving day. We've got less than 24 hours before this entire deep desert is going to be wiped. And as a matter of fact, nobody's going to know what comes out next week until after it comes out. When it comes to what the map looks like, unless these guys who scrape the code are able to figure it out prior to the update. But I have a feeling that they're delaying the deep desert wipe in Europe, in Oceania, and stuff like that. I have a feeling they're delaying that, or they're not allowing people access into the deep desert after the downtime, or after the Coriolis wipe, is strictly because they are going to be implementing a new deep desert. So we might not know what that even looks like until tomorrow's live stream. The repeat drops in the deep desert is just compounding. It's just a compounding issue, you know? And it is just the more maps that repeat, the worse and worse that felt. Hopefully they've got their shit handled and they're now actually going to have a decent amount of maps to rotate with. But it does kind of feel like we were lied to a little bit, because before the game launched, they had gotten asked this question specifically. Are you worried about running out of deep deserts? With a new deep desert coming out each week, are you concerned that you're going to run out of content? And they said, oh no, we've got 20 deep deserts, you know, lined up and prepared. Okay, well, why the hell have we played 3 months of the game with the same 4 deep deserts repeating? It just doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense at all. They definitely like to piss on you and tell you it's raining, Sparkle, that's for sure. Yes, Blade, on the main screen right now, you'll be able to see the little warning saying that Oceania, Europe, Asia, all the servers that reset and have their Coriolis happening soon you're not gonna have access to the deep desert until after the patch. Which is good news, because that's telling me that next week is for sure gonna be, or tomorrow, sorry, next week's deep desert is for sure gonna be something new. Something new's coming in the game. Am I wrong in saying that there are uniques in the game that have never... No, you're not wrong, Marcus. No, you're not. No, you're not. Not wrong at all. They either lied or something is wrong with the rotation. Yeah, something happened, Holy, that's for sure. You know what pisses me off, actually, about this whole situation is the fact that it was like 2 weeks ago, the devs came out and said, we've adjusted our algorithm so it should help to prevent repeat items entering the deep desert rotation. Excuse me. Excuse me. Does anybody else see what's wrong with that statement? Anybody else hear what's wrong with that statement? We adjusted our algorithm so it stops picking repeat. Okay, so are you telling me that there's not a human at this company that's looking at what the next deep desert is? Oh my gosh, Dark. People, I'm telling you, if that's the case, people are going to collectively lose their fucking mind. Why are you using an algorithm for that? It's lazy. And if you want to use an algorithm for it, fine. Fine. How hard is it to have one human set of eyes look at it and say, we've had pincushion 6 times in the past 3 months that the game has been open. Let's go ahead and I'll just change the numbers here and I'll make it, instead of pincushion, it's going to be executioner this week. There are 15, count it, Blade's right, 15 unique items even meant to be in the Haga Basin that are not out yet. For example, there is the tier 5 version of Pincushion. I forget what it's called. It's called something. It's called something, like something. Fucking, what's it called? Swoosh, I swear, it's a bunch of people who are just completely phoning it in, and they're using AI to do their entire job. That's what I've convinced myself of. I'm convinced that there's maybe 8 employees in total over at Funcom who are doing all of the heavy lifting. Whichever 8 employees worked together, the progression system, are the ones who are doing all the heavy lifting. The rest of them are all ChatGPT. I swear. It's crazy. Yeah, Dark. And if they have that going, it's also not that hard to just make sure it doesn't repeat by having a set of human eyes grab it. But you're right, it shouldn't be impossible to get an algorithm that it self-checks to make sure it doesn't fucking repeat. Yes. A simple line of code would probably get that knocked out. But and then Swoosh brings it up, and somebody brought it up earlier. AI wouldn't make these mistakes, so maybe they're just phoning it in and slapping their keyboard, and they're saying, it'll work. Holy brings up a good point, too. That could very well be what's going on, and I feel like there's probably a lot of studios that have done that. Progression system is ass because of the end game. You know what? You get to the end game after going through the progression system, and yeah, you're going to feel shafted a little bit. What did you go through all of that progression for, Sparkle? To go partake in the PvE of the Deep Desert? That artificially inflated difficulty PvE there? The Chosen. Thank you, Blade. Thank you. The Tier 5 version of Pincushion is called Chosen. It's the Chosen set, and it's never dropped. It's nowhere in the game. As a matter of fact, what set do you guys think's going to come out with this update? What set do you think's going to be dropping from the ship or whatever little thing that we'll be able to do? Any guesses? Because if I was a betting man, I would assume that the Tier 5 set that's going to come from whatever little extra bit of content they add, which I believe is supposed to be somewhere down here in the Deep Desert, is going to be the Chosen set. I bet you anything. So, if you have not gotten your fill of Pincushion in the past 3 months of the game, if you've not gotten your fill of Pincushion, right, with all of the times that's been out in the Deep Desert and on the Landsrad rewards, if you've not gotten your fill of the Pincushion set, tomorrow is your lucky day, because you're now going to be able to get the Tier 5 version of that same exact Pincushion set. Anybody else excited? Because I know I am. Brig, okay, so I'm going to preface this again. All of my bitching comes from the point of playing this game for hundreds of hours. So there comes a point in time where it's like the honeymoon wears off and the irritation sets in. But to answer, so just take that in mind, Brig, with all of my complaining here. It's still a solid game. You still get hundreds of hours of content worth in the progression. Sparkle might hate the progression, but me personally, I think it's the best part of this game. It's very solid. Spice is used for everything when it comes to Tier 5 and Tier 6 blueprints, schematics, whatever you want to call them. If we take a look here at the research tab, first off, the spice itself needs to be refined in a spice refinery. This is going to take your spice and turn it into melange. Spice melange is the real resource that you need, and that, like Blade is saying, is used to craft basically any tier 6 anything is going to require you to use some melange. For example, just this regular comb chest plate, which is a tier 6 light armor, that is going to require 36 melange. What else? Any of this requires melange? Any of your tier 6 ornithopter stuff requires melange. Your tier 5 ornithopter, no melange. So I think I was wrong about tier 5. You don't start needing melange until you're crafting tier 6. So you've just discovered aluminum. So no, you're at tier 4, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're at tier 4. Which is probably the best place to be in the game. Boy, what I would give to be able to put those blinders back on, I tell you what. The complainers like us are just angry old men. Yeah, no, you're not wrong, Swoosh. And it's like after so many hours, it's like obviously you're going to have a lot to complain about. And with all of the complaints that I have, like I've said before and I'll say again, I'm hopeful that it can get turned around. mainly because this DLC that they're coming up with has a healthy amount of changes that they're implementing, which lead me to believe that there's somebody there that still cares about what's going on here, right? Brig coming in, dropping that follow, my friend. I appreciate you. Oh, welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, as you're rolling around the Haga Basin, if you see a small spice field, I would pick it up. Depending on what server you're on, though, this is something that you should take into account. There may be incredibly cheap spice melange on your server's auction house. For example, here on Harmony, melange got as low as 1,500 per melange because there's a dirty team of Chinese bot farm dupers in the game who are duplicating melange on repeat on this server specifically, which has just completely tanked the price. The dupers are also, as you can see, duplicating Solari, which has hyper-inflated the market, meaning that earning something like 11 million Solari is actually incredibly easy on this server. So if you do that math of 11.5 million Solari at 1 melange per 1.5 thousand Solari, you're looking at picking up like 10,000 melange or something like that, which is more than you would ever need. Well, it's a bot farm, Brig, so yes, they're banned, but they already earn their money before they get banned. They basically, they dupe it up, they sell it up, and then they trade their money to whichever account is muling all of the money, and then they get banned, and then they rinse and repeat. At this point in time, the duplications that are taking place have to be done by like a program. And Dark brings up an excellent point. There does come a point in time where harvesting spice becomes useless. So of course they sell it for real money. That's the end game. Yeah. No, there's no second guessing that, Swoosh. I said they dupe the melange, they sell the melange. They trade their money over to the mule, and then those accounts get banned, and then they rinse and repeat. The mule, second portion of the process, the mule takes that money and trades it to whichever player purchased it for real monies. Yes. Always, always, always. I wouldn't even say almost always. I would say always connected to RMT. It's not a Chinese bot farm, it's a Sparkle bot farm. Driver, good morning, my friend. It is good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. I know you were asking about the crafting station earlier. We've just about got that second guild base built up here, which has the crafting station at it, and we've just about got that built up. If you hop on, Driver, today's moving day. I'll be doing a bunch of moving today. If you hop on and you see me on and you need to craft something up, holler at me. I could come give you access to one of those crafters at the new guild base before it's open officially. You know what I mean? If you need to craft something. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not allegedly, Sparkle. It's guaranteed. It's for certain, my friend. Any online game is going to have real-world trading, which real-world trading spawns Chinese bot farms, which spawns fucked up, crazy, hyper-inflated economies, and this isn't something that I'm, like, realistically holding against the devs. Not much they can do. The most they could do is try and counteract the duping, but with Unreal Engine 5, there's not much you can do, and then the cheaters will always find a way to cheat. If it wasn't duping, then it would be a Chinese bot farm harvesting all of the small melange all over the place all the time, constantly. You know what I mean? Hey, very nice. You drive safe today, driver. You drive safe. You enjoy yourself at that field trip as well. I'm not sure if the drivers get to partake in the field trip at all. Say it was like a museum or something. Go swing through the museum. Allegedly, Sparkles says yes. Allegedly, anyways. Allegedly as it stands. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 a.m. It is moving day. Tomorrow, we've got the big patch coming down. We've got a brand new deep desert coming into play, which could potentially have some new items. Hopefully has some new items. Hopefully has something incredibly exciting for us to try and push for. It may be worth it for us tomorrow to roll out as a guild, as many of us are on, as quickly as possible into the new deep desert to try and possibly snag some loot. Because none of the servers, Oceania, Asia, Europe, none of the servers, none of the regions are going to know what the deep desert loot is until after the downtime tomorrow, which is happening at the apex of this storm. So we might not know what next week's loot is before it launches. So it might be worth it for us as a guild to roll out there ASAP to look for a spot and knock it down, just because we might be dealing with some new loot coming into the game. You know what I mean? Might be some new juice for us to work for, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Volleyball today, brutal. Brutal. My sisters were in volleyball. Maybe my least favorite sport to watch, though. I tell you, I was always the guy in the stands making way too much noise for high school. I didn't really give a shit about volleyball, actually. But when I was watching my sisters play basketball, boy, would I let the ref had it when he was fucking blind. I tell you what. If there's no tier 6 Holtzman, they're going to lose it. There might be some juice coming out of next week's Deep Desert. So tomorrow will definitely be an interesting stream. But we are going to end it here. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be live tomorrow, obviously, doing some more of that Dune Awakening business, probably setting up the base and then getting ready for the Deep Desert and for the patch. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything goes off smoothly and their spaghetti code, it doesn't completely implode on itself, but that's always entirely possible as well. It's also possible that next week's Deep Desert somehow gets scraped by the data miners and gets put out. So we may potentially know what tomorrow is. But we're going to end it here, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate everybody stopping by. If we take a look over on YouTube, we got Electros 2G coming in at number 1, followed by Blade, and then Half Baked coming in, rounding out the top 3. But then we got Hayden, Dark, him, Sparkles, and Killed at the Loading Screen, and Adam and Far Out, rounding out the top 10. Mick in there, a close 11th place. Over on Twitch was another amazing, excellent night. We had the Lucky Banana come in, drop a Prime sub, frackin' insane. On top of that, White Rose hit us with a little bit of a raid. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. And we are going to end it here. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be back tomorrow. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.